Chapter 396 Let's Go Home Together. Chapter 396 Let's Go Home Together. Vice President Xiao, please calm down. I said he must have a reason and I meant it. Chang Xian countered Xiao Shan while raising her brows as Xiao Shan's glowering irked her. He beat up somebody. This is a fact and nothing can get him off scot-free. Xiao Shan was exasperated with Chang Xian's attitude for not taking his side. Disappointed and annoyed by her attitude, Xiao Lei turned and looked squarely at Zhang Dei. President Zhang, Xiao Lei is one of our chief physicians and he was ambushed, beaten, and tyrannized by a savage. I hope President Zhang can set things straight for Xiao Lei and bring this barbarian to justice. Rage had been rising within Chang Xian from the moment she met Qin Feng in the hotel. Now, Xiao Shan had pressed her final button and she exploded. I say he has a reason and that means he has a reason. Why can't you wait for me to finish telling the whole story before babbling like a bubbling fool? Chang Xian went forward and stood in front of Qin Feng, guarding him like a hen protecting her own chick. Extending his hand and pushing Chang Xian, Xiao Shan glowered. You betrayer! You're merely a doctor here and I'm the vice president of the affiliated hospital. You dare not respect me? You're a cunt, and I say a low-bred woman like you is not qualified to be a doctor. Xiao Shan was a man, so his strength was quite strong. After he pushed Chang Xian, she wobbled for a bit before she fell into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng hastily caught and held her tightly and stepped forward. His face turned cold. An incredibly dense and illustrious aura erupted from his body, putting so much pressure on Xiao Shan that he felt suffocated. Your name is Xiao Shan, that brat's name is Xiao Lei. Seems like both of you are related. Ha, so that's how it is. No wonder you keep breathing down my neck like a cat and a rat, so you're trying to avenge your nephew. But how can you be so hard-hearted and lay your filthy, grubby hands on a lady? I guess you don't want your hand anymore, do you? Qin Feng moved like a streak of lightning after he finished his speech. Before anybody could stop him, Qin Feng grasped Xiao Shan's arm tightly and with a little exerted force, Xiao Shan's face instantly clouded with pain, as if he had eaten some dung. Ah. It hurts. It hurts so much. Let go. Fucking let go of my arm right now. Qin Feng disregarded his demand and added more force to his grip. At the same time, he said, as an angel in white, you did not fulfill your responsibilities, speak of vulgarities, and can't tell black from white. You do not deserve to be a doctor. Xiao Shan's cries of pain echoed throughout the entire hallway, pulling Zhang Dei and Chang Xian back from their individual thoughts to reality. Qin Feng, please release him first. We can always talk this through. As the president of the hospital, Zhang Dei did not wish for something bad to happen under his wall. Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Dei, but did not release Xiao Shan's hand. Instead, he turned to Chang Xian and asked for her wish. Xian, I'll let you decide. How should this brat be punished? Chang Xian's cherry mouth dropped open in shock. She never expected Qin Feng to be this violent. He did not question his opponent's identity before firing his attack. She remained blank for some moments before saying, release him first. Only at her command did Qin Feng let go of Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan quickly retreated a few steps backward and kept his distance from Qin Feng. To him, Qin Feng was now like a demon who had crawled out of hell. Chang Xian, tell me the whole story. What the heck is going on? Zhang Dei sternly questioned Chang Xian. President Zhang, Qin Feng came with me to the hospital to treat the patient. The patient had a sudden heart attack, and we could not get through to his family in time, so no one was able to authorize payment to cover his operating fees nor sign the consent letter for him. Accurately relaying the truth, Chang Xian blurted it all out to Zhang Dei. Concurrently, Dr. Xiao kept blocking my way, barring me from entering the operating room to save the patient. Then, Qin Feng stepped forward and, out of desperation, he pushed Xiao Lei away and accidentally injured him in the scrimmage. Countless expressions flashed across Zhang Dei's face as he listened to Chang Xian's explanation. He became a little excited and asked, Was the patient named Wang Qing Fa? Chang Xian searched her memory for a moment before nodding. Yes, he is Wang Qing Fa. After getting confirmation from Chang Xian, Zhang Di shed his usual demeanor, and his attitude changed drastically. Wang Qing Fa was his old friend. Zhang Di rushed into the operating room with great haste as he was worried about Wang Qing Fa's condition. How is Wang Qing Fa? Is he out of danger? Zhang Di no longer cared about Qin Feng's case. His mind was now preoccupied with the condition of his old friend. Luckily Qin Feng stopped Xiao Lei in time to give me enough time to save the patient. If I had waited another minute, I might not have been able to save him. Anyway, Wang Qing Fa's condition has stabilized and he only needs rest for the time being. Chang Xian figured out that President Zhang had a deep relationship with Wang Qing Fa. She subconsciously put in a good word for Qin Feng. After Chang Xian uncovered the real cause of the whole incident, Zhang Di turned to Xiao Lei with a cold expression and roared loudly. You! As one of the chief physicians of our hospital, I won't blame you for turning a blind eye to a patient who's in mortal danger. But how could you interfere with Dr. Chang Xian attempting to save the patient's life? Go back to your office now and write a self-evaluation for me. If you fail to present your review to me, you'll be dismissed from your position. President Zhang, what about Xiao Lei being beaten by? Xiao Shan was incensed by Zhang Di not for failing to arrest Qin Feng, but for punishing his nephew instead. He refused to drop the matter and pressured President Zhang. Vice President Xiao Lei is your nephew, but he failed to honor his duty as a doctor, turning his back from a patient, barring another doctor from saving the patient's life, and raising a disturbance in the hospital. Do you think you can run from the responsibility? I suggest you go back and teach him how to be a good doctor. As for the case, let's just forget about it, shall we? Zhang Di had made his stand. His order was absolute, so even though Xiao Shan disagreed with the outcome, he had to drop the matter as he was one position lower than Zhang Di. Xiao Shan then helped Xiao Lei walk away from the operating room with a malevolent expression on his face. Second uncle, we're just going to let that brat slip away so easily? Humph. I won't let the matter drop. That brat called himself Qin Feng, right? Fine. I'll ask somebody to find out who he was and I'll make sure he pays double for what he has done to us today. Now that by Chang Xian, how dare she look down on us when she does not possess any power and wealth? Don't you like her? Conquer her fast, said Xiao Shan as his eyes flickered with anger. But second uncle, that woman has always given me the cold shoulder. Xiao Lei's face turned sour as if he had been wrong. Xiao Shan smacked Xiao Lei's head hard and roared angrily. If she won't submit to you using the kid glove method, can't you claim her the hard way? Women are all the same. As long as you cast the die, there will be no turning back for her, and she has no choice but to obey you. Can you stop following me? I'll call the police if you keep following me. Even though Chang Xian increased her speed, she still was unable to shake the young man behind her. She was the belle of the affiliated hospital, and everyone knew it. All the doctors and nurses burst into discussion when they saw a tall, handsome young man followed closely behind her all the way to the main entrance of the hospital. Is somebody threatening you? Do you want to call the police? Don't worry. With me by your side, no one in the world would dare to lay a single finger on you. Qin Feng apparently did not take Chang Xian's words to heart and cheerfully grinned from ear to ear as he looked at her. Of course no one would dare to come near me with the most villainous person by my side. And that villain is you. Chang Xian stopped at her Chevrolet sedan and turned to Qin Feng. I'm going home now. Go wherever you want. Just as she finished her sentence, Chang Xian saw Qin Feng sneak into her car. Then, he rolled down the car window and grinned at her. Let's go home. Chang Xian would have stomped on the car out of fury and frustration if it wasn't hers. After she got into the car, she opened the passenger side door and yelled at Qin Feng. Get out! Did you ever heard the story? The Farmer and the Snake? Qin Feng suddenly looked at Chang Xian seriously. Fuck off. Then you should be familiar with the story. The hunter and the wolf. Chang Xian pulled out her cell phone and prepared to call the police. I never thought your standard of literacy would be so low. Then I assume that you should know the phrase, dog bites Lu Dongbin. Qin Feng placed his hands behind his head and murmured to himself. Chang Xian forfeited her intention of calling the police, forcibly suppressed her anger, and glowered at Qin Feng. What are you trying to say? Are you telling me that I burned a bridge? Please get this straight. You just helped me buy some more time to carry out the operation and pointed out the main problem of the patient. I did put in a good word for you and save you from being jailed. Plus, I did not to argue with the fact that you've stolen my undergarments. How can you still feel that you've been wronged? Seeing he had gotten on Chang Xian's nerves, Qin Feng pouted his mouth, positioned himself comfortably in the passenger seat, and said to Chang Xian, Okay, fine. We're even. Why don't you get out now? Qin Feng had a mission regarding Chang Xian. Of course he would not leave now. And after the incident just now, Qin Feng felt that Chang Xian was an elegant lady with an outstanding mannerism, and she agreed with his taste very well. Besides, Chang Xian could stand her ground and her act of healing the injured and saving the dying was commendable. Qin Feng had always been sweet on a kind-hearted woman like her, so he decided to stay in Chang Xian's house while he waited for the Qin family's competition. Aren't you interested in how I knew the right ventricle of Wang Qingfa had a problem? Qin Feng smugly looked at Chang Xian. Chang Xian was baffled. This question had been on her mind throughout the day. She could not resist her intense curiosity and asked, How? Because I can see through things. Qin Feng answered proudly. Get lost. Chang Xian really exploded this time. She kicked Qin Feng out of her car and drove off. Qin Feng was left alone by Chang Xian in the wind. He gave off the vibe of a handsome man who had gone through a significant change in circumstances as his long hair was blown about by the gentle breeze. His mouth curled into a grin as he watched the car slowly disappear from his view. After a minute, the red Chevrolet once again stopped beside Qin Feng. Rolling the car window down, Chang Xian's cold and exquisite face appeared in front of him. Then she said, I'll give you one last chance. How did you know Wang Qingfa's condition? Because I can see through things. And I can even train you to be just like me. Chang Xian's face blackened. She forcibly suppressed the urge to plunge down on the gas pedal and asked, How can you prove your words? The talisman of clairvoyance could last for half an hour, and the effects had not worn off yet. Letting his gaze fall on Chang Xian's body, Qin Feng could see through clearly the snow-white skin underneath her black uniform. The latest series of CK Autumn Red Lace Bra D-Cup. I love your see-through flower underpants very much. It suits you very well and it is very sexy on you. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze as he answered her, smiling. He was afraid that his nose would bleed if he continued. Chang Xian was extremely shocked. She suddenly shrunk back into the car and wrapped her hands around her body. After 10 seconds of silence, an earth-shattering and God-moving shriek sounded. The shriek lasted for 15 seconds before it finally ended. Chang Xian tidied her fluttered hair and looked at Qin Feng indifferently. Get on the car now. A Chevrolet sedan was zooming down the street. Within the car was a gorgeous young lady and a handsome young man. The young lady was Chang Xian, and she could not calm her overactive mind. Tonight was an Arabian night for her. She had never come across something as peculiar as this before. She found a man that could see through things tonight. What stunned her the most was that she was actually bringing him back to her house. Chapter 397 Staying Together Under the Same Roof with Beauties. Chapter 397 Staying Together Under the Same Roof with Beauties. The Chevrolet sedan tore down the street and stopped in front of a high-end residential area. The luscious green neighborhood was spacious, and equipped with many different convenience stores, restaurants, and banks. Chang Xian swiped the keycard across the reader and opened the villa's anti-theft door. She entered the villa first. Then she threw her Chanel purse on the shoe rack, bowed slightly and took off her high heels. She let her pretty feet breathe after taking off the high heels. Even though her feet were shrouded in black pantyhose, one could see that she indeed had beautiful otherworldly feet just from the shape. "What are you looking at?" After changing into a pair of bare cotton-padded shoes, Chang Xian raised her head and realized Qin Feng's eyes were stuck on her legs. "Your house's marble tiles are so classy." Qin Feng smiled. Rolling her eyes, Chang Xian threw a pair of disposable slippers to him. Then, she corrected him. "I have wooden flooring in my parlor." "Are you blind?" Qin Feng felt awkward. He put on the slippers and snuggled into the sofa, enjoying the fruit on the table while weighing TV. Seeing Qin Feng make himself at home, Chang Xian stood on the side with a snappy attitude. She wrapped her arms around her body and looked emotionlessly at Qin Feng. She could not believe that this brat would be so thick-skinned as to ignore her. Suddenly, Qin Feng put down an apple that he had in his mouth, looked at Chang Xian and said, Xian, don't just standing there. Come here and watch TV with me. Please make yourself at home and don't be so courteous." Chang Xian was helpless at Qin Feng's shamelessness. He had once again changed her perception of him. "I'm going to change my clothes upstairs and deal with you later. Stay on the sofa and don't move around." Chang Xian had a voluptuous but underneath her tight-fitting black skirt. Her bottom wiggled as she climbed up the flight of stairs. The sight was so aesthetically pleasing that Qin Feng's eyes almost popped out. He had not touched a single woman in the past 3 months, and now he had to stay with a drop-dead gorgeous beauty under the same roof. Qin Feng felt as if he was on the verge of no longer being able to restrain his burning desire. Chang Xian came downstairs after 10 minutes. She removed her tight-fitted uniform and donned a loose white sleeping gown. As she sat beside Qin Feng, the 2 red shoulder straps on her mellow jade shoulders made a bid for freedom. She removed her black pantyhose as well, revealing her crystal white, well-defined shins. She even applied red nail polish to her 10 toenails. "Qin Feng, I can let you stay in my place, but let's get this straight first. We must first establish a consensus on some points." "Sure, I'm fine with that." Qin Feng agreed without listening to Chang Xian's conditions. Chang Xian rolled her eyes before she continued. "First, your room is on the first floor. That room was originally prepared for our housekeeper, but since she is not working here anymore, I'll let you stay in that room. You can't go anywhere else in this house aside from the first floor. The second floor and third floor is absolutely forbidden. If you step onto either of the floors even once, I'll cast you out of this house. Second, don't ever bring any stranger into my villa. Third, keep away your crooked mind. Don't ever try to hook up with any one of us, otherwise you'll face my wrath." Qin Feng's countenance changed slightly and he quickly asked, "Us?" "Yes, us. I have another little girl staying with me who is a student at the provincial capital university. Even though we're not blood-related, I treat her just like my own little sister. Don't you dare harass her or else I'll kill you." Qin Feng seemed unaffected by Chang Xian's threatening. He put on a smug smile and asked, "Is your little sister beautiful? How does she fare compared to you?" "Qin Feng, you're looking for death." Qin Feng had pushed a button for Chang Xian. She was furious, and she began to regret bringing him back to her house. "I'm just joking. If you don't have anything else to say, then I'll go back to my room first." Qin Feng hastily retreated into his room from the war zone, leaving only a fuming Chang Xian alone in the parlor. The room was small. It was sufficient for a bed, a desk, and a cupboard. It was a far cry from Qin Feng's room in the Qin manor. However, for the moment, it was considered good enough for Qin Feng. He removed his upper shirt, threw himself on the bed, and initiated the hedonist sovereign system. The system that had been in deep slumber for 3 months finally reactivated itself 3 hours ago. In addition, the system had released a couple of new missions and Qin Feng had to study every one of them now. The system notified him for finishing a mission once he opened the system. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for helping Chang Xian save the patient in the midst of a heart attack. The system rewards host Qin Feng 1,000 hedonist points, and a 5-element acupuncture scroll. Ancient and obscure memories surged through Qin Feng's mind. After pieces of memories finally imprinted themselves on his mind, a lot of pieces of knowledge about Chinese medicine, herbs, and acupuncture suddenly appeared in his brain. They were the memories of 5-element acupuncture scroll. Ding! New mission from Hedonist Sovereign System, Yun Province Disturbance. Yun Province Disturbance main mission, unify the 4 cities in Yun Province. Time period, 1 year. If host Qin Feng successfully clears the mission, the system will reward 30,000 hedonist points, and host Qin Feng will gain a chance to activate one of the mystery interfaces in the hedonist system. If the mission is failed, 60,000 hedonist points will be deducted, and host Qin Feng will not be allowed to set foot in the Yun Province for the rest of his life. First side mission of Yun Province Disturbance: destroy the Sima family in Acropolis City. A total of 20,000 hedonist points will be rewarded if the mission is cleared, and host Qin Feng will get a random blue-grade spiritual equipment. If the mission is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Second side mission of Yun Province Disturbance: revive the Qin family in Acropolis City and raise it to the first family of Yun Province. A total of 20,000 hedonist points will be rewarded if the mission is cleared, and host Qin Feng will get a random Earth-grade skill book. If the mission is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Third side mission of Yun Province: investigate the alliance of the Li family in Yunhai City and the Verdant sect. A total of 20,000 hedonist points will be rewarded if the mission is cleared, and host Qin Feng will get a random high-grade magical pill. If the mission is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Ding! New chain mission from the Hedonist Sovereign System, Martial Competition Disturbance. Main mission of Martial Competition Disturbance: claim victory in the Qin family's competition and became the patriarch of the Qin family. Time period, half year. The system will reward 20,000 hedonist points and a high-end battle armor if the mission is cleared. If the mission is failed, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted and the Qin family in the provincial capital will perish. First side mission of Martial Competition Disturbance: investigate the prime mover behind Suruoro and defeat him. The system will reward 10,000 hedonist points and a bottle of mutant gene potion if the mission is cleared. If the mission is failed, 20,000 hedonist points will be deducted and host Qin Feng will never get to see Suruoro again. The quick succession of mission notifications blew Qin Feng's mind. Also, an excruciating pain pricked his heart when he saw there was a mission about Suruoro. Even though 3 months had passed, Qin Feng still remembered the stab Suruoro delivered at that night. Not only did she leave a physical scar on his back, but she also left a wound on his heart that could not heal. Qin Feng shook his head to shrug off those negative emotions as a smile slowly crawled up his face. Qin Feng had something that was worth rejoicing over. Ever since the system had become dormant, the time periods for the mission stopped as well. And after the system rebooted, all the time periods for the missions were initialized. For example, the mission train Lu Bingbing to be as gentle as lamb had a time period of 3 months. This mission had only 10 days left when the system shut down. At the time, aside from this mission, there were a few more missions that would soon expire. Then, the system rebooted. Lu Bingbing's mission time period had reset, and so did the other missions. One who survives a great disaster is destined to have good fortune forever. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth arched into a devilish grin. It was time for his revenge. Thud. 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 Somebody knocked on his door once he finished checking the missions. Chang Xian came into the room and looked at Qin Feng indifferently. You say you can see through things, and you promised me that you would train me to be like you. When can we start the training? The only reason Chang Xian brought Qin Feng back was that of his ability to see through things. As a doctor, she had to save people's lives on the operating table. As such, Chang Xian had been imagining how great it would be if she had a pair of eyes that could see through things so that could save more people. Whenever you like. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders. He never expected her to believe his words. Chang Xian walked over to Qin Feng and took a seat beside him. Suddenly she sprang up, tightly covered her breasts, and looked warily at Qin Feng. Don't you ever use your ability to see my body? Or else I'll kill you! I've seen enough of it. Your body is no different from the others. Qin Feng pursed his mouth. Rest assured. I won't even bat an eye at you even if you removed all your clothes in front of me. You! Chang Xian took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to shove Qin Feng out of her house. She was kind of confident with her looks and her body, as others had said she the face of an angel and the body of a devil. However, it became a worthless saying when it came to Qin Feng. TSK, he must be blind. Then hurry up and teach me. I want to master it in a month, otherwise, get out of my house. Hearing Chang Xian said it with a stern expression, Qin Feng became serious as well. He suddenly came behind Chang Xian and extended his arms, wrapping them around her waist. Without letting her to flew his face, Qin Feng hastily added, If you want to learn how to see through things, it's better to stay quiet. Chang Xian was going to slap Qin Feng. She resisted her urge and sat beside the bed without putting up a fight after she heard what had Qin Feng said. Qin Feng slowly placed his hands on Chang Xian's belly. Her lower abdomen was smooth and flat without any excess fat. Touching her flat tummy with his hands felt great even though it was veiled by her sleeping gown. Qin Feng then moved his hands down further. When he almost reached her thigh, Chang Xian instantly turned chilly. Ahem! Ahem! We're just getting started. Qin Feng hastily withdrew his hands and returned to Chang Xian's stomach. Then, he circulated his inner qi and transferred it into Chang Xian's body. Chang Xian was shocked. She realized that a gush of cold inner qi was intermittently surging into her stomach, and the feeling was very peculiar. It felt like dozens of earthworms wriggling and crawling in her stomach. After a short time, the cold inner qi slowly turned hot, and Chang Xian's body heated up. The inner qi went up her body from her stomach, and finally arrived at her eyes. The process so very comfortable that Chang Xian enjoyed it very much. Open your eyes now, and look at the night outside. Qin Feng's voice sounded beside her ear, reddening it. She pushed down her burning desire and glanced at the view outside. Boom! Chang Xian's mind exploded. She could not believe it. She suddenly realized her eyesight was better, and she could see the view 10 meters away. She could even count the number of flower petals that had fallen on the grass field. Is this see-through? Exclaimed Chang Xian. No, it isn't. This is the first step of the training, clearing your eyesight. To put it bluntly, I restored your eyesight and made it as clear as a newborn baby's. You can see the view for thousands of miles and get a glimpse of it during the night, said Qin Feng as he put on a masterful look. However, he could not resist and laughed inwardly. He merely transferred some energy into Chang Xian's body and directed it to her eyes, facilitating the flow of blood around her eyes. As a result, her eyesight became much clearer than usual, and this was child's play for Qin Feng. Then quickly teach me how to see through things. She had tasted blood and she was excited. She even ignored the fact that Qin Feng held her waist and touched her belly. Not now. We need to do it slowly, bit by bit. It's impossible to learn it overnight. Let's call it a night. I'm tired and I want to sleep now. Qin Feng had had enough fun with her, so he decided to stop now. He wanted to slowly pull her into his trap, tasting her bit by bit and finally devouring her whole. Chang Xian felt Qin Feng was right. It was impossible to learn such a wonderful skill overnight. After she retreated from Qin Feng's room, she pulled out her cell phone and made a call. Big sister Xian, what made you call me this late at night? A voice that was as melodious as an oriole wafted from the other end of the line. Yen, I've found a male tenant to join us in renting our house. I'm telling you this so that you're prepared. Hua Yan could not calm herself down after she hung up the phone. She then thought inwardly. How could big sister Chang Xian find a man to be our housemate? Chapter 398 Just require a few acupuncture treatment. Chapter 398. Just require a few acupuncture treatment. It was such a long time since Qin Feng had slept so soundly. He slept through the night, and woke up at noon the next day. The red Prada high heels at the door front were gone. Qin Feng knew that Chang Xian had gone to work. He went to the dining hall. Since Chang Xian had prepared breakfast for him, Qin Feng felt that Chang Xian was really a kind-hearted lady. Although the breakfast was cold, Qin Feng still enjoyed it very much after he heated it up in the microwave. After filling his stomach, Qin Feng went for a stroll in the small garden in front of the villa. As soon as he arrived near the garden, the air was permeated by a dense spiritual essence which surged in front of him. Amazed by the sheer amount of spiritual essence in the air, Qin Feng quickly lengthened his stride and arrived at the garden within a few large leaps. China was a vast, ancient country with 5,000 years of history. The supply of spiritual essence on Earth nowadays was scarce, and due to this issue, only a tiny number of martial artists amongst China's population of 13 billion could reach the realm of the immortal. Without a dense spiritual essence, how could people cultivate and ascend to the realm of immortality? The garden was planted with all sorts of flowers and plants. The flower and plants were planted in orderly arrangement. The same species of flowers and plants were planted on the same row, and there was a set distance between each row of flowers and plants. What are these things? How come they can release such a dense spiritual essence? Qin Feng squatted down and studied the flowers and plants in the garden. In any case, he was the first hedonist young master of Acropolis City. He had learned all the names of the flowers and the definition of their names to impress the girls he hooked up with, so he was self-proclaimed as a florist expert. However, even he had studied the flowers and plants in the garden for a good while, he could not recognize a single one. The flowers and plants were intriguing. They were nothing similar to what he had seen before, and their colors were peculiar as well. Each and every one of the flowers and plants released a wisp of spiritual essence into the air. The intensity of the spiritual essence was not as dense as the one in Devil Beast Mountain, but it was sufficient enough in a metropolis that was almost bereft of any spiritual essence. Let me try one of them. A devilish grin whipped across Qin Feng's face. He extended his hand and plucked a heart-shaped black flower once the thought formed in his mind. Then, he threw the flower into his mouth and chewed it. As he was munching on the heart-shaped flower, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. Xian, your lovely breakfast was very delicious. Did you call because you missed me? I miss you very much too. Qin Feng would not let go of any chance to flirt with Chang Xian and confidently talk to her. Qin Feng, I've something very important for you. Please come over to the hospital now, said Chang Xian. Qin Feng noticed that she was suppressing her anger. What happened? There is a patient who requires an emergency operation and I need your ability. Just come to the hospital now, let's chat later. Chang Xian hung up. From the way she had spoken, it was obvious that the patient was running against the clock, so Qin Feng did not take it lightly. Provincial Capital University's Medical College affiliated hospital. Qin Feng ran out from the villa and flagged down a cab. Quick, I'm in a rush. Sure. Don't worry. I've worked as a cab driver for over a decade. I'm pretty skilled in it. The driver was a middle-aged man. He stomped on the gas pedal and the car zoomed out like an arrow. Big brother! I'm running out of time. I won't pay for the ride if you don't drive faster. Qin Feng searched his pocket and realized did not have any money. I'm driving top speed, kid. Can't you see that I've overtaken 20 cars or so? I dare you not to pay for the ride. The driver rolled his eyes at Qin Feng in the rearview mirror. He quickly glanced at Qin Feng and realized his clothes were off the rack. He was afraid that this young man was a rogue taking a free ride. You call this fast? I can run even faster than your speed now. The driver looked over at the speedometer. They were now traveling at 129 kilometers per hour. After listening to Qin Feng's boastful words, he had the urge to pull the car off to the side and treat him to a feast of punches. TSK! Pull aside and let me drive. At the rate which we are driving, the patient will already be dead by the time I arrive at the hospital. Chin Feng grabbed the driver and swayed seats with him. The driver wanted to glower at Chin Feng, but Chin Feng stepped hard on the gas pedal and with a low growl, the car shot out like a beast awakened from slumber. Rum! Rum! The engine roared as loud and powerful as a Ferrari. The car accelerated from 129 km per hour to 193 km per hour after Chin Feng shifted the gears and pumped the gas pedal a couple times. Big brother. Please slow down. The aged driver was frightened by Chin Feng. He held onto the car door tightly as if this was the first time he had ever ridden in a car. They reached the most crowded zone of the provincial capital and most of the roads were jammed. However, this did not hinder Chin Feng. At times he drove the car on two back wheels while performing a beautiful drift on the road. Onlookers pulled out their cell phones and cameras to take photos of it. Rum! Rum! The elder driver's words flitted by Chin Feng's ear like a breeze. He did not slow down, but further increased the speed of the car. Before the elder driver realized it, Chin Feng performed another stylish drift and perfectly parked in between two cars. Phew, we finally arrived! The elder driver heaved a long sigh of relief. 200 yuan! Chin Feng extended his arm toward the elder driver. The driver was still in the midst of shock. He did not think much and handed 200 yuan to Chin Feng. Master, you indeed have a godly driving skill, but you drive too fast. It's too terrifying. I won't ride in your car again. There will be no next time. With a smile on his face, Chin Feng alighted from the car after getting the money. The driver came to his senses only after Chin Feng alighted from the car and vanished before his eyes. He was seething with anger, and he yelled, "Fuck! This is my car! Why do I have to pay to him?" After he entered the hospital, Chin Feng made a beeline for the operating room. He saw the operating room was crowded with many doctors in white coats, and a few of the patients' family members seated beside a chair. All of them wore long faces and had knitted eyebrows. "Here is the operating room. Unauthorized personnel is not allowed to enter." Chin Feng was blocked by two doctors. "Dr. Chang Xian asked me to come. She needs my help." "Ha! You're so full of air, brat. Your way of hooking up with a girl is too basic and low. Get lost now." The two doctors judged Chin Feng with a contemptuous expression. Chang Xian was the belle of the hospital and too many flies wandered around her every day, including the two doctors who halted Chin Feng bore the same thought as well. Hence, it was natural for them to give Chin Feng sour looks when they saw another contender join in the fight to vie for the heart of the belle. Who will pick up a girl inside an operating room? I stay with Xian and I've plenty of time to flirt with her outside of the hospital. I'm in a rush. Step out of my way now, said Chin Feng impatiently. The two doctors were tickled pink by Chin Feng and broke into a fit of laughter, ignoring the fact that they were at a hospital which prohibited any loud noises. Liar! Brat! Do you think you're worthy enough to be Chang Xian's housemate with that virtue of yours? She wouldn't even hire you as her housekeeper. You don't believe me? Chin Feng was serious. He inwardly thought, why does everyone prefer to believe a lie than the truth? Ha ha! Do you think we're as foolish as you? Your lie is low, you pathetic loser. If you really are staying with Chang Xian, I'll strip down to nothing and run naked around the hospital. The two doctors laughed even louder without any respect for the tranquility of the hospital. Chin Feng was slow to speak to them. Just as he was about to raise his fists and give them a few punches, Chang Xian's melodious voice wafted from the operating room. Chin Feng, why are you still standing out there? Get in here now! Chang Xian anxiously waved to Chin Feng from the door of the operating room. Xian, I know you miss me very much, but we have to maintain a low profile. There are so many people here. Chin Feng slowly walked over to her, grinning from ear to ear. The two doctors' jaws dropped to the floor in astonishment. They never thought that this kid really knew Chang Xian, and what's more, it was Chang Xian who took the initiative and asked him to come over. He just said that he is staying with Chang Xian under the same roof. Is that true? What are you saying? Don't make up things for me. Chang Xian pinched him hard after Qin Feng arrived beside her. It's nothing. Come, the patient doesn't have much time left. Let's hurry. Qin Feng cheerfully carried Chang Xian into the operating room. Once in the room, he noticed there were quite a few doctors inside the operating room. Amongst the doctors, Qin Feng saw two old friends, President Zhang De and Vice President Xiao Shan. Who allowed this brat to come in? He is pestering us. Xiao Shan was instantly engulfed by a flame of fury as soon as he saw Qin Feng. He disregarded other doctors and the patient and yelled at Qin Feng loudly. Get the fuck out of this room. A frosty expression slowly crawled up Qin Feng's face. He held his fist tightly. As Qin Feng raising his fist, ready to punch Xiao Shan's face, Chang Xian's exquisite hand crawled onto Qin Feng's arm, halting and canceling his attack. Then she raised her well-defined brows and talked to him in a low tone. Take it easy. I'll settle him for you. After that, Chang Xian trotted to Zhang De and said, President Zhang, Qin Feng is the person I've been talking about. Furrowing his brows, Zhang De measured Qin Feng from the top of his head until the tips of his toes. Then, with an unconvincing look, he asked, Is he a doctor? No, he is not. But he owns a very peculiar set of skills that could of great help to me. Chang Xian did not want to disclose Qin Feng's ability to see through things. She rephrased her sentence and said, Dean Lu had an acute myocardial infarction and is in a dire condition now. He'll probably die if we do not perform in time surgery. President Chang, with Qin Feng assisting me, I can reassure you that the success rate of this operation will be much higher. The patient was Lu Feng, the honored dean of Provincial Capital University's Medical College. Almost all of the doctors were alumni of the medical college and his students. Only because of this relationship did Zhang De attach great importance to this operation. Chang Xian also respected Lu Feng very much. However, she was uncertain as to how successful the surgery would be. Compelled by the circumstances, she remembered Qin Feng's ability, and which was the reason she asked him here. Zhang De's complexion changed slightly. He agreed with Chang Xian. President Zhang, we can't do this. This brat is not a qualified doctor. He's just a goofy, bumbling fool. Did you already forget how he brutally beat Xiao Lei last night? How can we leave Dean Lu in his hands? We're throwing Dean Lu under the bus. Xiao Shan stepped forward and voiced his objection as he slandered Qin Feng. Vice President Xiao, if you deliberately make things difficult for everyone just because Qin Feng beat up your nephew last night, please step down. Dean Lu is at death's door now. How can you put your feud with Qin Feng above the interest of everything else? Chang Xian heavily criticized Xiao Shan. How? How can you say that? You're becoming ruthless. How dare you sully my name? Angered by Chang Xian, Xiao Shan immediately faced Zhang De and said, President Chang, you must set the record straight for me. Her words don't carry conviction, and she's merely slinging mud at me. Can we really let this kind of doctor who lacks morality continue to stay in our hospital? Zhang De's brain almost exploded from the quarrel between Xiao Shan and Chang Xian. Looking at Lu Feng, who was at his last breath, numerous thoughts ran through Zhang De's brain before he finally settled down on a plan. He gnashed his teeth and looked at Chang Xian as he said, Dr. Chang, what percentage of success do we stand if Qin Feng assists you in carrying out the operation? Chang Xian fell silent for a moment. She then said resolutely, 70%. She fabricated the number, as she was afraid that Zhang De would decline her offer. At this moment, Qin Feng broke into a scornful laugh which stunned everybody in the operating room. Xian, stay out of this. Your skill is not required in treating this kind of small illness. Just leave it to me. I promise you, I have 90% confidence in fully healing this elder. Rumbles. Qin Feng's daring words raised a lively discussion across the operating room. Not only did Xiao Shan shoot a disdainful and mocking look at Qin Feng, all the other experts and nurses' faces clouded with puzzling expressions. The illness Lu Feng had was an acute heart attack. Even Chang Xian, who was an expert in cardiology, only had a 70% rate of success in this operation. Who on the earth would believe the words of Qin Feng boasting that he had a 90% of success rate? Before the discussion settled down, Qin Feng opened his mouth again and added, "Oh yeah, before I finish talking, I do not need any surgical tools nor need to perform a surgery. I can restore him to full health just by giving him an acupuncture treatment." Chapter 399 Saving Live with Acupuncture. Chapter 399 Saving Live with Acupuncture. Rumbles. One discussion after another rose and fell in the operating room like slow heaving waves of the sea that would not break. With various expressions on their faces, all the doctors and nurses set their contemptuous and doubtful gazes on Qin Feng. Heart attacks already had a high mortality rate even after surgery, and there were no exact cure. Nobody believed Qin Feng when he claimed that he could completely heal Lu Feng with just an acupuncture treatment. Even the divine Chinese physician Li Xingtian did not possess the guts nor ability to make such a wild and bold statement. "Stop clowning around! Do you think this is a playground?" Zhang De did not believe Qin Feng either. He turned and glowered at Chang Xian. Chang Xian almost fainted beside Qin Feng. She wished to bite him. This brat is such a troublemaker. Pulling Qin Feng to a corner, Chang Xian whispered to him in a cold tone, "What are you trying to do? I asked you to come here because of your see-through ability. Stop talking nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense. I scanned the elder as soon as I entered the operating room. His condition is far worse than you had anticipated. None of you can save him now, only I can." If it was yesterday, Qin Feng would never have made such outlandish statement because he was not equipped with any knowledge or art of healing. But after he successfully cleared the mission of helping Chang Xian save Wang Qing Fa, the system had bestowed upon him the imperial decree of Chinese medicine, the decree of 5-element acupuncture. After he scanned and reviewed Lu Feng's condition, dozens of types of acupuncture treatments emerged in the sea of his mind. Now Qin Feng really had the ability to completely heal Lu Feng, and most importantly, he could have done it without breaking a sweat. "Why, you really are Hayes! I'll deal with you when we get home." Chang Xian stamped her feet in rage. She still refused to believe Qin Feng. Even if he really was equipped with the ability to heal the injured and cure the dying, there was no way to make Chang Xian believe that a heart attack could be treated with just acupuncture. "Have you all decided what to do yet? Be quick if you want me to save him. I'm in a rush. I still have to go home and play with Xian. Anyway, that elder can only last for another 30 minutes. You better be fast and make a decision, otherwise not even I will be able to save him if we miss this window of opportunity." Qin Feng did not blink at the offensive looks of the crowd. He shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly to Zhang De. Zhang De's face was filled with erratic emotions. He knew they were running out of time. When he saw Qin Feng's sloppy and laid-back behavior, he could not steel himself and leave the life of Lu Feng in his hands. "Fine. Seems like you all did not believe me after all. Very well then, Xian, let's go home." Qin Feng stepped forward and extended his arm, waiting for Chang Xian's hand. Chang Xian avoided his hand and stomped hard on his feet. Seeing Qin Feng was really about to take his leave, Zhang De suddenly spoke up and, "Do you really have 90% confidence in being able to heal Dean Lu Feng?" "I make it 90% because you guys wouldn't believe me if I said 100%, said Qin Feng, pouting. "Very well then, I'll leave the life of Dean Lu in your hand." Zhang De chose to believe Qin Feng since he had no other choice left. "President Zhang." Xiao Shan stepped forward and tried to persuade Zhang De. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang De cut him short and said, "Your objection will not be considered, Vice President Xiao. This is my personal decision, and I'll bear all the responsibility should any mishap occur." Zhang De had made his stand, comforting the restless doctors and nurses. Even though they still were worried, they remained quiet. Once again, they set their gazes on Qin Feng. Suddenly, Qin Feng turned to Zhang De and said, "Oh yeah. I have a small request before I begin the therapy. I don't want any dogs in this room while I'm in the process of healing the patient. I'll only start my therapy after the dog has left the room." "Dog? What dog?" asked Zhang De with a puzzled look. "There he is, the dog that is standing behind you. Can't you all see him?" said Qin Feng as he pointed his finger at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan's face turned red in anger. Meanwhile, Chang Xian and the others could not suppress themselves and giggled. Xiao Shan was a bully in the hospital and utilized his powerful connections to intimidate the lower-ranked staffers in the hospital. Kicking people around in the hospital was his daily activity, and he was the hospital's top executive's lapdog, agreeing with whatever their decision. Most of the staff members held grudge against him, so everybody was tickled pink by Qin Feng's description of Xiao Shan as a dog, since it was scrupulous, vivid, lifelike, and was a perfect description of his character. "I'm not joking," Qin Feng added after he saw Zhang De did not move an inch. "Please go out first, Xiao Shan." Zhang De sighed. "President Zhang." Xiao Shan was exasperated. "Get out." President Yang's voice became cold, exuding an imposing aura from his body to the surrounding. "Humph." Xiao Shan turned and exited the operating room after he sent a vicious glare to Qin Feng. "The rest of you, please remain quiet throughout the therapy. If you can't promise that, you may as well leave now." Qin Feng turned into another person after Xiao Shan left, and an intimidating aura erupted, frightening everybody. He held Lu Feng's wrist and placed his right hand on his. Qin Feng's index finger and middle finger felt Lu Feng's pulse diagnostically like an experienced Chinese physician. On the surface, he looked quite promising. After he finished feeling Lu Feng's pulse, Qin Feng moved to check Lu Feng's eyes and examined his complexion. Then, he used 10 hedonist points and purchased a box of silver needles from the system. The silver needles appeared in his hands out of thin air, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. There are no pockets on either his clothes or his pants, so where did this box of silver needles come from? Qin Feng calmed himself down without paying attention to the things happening around him. He wore a serious expression and focused his mind. Then, he laid out the silver needles with a variety of lengths in front of him. He inhaled deeply and finally made his first move. Shroom! Qin Feng was fast. He followed with a second move like a bolt of lightning after he finished the first one. In the blink of an eye, 5 silver needles were firmly stuck on Lu Feng's body. Some of the doctors possessed new acupuncture and were quite familiar with the acupuncture of a human. As such, they were greatly taken aback after they realized the major acupoints Qin Feng stuck into were lethal points. Is he saving or killing people? Shroom! 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 Closing his eyes, he simultaneously flourished both his hands wildly in the air, sticking one needle after another needle in Lu Feng's body. Indescribably strong aura erupted like waves from his body, granting him a dignified noble-like aspect and making the people around him perspire in fear. Qin Feng had stuck 28 silver needles of varying sizes and lengths in Lu Feng's body within 10 minutes. All these silver needles stood firmly on Lu Feng's body, forming a rune with an ancient and obscure aura. Move! The last silver needle fell after he gave a loud roar. This was the finishing touch. It completed and perfected Qin Feng's therapy. As the last silver needle fell, something very peculiar happened. The last needle vibrated and the other 28 did likewise. Everybody's breath was taken away by the intriguing sight and their jaws dropped to the floor. The 29 silver needles were still vibrating, releasing a fine buzzing. Chang Xian was awestruck by the sight before her. She had heard from Hua Yan about this kind of acupuncture technique. It was the needle manipulation technique that had been lost to the ages. According to Hua Yan, only a person who knew how to manipulate energy could perform this technique. The practitioner would stick silver needles on a person's body, sending energy into the silver needles in the process, and causing the silver needles to vibrate on their own. It could bring an unexpected, miraculous effect on the ill. How was it? Zhang Di went forward and asked after Qin Feng stopped. Qin Feng had successfully transformed the doctor's and the nurse's perception of him. Their gazes no longer held contempt and mockery. Instead, the depths of their eyes were imbued with a surge of astonishment and admiration. Please wait patiently for another 10 minutes. This was the first time Qin Feng had executed an acupuncture treatment. It was merely a 10-minute therapy, but it was an extremely hard, taxing process, and it exhausted Qin Feng a lot. He felt tired and beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead. Are you okay, Qin Feng? Chang Xian was worried about Lu Feng. However, she could not resist and asked about Qin Feng's condition instead when she saw him pale. Qin Feng forced a smile on his face and replied, I'm not dead yet. Let's go have a seat over there. Chang Xian helped Qin Feng take a break at an unoccupied bed next to them. 10 minutes flew past like a breeze. Lu Feng's eyelids moved slightly before he opened his eyes. His complexion was great, roxy, and full of energy. He sat straight up after he awakened and glanced around bewildered. What's wrong with me? How come I'm in the hospital? You've woken up, Dean Lu! Zhang Dei and the other doctors crowded Lu Feng. The joy and excitement flashed across everyone's face. You're here too, little Zhang? Am I doing it again? Lu Feng gave a hard laugh and mocked himself. I'm too old. Those illnesses always relapse even though I cured them. Don't worry, Dean Lu, you're fine. See, aren't you awake already? Don't worry about it. Zhang Dei comforted Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng did not believe Zhang Dei as he knew his body well. Every time his illness relapsed, he would wriggle and writhe in agony. He felt extremely tired every time he woke up from his unconscious state. However, that was not the case this time. He did not feel the excruciating pain inflicted upon him by his illness. Instead, he felt his body was even healthier than before. This is not supposed to be. Something is really weird. Little Zhang, why do I feel so wrong? What's wrong, Dean Lu? Are you not feeling well? Zhang Dei and the other doctors were taken aback by his words. They were afraid that Qin Feng had accidentally caused more harm. No, I'm fine. Lu Feng chirped with a cheerful grin on his face. It is just that I feel strange. I feel an overflowing energy is surging through my body and I can breathe smoother than ever. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked at Qin Feng in awe. Qin Feng proved himself and showed his worthiness in the past 20 minutes. He had pulled Lu Feng from death's door with just a few silver needles. What shocked them the most was that he fully healed Lu Feng without any assistance from the medical devices. There was no need for injections nor a prescription. Lu Feng was even healthier than before and had a better, rosy complexion after he woke up. Qin Feng's remarkable feat could be considered an act of God. Please don't move. Let me remove the silver needles first. Qin Feng suddenly appeared at Lu Feng's side. Lu Feng suddenly realized his body was full of silver needles. Looking at those vibrating needles, Lu Feng's eyes widened so much that they almost popped out. He then yelled excitedly, Is this your doing, young man? With both hands working at the same time, Qin Feng seamlessly removed all the silver needles. Then, the silver needles vanished after Qin Feng waved his hand, shocking the doctors and nurses. They were wondered, Is this young man a magician? It's you. You know the needle manipulation technique. Lu Feng tightly grasped Qin Feng's wrist. Qin Feng only retained the memories of the decree of 5-element acupuncture. He had no idea what the needle manipulation technique was. I don't know what are you talking about. Since you've woken up, I think I should excuse myself. Qin Feng shook off Lu Feng's grip and exited the operating room with Chang Xian. Xiao Shan had been waiting outside the operating room. He was filled with rage and wanted to fight Qin Feng when he saw him. However, he had to forego his desire and only hideously glared at him after seeing how large Qin Feng's muscles were. He was certain that he wouldn't stand a chance against him in a fight. He learned how to use the needle manipulation technique at such a young age. Lu Feng still remained astonished and murmured to himself in high spirits. Needle manipulation was a collective term for manipulating needles with inner qi. To put it more bluntly, in order to use the needle manipulation technique, one must be a martial artist, otherwise, without inner chi, how could the silver needles vibrate on their own? People who practiced the art of healing did not practice the martial arts. As a result, there were only a few people in the world of Chinese medicine who knew how to use the needle manipulation technique. That was the reason why Lu Feng was so excited when he saw Qin Feng today. Chapter 400 Reunited with Hua Yan. Chapter 400 Reunited with Hua Yan. Zhang De was on pins and needles until he saw a lively and vigorous Dean Lu Feng. He retreated from the operating room and headed to admissions to arrange for Lu Feng to be admitted for observation for at least 3 days. President Zhang. How is Dean Lu Feng? Is he dead? I saw that brat Qin Feng run away with Chang Xian. Is it possible that he and Chang Xian ran away because he failed to save Dean Lu Feng and accidentally killed him? Do you need me to call the police and arrest them? Xiao Shan cornered Zhang De and bombarded him with questions the instant he came out of the operating room. He was even more excited than Lu Feng's family, judging from his keyed-up look. Hey! Do you know what are you saying, you geezer? How can you curse my dad? Do you believe me when I say that I'll now send you off to heaven? What kind of person are you? How can you curse your patient while you yourself are supposed to be a doctor? Where is your code of conduct? Can you still call yourself a doctor with your attitude? Lu Feng's family had gathered around Zhang De to ask about Lu Feng's condition, so they clearly heard all of Xiao Shan's words. As such, they cornered him and their relentless comments showered down on him. Calm down. Everybody, please calm down. Zhang De didn't want anything bad to happen at the hospital, so he quickly yelled. Dean Lu Feng has awakened and he is now safe. I'm preparing to admit him. You can all visit him after I've arranged a room for him. Lu Feng's restless kinsfolk finally calmed down after receiving the news that Lu Feng was fine. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan was dazed. A soulless puppet. This was how people would describe him now if they saw his current expression. Xiao Shan was in disbelief that Qin Feng had truly succeeded in rescuing Lu Feng with just acupuncture. Qin Feng and Chang Xian arrived at Chang Xian's villa. Chang Xian went upstairs and changed out of her black fitted uniform and into a flimsy gown. Qin Feng, why didn't you tell me that you knew acupuncture? Chang Xian sat beside Qin Feng, ignoring his perverted gazes. I know many things. I can't tell you everything. I'm particularly at my best in bed. Do you want to try it out? Qin Feng laughed, flashing a wickedly seductive grin. Chang Xian slapped Qin Feng's thigh, rolled her eyes and said, Please be more serious with our conversation or get out of my house. Oh yeah, before I forget, you used inner chi to save Dean Lu Feng just now, right? Are you a martial artist? Chang Xian added. You know about martial artists? Qin Feng instantly tensed. He stared warily at Chang Xian. I've heard of the needle manipulation technique before, and I'm told that only a martial artist who possesses inner chi can master it. However, I'm unfamiliar with the world of martial arts. In fact, I've never seen a martial artist before. Chang Xian replied nonchalantly. Sorry, but I'm not a martial artist. Qin Feng lied as he did not want to disclose too much of his identity. Chang Xian was not an extremely observant person and couldn't tell that Qin Feng was hiding something from her. She looked delighted and grabbed Qin Feng's sleeve tightly. That means that an ordinary person can master the needle manipulation technique too? Can you teach me? It was rare for Chang Xian to be so excited. Qin Feng opened his arms and engulfed a chirping Chang Xian in his embrace. He hugged her lightly and asked, Do you have any basic knowledge about acupuncture? Do you know the exact locations of 36 major acupoints in a human's body? Saddened, Chang Xian shook her head. She majored in Western medicine during her days at the university, and she had no knowledge about holistic Chinese medicine such as acupuncture. In that case, I think it's better if I teach you how to see through things. As he was talking, he placed both of his hands on Chang Xian's face. Chang Xian instinctively pulled away, but Qin Feng pulled her back into position. There is no point in me teaching you if you do not believe in me. Once again, Qin Feng placed both his hands on Chang Xian's flawless face. With his 10 fingers, he lightly patted Chang Xian's face. Her face was soft and supple. A pink blush washed over Chang Xian's face after a few pats, making her even more alluring and eccentric than before. Qin Feng moved his hands down her snow-white neck and stopped at her mellow jade shoulders. Her loose and flimsy gown allowed her red lingerie straps to make a bid for freedom, stirring Qin Feng as he felt the urge to strip her down. Chang Xian opened her eyes and immediately looked outward. Qin Feng massaged her face and improved the blood circulation around her eyes. Chang Xian's view was extremely clear now. She could see as far as 1,000 miles. Qin Feng, it's so amazing. I used to be slightly short-sighted, but now my eyesight is as good as a newborn babe. Chang Xian exclaimed excitedly. Qin Feng withdrew his hands after Chang Xian's eyes reached his desired level of clarity. Xian, this is the first step of mastering the see-through ability, clearing your eyesight. I'll clear your eyesight 2 more times and then I'll start training you how to see through things, Qin Feng said seriously. Chang Xian was happy and her attitude towards Qin Feng softened. Qin Feng's decree of 5-element acupuncture had broadened Chang Xian's horizon, and she now fully believed in Qin Feng. She nodded vigorously and said, "Thank you." "Oh yeah, Qin Feng, won't you feel bored staying in my house and remaining idle every day? Do you want me to find you a job?" "What kind of job?" Qin Feng casually asked as he peered at Chang Xian's neckline. "You are well versed in Chinese medicine. You can be a part-time doctor in the affiliated hospital, or be a lecturer at the provincial capital's medical college," suggested Chang Xian. She was a doctor and worked part-time as a lecturer in the provincial capital's medical college. Qin Feng's art of healing was miles above her skills, so she was certain that he would fit in just fine either as a lecturer or doctor. "Does your hospital have many nurses?" Qin Feng suddenly asked. Puzzled by his question, Chang Xian shook her head and answered, "Not that many." "Are they all beautiful? Or are they more beautiful than you?" Chang Xian finally grasped his real question. She rolled her eyes and said, "None of them are more beautiful than I am, as I'm the belle of the hospital." A bit of disappointment glistened in his eyes. Qin Feng said dejectedly, "Then I'm not going to the hospital." He soon became excited again and asked, "How about the provincial capital university's medical college? Are there many female students in the university? Are they prettier than you?" Chang Xian pushed down the urge to kick Qin Feng. She pulled her face and said, "Yes, there are many beautiful female students in the provincial capital university's medical college. There are 3 university belles and I've met all 3 of them before. Yes, they are far prettier than me. Ahem. Ahem. Well then, I'll go teach at the medical college." "TSK. Pervert." Chang Xian scoffed. "Please don't get me wrong, Chang Xian. I'm offering myself for the good of our country. I'm going to wholly pledge and contribute my time and lifetime knowledge to nurture the next generation. I should be praised for having such a brave and utterly fearless spirit. The best contribution you can give is if you stay in the house and do not tarnish the purity of our younger generations." Chang Xian was not swayed by Qin Feng's nonsense and heavily criticized him. As the duo was chattering, Chang Xian's cell phone rang. It was Dean Lu Feng. Lu Feng was held in high esteem by all the students, including the alumni in the provincial capital university's medical college. Chang Xian was delighted to accept his phone call. Chang Xian went upstairs to answer the call. She came downstairs again 10 minutes later. She returned to Qin Feng's side and rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. "Brat, I've settled everything for you. You're now the lecturer in the provincial capital university's medical college who will be responsible for teaching Chinese medicine." Taking his stroll in the provincial capital university's compound, Qin Feng felt that his life as a student was a thing of the past. This kind of tranquil, auspicious and peaceful university life was heaven to Qin Feng. He could no longer go back to the lifestyle he previously had. With his age, he should have been leading his life as a university student, flirting or rolling around in bed with girls. However, in reality, he had gotten caught up in the whirlpool of massive carnage, one blood-filled battle after another. This was his first day teaching at the university. He even borrowed some money from Chang Xian to buy himself a new suit. He was now striding over to the medical college. Qin Feng arrived at the lecture hall after 5 minutes. There were very few students present, and all of them clustered in groups of 3 to 5. Some of the students were playing with their cell phones while others cuddled with their counterparts, indulging themselves in some intimate activities. Seeing the idling university students, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curled into a grin. It's good to be young. Io! Qin Feng was deeply moved by the ambience of the classroom when a clumsy female student rammed into his arms. Her soft and delicate body was one of the most perfect forms Qin Feng had encountered. A sudden urge to reach out and run his hands over the student's towering breasts overwhelmed Qin Feng. He gave in to his desire and pinched the twin peaks. What are you doing?" the female student yelled angrily. Raising her pure and delicate face, the female student peered straight into Qin Feng's eyes. Her eyes were filled with astonishment once she saw who he was. Likewise, Qin Feng was dumbstruck. He knew this beautiful female student. "Is it you, bastard? Yan Yan?" Qin Feng and Hua Yan called one another simultaneously. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked vigorously when he heard the word bastard. The beautiful female student in a white shirt and dark vest with tight-fitting black leather pants was the hostess Qin Feng met at Fun City in Jincheng City. At the time, Qin Feng flirted with her and gave her tons of tips. After that, Little Pig figured out that it was Hua Yan who planted the goo love poison in Qin Feng. He never dreamed that he would reunite with her in the provincial capital university. "Yan Yan, this brother still remembers your name, and I gave you tons of tips. How can you call me bastard during our destined reunion? You hurt this brother so much." Covering his chest with his hands, Qin Feng adopted an inconsolable look, sickening Hua Yan. "Fuck off! You disgust me, freak!" Hua Yan pushed Qin Feng away. She had a very bad impression of him. Hua Yan still remembered that Qin Feng had touched and groped her breasts and behind during their first meeting at Fengyun Fun City. She was certain that this young man must be a pervert with an unsavory reputation. "Yan Yan, you see, even God feels sorry for us for missing each other last time and has given us another chance to confess our love to one another today. How can you leave just like that?" Qin Feng spoke with a glimmer of smile in his eyes. However, his body constantly released an icy cold aura, sending chills up Hua Yan's spine. He was not going to flirt with Hua Yan. This woman had a heart as malicious as a snake and scorpion. If Little Pig's notification to Qin Feng that he had been poisoned by the goo love poison hadn't come in the nick of time, then he might have been long dead. Why would Qin Feng possibly let this kind of woman slip away so easily? Qin Feng pulled Hua Yan's wrist and led her to a corner outside the door. "Release me now." What are you going to do? Don't you dare to do anything to me. We're at the university compound now. I swear I won't be easy on you if you lay even a single one of your filthy paws on my body. Touch you? Oh, silly little girl, you're wrong, so wrong. This young master has no interest in your body after all. I had a good taste of it last time. Now, should we start to talk about the fact that you planted a goo love poison in my body? Qin Feng's face completely darkened, sending a chill through the air, caressing Hua Yan's body and chilled her to the bone. She had almost forgotten about the goo love poison. Hua Yan was quite surprised to see that Qin Feng actually survived the curse of the goo love poison as no other man had survived, especially not those with gross sexual appetites like Qin Feng. This pervert hasn't touched a woman in the past 4 months. How is that even possible? Chapter 401 The Strongest Lecturer. Chapter 401 The Strongest Lecturer. You're not dead yet? How is that even possible? Hua Yan let the same question rain down on Qin Feng as she repeated it numerous times. She could not calm her stormy mind. She met Qin Feng at Fengyun Fun City and figured out he was an ignorant, incompetent, hedonistic young master. She hated the kind of people who abused their power to terrorize people. Hua Yan planted the goo love poison on Qin Feng in an attempt to punish him. Hua Yan almost forgot about him after she had not seen him for more than 4 months. She thought the goo poison had worked and Qin Feng had died as he rolled in bed with another woman. Lo and behold, he was still alive, jumping around, and suddenly appeared in the university compound. Are you surprised, Yan Yan? Qin Feng groped Hua Yan's well-endowed breasts with one hand. Then, he offered her a sly grin. Why am I not dead yet? Because among all the women living on this earth, I love no one except for you. How could I willingly die? Release me now or I'll yell for help. Hua Yan's breasts rose and fell as she panted in anger. As she became angrier, her breasts bounced even more vigorously and brushed Qin Feng's hand, greatly embarrassing Hua Yan to the point that she wanted to ram her head into the wall. Please, please release me. I'll help you to extract the goo love poison. Hua Yan had no other choice left. She attempted a gentle approach, seeing the hard way would not work for her anymore. Qin Feng's smile broadened. Do you still not understand the situation, Yan Yan? I extracted the goo love poison long ago. Do you think I can't lead an indulgent lifestyle anymore? You're wrong. Let me tell you something. This young master is now staying under the same roof as 2 drop-dead gorgeous beauties. Those 2 beauties are far prettier than you and have bodies that are sexier and hotter than yours. Every night they clean themselves up. One lays on my left-hand side and the other to my right side, and they serve me. Qin Feng made up a story to anger Hua Yan. TSK. Words alone are no proof. No one will believe your lies. Hua Yan squinted her eyes at Qin Feng and shot a scornful look at him. Tisk, why don't you believe me? I, Qin Feng, am a man of my word and I never tell lies. Qin Feng's guilty conscience pricked him after he finished speaking. Yes, he was indeed staying in Chang Xian's house, and it was true that there were 2 beauties in the house. However, Chang Xian always gave Qin Feng the cold shoulder. If she heard him mention his claim that she washed herself to serve him, she would have scorned him, especially if Qin Feng peeked in on her. As for the other beautiful housemate, Qin Feng still had yet to see her in person. Hey, brat! What are you doing? A voice filled with rage echoed behind Qin Feng as 4 young men appeared. Fuck! This fellow is cornering our goddess Hua Yan. Is he fucking looking for death? He looks unfamiliar. Could he be the new transfer student? I don't fucking care if he is an old student or a new transfer student. How dare he bully our goddess Hua Yan? Young Master Fang, please give the order. We'll crush him now. 3 of the students arrived first, followed closely by a young master donned in suit and leather shoes. He took his time walking with his head held high and chest puffed up with his hands in his pockets. He wore a devilish grin on his face, looking like a stereotypical rich young master. Young Master Fang. After Fang Ming arrived, his 3 underlings bowed and greeted him. Disgust flitted across Hua Yan's eyes the moment she saw Fang Ming. He had been pestering her a lot and his evil being nauseated her. However, Hua Yan hated Qin Feng more than Fang Ming. Get off me now. Someone is coming. Hua Yan glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng left his hand glued to Hua Yan's breasts. She wished she had a knife now so that she could chop off his hand. Fuck! Mind your hand, kid. Do you believe that I'll chop your hand off? Fuck! How dare you lay a finger on our young master's woman? Are you looking for death, brat? Fierce and malicious. The 3 underlings glared and hooted at Qin Feng. Raising his brows, Fang Ming scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe. What is your name, kid? You seem pretty calm. Fang Ming retained his composure. He did not give an order to his underlings yet. Qin Feng turned to Fang Ming, exhibiting an easy and calm demeanor. When he was the young tyrant in school, this Fang Ming was still a babe pitifully crying in his mother's arms for food. You can call me the man of Yan Yan. Qin Feng suddenly cracked up in laughter. Hua Yan's cheeks flushed bright pink. Meanwhile, Fang Ming's face held a hideous expression. Well, very well, brat. I offered you a toast, but you wished to decline. Get him now, break his arm and his leg! Fang Ming finally gave his order. After receiving Fang Ming's order, the 3 restless underlings pounced on Qin Feng like 3 hungry wolves. Humph! I wish you good luck! Hua Yan nitwitly clapped her hands at seeing 3 people charge at Qin Feng. Yan, how can you say that? I'm your man. If anything bad happens to me, you'll have to live as a widow. A mischievous twinkle glistened in Qin Feng's eyes as a devilish grin crossed his lips. Hua Yan felt a sudden sensation of pain spread across her breasts. She blew her top and prepared to pour forth curses. Just before she opened her mouth, Qin Feng, who was in front of her a second ago, suddenly turned into a soft breeze, disappearing before her. Bang! A muffled thud sounded out from the people. One of the 3 underlings covered his stomach with both of his hands and curled into a small ball. The pain was unbearable. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his eyes nearly popped out. This young master hates being disturbed by others when I'm enhancing relationship with my woman. Qin Feng's voice echoed. They could only hear Qin Feng's voice but could not capture his figure. He zigzagged amongst them like a nimble little fish, making it hard for them to pinpoint his exact location. Wow, you have a big head, kid! You must drink a lot of Sanlu milk powder! Slap! The sound of a slap resounded, and 5 finger marks appeared on the face of the minion who had the biggest head. He was thrown into the air, tumbled down, and smashed into the ground. With only a punch and a slap, Qin Feng had disposed of 2 of Fang Ming's minions. Qin Feng's great strength startled both the last minion and Fang Ming, sending their thoughts away into the Netherlands. Big brother, please don't hit me. It's my fault, I beg for your forgiveness. When Qin Feng suddenly appeared before him, the 3rd minion was overwhelmed by fear and his legs went limp. His knees gave out, and he fell to the ground. You beg for my forgiveness? TSK, you're too late. Qin Feng raised his leg and let it drop on the final minion's shoulder. The final minion was extremely skinny. He was sent rolling on the ground after Qin Feng lightly pushed him. Young Master Feng? I admit it's a cool name. Qin Feng had smoked the 3 underlings within the span of a breath. He vanished again and reappeared before Fang Ming. Qin Feng's smug face appeared before Fang Ming. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't you dare touch me. I've someone big backing me. If you hurt me, your life will be. One of the things Qin Feng hated the most was being threatened by others. He sent a kick into Fang Ming's stomach without waiting for him to finish his sentence. Like a kite that has broken free of its line, Fang Ming flew into the sky with a shroom and faded from their eyesight. Ding! Ding! The bell rang right after Qin Feng finished off the 4 men. Finally, Hua Yan regained her senses. She never imagined that a hedonistic young master like Qin Feng would be equipped with this kind of powerful close combat skill. Just you wait for it, Qin Feng, I'll get my revenge someday. She was groped and touched by Qin Feng again before he released her. She briefly glared at Qin Feng and slipped into the classroom. After she settled into her seat and raised her head, Hua Yan was once again so shocked that she almost shouted. Qin Feng smiled as he stood on the podium, glancing at the students below him with his dark, deep brown eyes. Then, unhindered, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "A very good morning to everyone. From now on I will be your Chinese medicine class's lecturer. I know all of you are very happy, in fact, exhilarated because you have a young, handsome, and promising young man as your lecturer. Don't hold yourself back, feel free to shout to your heart's content, and vent your excitement." The students remained quiet. This bewildered Qin Feng. The Chinese medicine class was dreary, and no more than 20 students were present in the spacious hall. The 20 or so students did not celebrate his arrival. Instead, all of them exploded into gales of laughter. Ha ha! Is he really a lecturer? He is such a narcissist. I see he is almost the same age as us. I think somebody is pranking us. We don't have to pay attention to him. Did you hit your head on a rock? Quickly, get off the podium and stop acting. It's such an old trick and I did it a long time ago. Their reaction threw Qin Feng off. His face turned cold, a storm brewing in his soul. Hua Yan laughed until she was helpless, causing her breasts to bounce non-stop with their own rhythm. You stand up! Qin Feng suddenly spoke. His voice was low, but it fell loud and clear in every student's ear. His voice was filled with a domineering aura, pressuring the students and successfully muting them. The male student Qin Feng pointed to was the arrogant young man that told Qin Feng to get off the podium. Feeling weak in the knee, he rose to his feet. Not even he could fathom why he was so afraid of Qin Feng all of a sudden. Professor, do you have anything to say? What is your name? Ma Chao. Slap. Ma Chao was slapped in the head. A second ago, Qin Feng had been standing at the podium. The next second, he was in the aisle beside the last row and slapped Ma Chao's head. His speed made that of a rocket. Everybody's jaw dropped to the floor. You show no respect to your superior, and your speech is filthy. Aren't you proud that I utilized everyone's time just to lecture you? Tears streamed down Ma Chao's face. They were not tears of sadness, but tears of pain. Why don't you answer me? Qin Feng slapped Ma Chao again. Ma Chao was a fast learner. He hastily covered his head tightly with his hands and looked at Qin Feng as if he had been wrong. What do you want me to say, Professor? I gave you a life lesson and am teaching you how to be a good man. Shouldn't you express your gratitude by saying thank you to me? TSK, you're so slow. How are you ever going to become a corrupted governor and kiss up to get ahead after you graduate from the university? Even if you did not pursue your career as governor and became a businessman, with that sluggish mind of yours, I bet you will have a hard time developing your social network. You won't be able to surpass your peers. Ma Chao really cried this time. He gnashed his teeth and said resolutely, Thank you, Professor. Thank you for taking part of everybody's time to teach me a life lesson. Also, thank you, my friends. Thank you for not complaining about me using your precious time, which will be put to good use nurturing and lecturing me. I'm so touched. All the students stared at the sight with their mouths hanging open. Qin Feng paid no mind to the students' reaction. Satisfied with the outcome, Qin Feng calmly returned to the podium while nodding. See, Mr. Ma Chao is able to raise 1 and infer 3 under my meticulous tutelage. He has a very sharp mind and good eyesight now. He will succeed as a suck-up in the government, or be a high executive in a state-owned company. Everyone must have great ambition like Mr. Ma Yan and try to emulate him. Okay, we're done. Mr. Ma Chao, you can take your seat. Ma Chao silently took his seat while tears streamed down his cheeks. None of the other students uttered a word, causing the lecture hall to fall into a pool of dead silence. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression turned cold. His voice was filled with a dominating kingly aura. Dear students, I'll now reintroduce myself. Starting now, I'll be your lecturer for your Chinese medicine class. Please listen carefully and engrave my name firmly onto your heart. My name is Qin Feng. I'm the strongest lecturer in the provincial capital university. Chapter 402 Besties Back in the House. Chapter 402 Besties Back in the House. Qin Feng had a tall stature. He stood firmly on the podium, a kingly aura radiating from him. This time, nobody dared to mock, curse, or ignore Qin Feng. Submissively, all the usually disruptive and lax students remained quiet under his Hua and sat with their backs straight, just like a bunch of attentive kindergartners, and concentrated on Qin Feng, who stood at the podium. Ding! New mission release from the hedonist sovereign system. Become the strongest lecturer publicly acknowledged by all of Provincial Capital University within the given time period. Time period, 3 months. The system will reward host Qin Feng 3,000 hedonist points and an emblem of righteousness if he succeeds. If the mission is failed, 6,000 hedonist points will be deducted. The system released a new mission immediately following Qin Feng's introduction. He was curious about the reward, emblem of righteousness. Ahem! Anyway, don't be so tense, I'm not a demon. Speaking of which, I'm an easygoing person, humorous by nature, and charming. You guys should be able to feel it, right? Qin Feng was unaccustomed to the tense situation. Retracting his aura, Qin Feng plastered a smile. Who is the class representative? Can you stand up, please? After a while, Hua Yan reluctantly rose to her feet and glared furiously at Qin Feng. She regretted the fact that she had fought hard for the position of Chinese medicine class representative. Yo! Our class representative is such a beauty. Look at those twin peaks. Qin Feng! Without waiting for Qin Feng to finish speaking, Hua Yan cast a menacing glare at him. Realizing he had taken things too far, Qin Feng hastily stopped. Fine, fine. This student has a very well-developed body stature, and you're cute. I'm very much satisfied with you being my Chinese medicine class representative. This was the first time Qin Feng had ever conducted a lecture. He did not know the procedure, and simply blurted out whatever was on his mind. Bright red instantly spread from Hua Yan's cheeks to her ears. The students were whispering back and forth, questioning Qin Feng's true identity. All of them held the same question. Can this kind of ruffian whose eyes are veiled by licentiousness possibly be a good teacher? Yan, where did we stop last time? Qin Feng finally returned to the original course. Hua Yan had returned to her senses too. She glared at Qin Feng while thinking inwardly. How can this kind of hedonistic young master be a lecturer? He must be trying to picking up female university students under the guise of a lecturer. We stopped at the treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold. The treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold, Qin Feng murmured inwardly. Suddenly, a chain of dense, thickly dotted runes appeared in his mind. It was the memories of the treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold. The treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold is overladen with convoluted runes. Basically, it teaches us about the basic knowledge of Chinese medicine's pathology. However, rote learning won't work anymore, and I don't encourage this kind of study method. If I was you, I would prefer spending time admiring beauties in the sports field. Qin Feng spoke what was on his mind. Apart from that, his age was almost the same as the university students. Due to his humorous utterances and his quirky mind, the students slowly began to let go of their fear of Qin Feng and laughed at his jokes. The usually spiritless and dreary Chinese medicine class was infused with new life. It was now extraordinarily lively. Although there were only 20 students or so, everyone in the lecture hall remained seated as they attentively listened to Qin Feng. Even Hua Yan had to admit that Qin Feng really had his own way of heating things up. Seeing the atmosphere had warmed up, Qin Feng then swayed back to the main subject. I don't prefer rote learning, but it doesn't mean that you all don't need to memorize the treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold. Learn and apply pragmatically is my motto and my way of teaching. I want all of you to memorize half of the treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold before class is dismissed. Rumbles. The students exploded. It was a 45 minutes class and 15 minutes had already passed. Qin Feng wanted all of the students to memorize half of the treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold in the next 30 minutes? That was harder than climbing into the sky. Ma Chao, stand up! Qin Feng disregarded the student's voice of protest and called Ma Chao. Ma Chao was the arrogant and despotic bully of class before meeting Qin Feng. He was now like a mouse that had spotted a cat, gently and cautiously rising to his feet. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, is there anything I can do for you? Good boy, you're worthy to be taught. Qin Feng enjoyed being called a handsome professor by Ma Chao. Clasping his hands behind his back, Qin Feng smiled and made his way over to Ma Chao. Then, he peered intently at Ma Chao's face with his star-like, glassy black eyes. Mr. Ma Chao, you have a darkened Afrion, your lips are pale and dry, your eyes cave in, and your skin exhibits an unwholesome color. Considering the facts, your kidney must be weak. Ha ha! Laughter echoed in the lecture hall as soon as Qin Feng finished talking. Embarrassed, Ma Chao tucked his head into his chest. It seemed that Qin Feng read his symptoms correctly. After the laughing ceased, Qin Feng patted Ma Chao's shoulder, signaling that he could take his seat. Qin Feng then moved to a female student and began to observe her. He kept looking until her face turned red and her breath fluttered. Then Qin Feng smiled. This student has too much acne on her face. She's suffering from qi and blood deficiency. Besides, judging from how she keeps pressing her hand on her belly, she should be on her period. Miss, go home and have plenty of brown sugar water. Also, buy some dates as snack when you're in class and don't ever drink anything cold. This could relieve your dysmenorrhea. The female student was so embarrassed that she buried her head in her hands. The other students were astonished. Qin Feng studied two students' faces and pinpointed the duo's physical conditions. This kind of teaching method was new to the students, and it was interesting. After a short silence, the lecture hall exploded. Professor Qin Feng, help me see my body's condition too. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, I've been having gastric pain lately. Can you help me to see what's wrong with me? Professor Feng, I've had a spring dream recently, and it bothered me a lot. What can Professor suggest to me? One after another, each of the 20 students or so raised their hands in the air. There was even one chibi who stood on top of a chair, raising her hand high above everyone else in hopes that Qin Feng would notice her. The situation was getting out of hand. However, Qin Feng retained his composure and nodded incessantly. Vying for knowledge ought to be the spirit of students. Ahem. Stay calm, everybody. I'll look after each of your conditions. Remember to jot down my words as I study you because I extracted all the symptoms from the treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold. If any of you wish to learn how to study a person's face to identify what illnesses he or she is facing, all you have to do is refer to and memorize the treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold. Qin Feng first invigorated the atmosphere. Then, he evoked the students' desire to learn. Finally, he merged the knowledge he wanted to teach with the study of their bodies. It was a very effective teaching method and the students loved it. Starting from the first row, Qin Feng studied the students' faces. The symptoms he pointed out was firmly imprinted on the students' brains. The crown of your nose reddened and you have bloody gums. You have internal heat. You have a very serious hair loss issue. Your tongue is purple in color, and it seems like you haven't been getting enough rest recently, which has produced deficiency in your spleen. You need to rest more. Student, pull your neckline lower. Professor, are you looking at my face or my boobs? Ahem. You have a mole on your breast. You must bring glory to your husband. You, clean your face before coming back to me. Qin Feng's brain was filled with ample of knowledge about Chinese medicine after he obtained the decree of 5-element acupuncture. It was child's play for him to study the students' faces, and he only required about 10 seconds to finish studying a person. Qin Feng had mentioned symptoms for 20 illnesses and the way to cure them after he finished studying the students. Every student engraved them firmly in their brain. Qin Feng's way of teaching was very effective, and it enormously increased the students' learning efficiency. The lesson soon ended. Not even Qin Feng realized how quickly time had passed. Normally the students would dash out of the lecture hall when the bell rang, but this time they remained seated in the hall. Nobody wanted to leave. You guys all performed exceptionally well today. Now for your assignment. Fully memorize the treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold. Next time it will be your turn to study faces and identify the illness. Qin Feng's assignment got massive approval from the students. The tedious and boring Chinese medicine class was even funnier than the art, music, and physical education class under Qin Feng's tutelage. All of the students were at loss seeing Qin Feng exiting from the lecture hall. Professor Qin Feng, when is the next class? Professor Qin Feng, will you be our lecturer for Chinese medicine class forever? You can't abandon us in the halfway through. Qin Feng stopped at the doorway, turned his head, and surveyed the students with a grin. First, I like it more when you all called me handsome Professor Qin Feng. Second, I'll not abandon you unless you ask for it. Finally, when will our next class be? Can't you guys check the schedule yourself? It took some time for the students to regain their senses after Qin Feng departed. Everybody cheered as if they were at a festival. Some of them pulled out their phone and excitedly told their roommates or bestie about the handsome, narcissistic, and humorous lecturer they met today. Meanwhile, still sitting in her seat, Hua Yan's breath somehow fluttered. An unfamiliar sensation chaotically roamed freely within her stormy soul. She hated Qin Feng to the extent that she wished to kill him. However, she loved Qin Feng's teaching method from the bottom of her heart. This entwinement of hate and love intrigued her, torturing her so much that she wished to die. It has been a few days since I've been to Big Sister Xian's villa. I have to go back and tend to my garden. As she left the lecture hall, Hua Yan thought she should go back to Chang Xian's villa tonight. Xian, I'm back. Qin Feng had jogged from the university to Chang Xian's villa to train his body. Qin Feng's flying dragon armor had been destroyed after the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, and Qin Feng wished to purchase new battle armor from the system. Xian, is dinner ready? Chang Xian reclined against the sofa and was draped in a purplish nightgown. There were a few slices of cucumber on her face, and she was weighing TV. Qin Feng, do you think this is really your house and I'm your servant? Make yourself dinner if you're hungry. Don't disturb me while I'm weighing TV. Chang Xian rolled her eyes. Qin Feng seemingly ignored Chang Xian's grumble, smiled, and sat beside Chang Xian. He ate fruit from her bowl without asking permission. Chang Xian suddenly said, I'm not cooking tonight. My bestie is coming back, so we'll have dinner outside and I'll introduce you to her. Chapter 403 Chang Xian's Bestie. Chapter 403 Chang Xian's Bestie. Qin Feng snuggled into the couch like a snake suddenly sitting upright. With a serious look, he peered into Chang Xian's eyes, startling her. Xian, your bestie is coming back? What a good news! Do you have her photograph? It's best if you can provide a no-makeup picture that hasn't been photoshopped. Should I change my clothes? Oh yeah, how old is your bestie? Does she have a boyfriend? Chang Xian's well-endowed breasts that were hidden beneath her purplish nightgown bounced up and down from her anger. A few slices of cucumbers fell from her face, and her dewy eyes blazed. Qin Feng, do you think you're the police who's investigating a person? I'm warning you, don't ever try to pick up my bestie. If you do, I'll throw you out of my house and never let you in again. Xian, don't get so carried away. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Qin Feng looked seriously at Chang Xian, confounding Chang Xian. Let me tell you something you don't know. Today I taught at the medical college. Those students loved me, especially the female students. All of them rushed up to me, wanting me to study their breasts. No, study their complexion and determine if they have any illnesses. Chang Xian choked down her anger. She did not believe Qin Feng at all, as he was a fast talker. She didn't even know how she managed to bring this weirdo back to her house. Oh yeah, I guess Xian, you should be familiar with our Chinese medicine class representative. Her name is Hua Yan. Oh my fucking goodness, she is gorgeous. I've never seen a girl that is as beautiful as she in my life before. She asked for my cell phone number and WeChat number as soon as she saw me. You know what, she even invited me out to a movie or dinner. But I declined her request. As you say, as an upright and promising young man like myself, how can I agree with this kind of rude request? Chang Xian had closed her ears and no longer listened to Qin Feng's bullshit. Nevertheless, when the name Hua Yan wafted into her ears, she suddenly jumped up from the couch. What did you say? Hua Yan threw herself into your arms. Screwing his head, Qin Feng was perplexed by Chang Xian's reaction. Why is she jumpy? Could it be that she's jealous? Sitting with his leg crossed, Qin Feng took a bite of an apple and said nonchalantly, Yes, you're right. She is Hua Yan. She has a tall stature and her boobs are even more developed than yours. Big Sister Xian, I'm back. A beauty suddenly entered the villa. Dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and tight-fitting black leather pants as a final touch, it revealed the wearer's hot and sexy body. She had a wickedly smart look and shone with the brilliance of youth. Pfft! Qin Feng spewed the apple out of his mouth the moment he saw Hua Yan. In the meantime, Hua Yan wobbled and almost fell to the floor. Big sister Xian, why is this bastard in our house? What made you come over, Yan? Qin Feng and Hua Yan spoke at the same time, confusing Chang Xian. She looked back and forth between Qin Feng and Chang Xian. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "You guys know each other?" "Very close." "The hell I know this scumbag." Qin Feng and Hua Yan again spoke simultaneously. Xian, please don't tell me that your bestie is Hua Yan." Qin Feng finally got back on track. "She is. She has been living with me for almost 2 years." After getting confirmation from Chang Xian, Qin Feng suddenly felt awkward. Hua Yan's expression changed drastically. She exclaimed, "Big sister Xian, could it be that this the man you brought from outside, is Qin Feng?" "Yeah, he is the one I talked to you about." Chang Xian was thrown to confusion by the duo. She felt weird. It seemed to her that something bad must have happened between Qin Feng and Hua Yan. Qin Feng's face darkened when he remembered how he bragged to Hua Yan in the university this afternoon about how he stayed with 2 beauties under the same roof and how they cleaned themselves up to serve him. Then, his face changed from black to white after he remembered he told Chang Xian about how Hua Yan had fawned over him, taking his cell phone and inviting him for a date. He felt he should flee the soon-to-be war-zone parlor and hastily went into hiding in his room. He hid in his room for about 20 minutes before the screaming and cursing from the parlor slowly ceased. "Qin Feng, get out here now!" Hua Yan was in a huff. Hee. Xian, I'm not feeling well tonight, I'm having a stomachache. Why don't you go to dinner with Yan instead? No need to worry about me, I'll be fine alone. The opposite side of the door fell silent for a moment. Then, Hua Yan's voice bombarded the door, and fell into his ears loud and clear. "Who'll worry about you, you freak? Come out now and receive your punishment. You really piss us off." Another round of revile ensued. After half an hour, the 2 ladies finally gave in to their fatigue and stopped. Qin Feng then ventured out of his room and he saw both of the ladies were sitting on the couch cawing their breath. Xian, who is this beauty? When did she come? You should have informed me that we have a guest in our house so I can receive her well." Qin Feng walked to Hua Yan's side, offered a cheerful grin, and said in all seriousness, "Hello, beauty. I'm Qin Feng. Nice to meet you." Hua Yan and Chang Xian were helpless as they looked at Qin Feng's pure, innocent smile and felt his severe emotion. They finally realized this man was a douchebag and they felt that not even thunder could inflict damage on this man. Worn out from yelling and cursing for almost an hour, both of the ladies paid no mind to Qin Feng. After they had had enough rest, Chang Xian went upstairs and returned after changing into a white fur coat and a pair of light purple pantyhose. "Let's go get dinner, Yan. Qin Feng, you'll drive." Chang Xian hurled the car keys at Qin Feng. An intoxicating perfume tickled his nose. Qin Feng took a sniff and instantly knew that was the latest Chanel perfume. A red Chevrolet tore down the street. People thought it was a streak of red lightning under the bath of the hazy, waning moon. Qin Feng drove so fast that it startled the 2 ladies in the back seat. Qin Feng was not familiar with the area, so Chang Xian had to guide him. Finally, the car stopped in front of a Chongqing hot pot restaurant. "Mister, where would you like to be seated?" It was early winter and there were many people in the restaurant. 3 people. Chang Xian replied before Qin Feng. She handed a member card to the hostess. "Please give us a private room." "Sure, please follow me." The trio followed the hostess into a private room. Big brother Zhang, those 2 chicks were fine as hell. 6 rogues were hiding in a corner. All of them glued their eyes on Chang Xian's and Hua Yan's thighs and breasts as they walked past them. They are not only fine as hell, they are the very definition of perfect. I've seen it clearly. Not only do they have perfect shapes, they aren't wearing any makeup. Their profiles are on just as beautiful as some celebrities, or can be considered even better than those celebrities. Why would these two heavenly beauties come for dinner with an unfledged brat? Could it be that the two ladies are going to have a threesome with him? TSK, he's so fortunate. The six of them chatted together and reached the height of their conversation. There was a man who sat at the corner of the table. He had a scar under his eyes. Seeing his restless minions, a devilish grin flashed across his lips. All of you are going to pick up the two chicks? We're just waiting for your order, Big Brother Chang. It's so rare to meet fine girls like them. Seems like both of them are virgins. The minions were even more pumped up after Big Brother Chang voiced his interest in the two women as well. They did not have the guts to SNA the girls away in public with so many people present. They were more confident with Big Brother Chang backing them. Hee hee. Stay calm, brothers. The two chicks just arrived in the restaurant, and they won't be leaving any time soon. Let's drink some beer to steady your nerves. Zhang Fengzi shot a meaningful laugh at his minions. Ha. To our Big Brother Zhang. He will help us experience the best night of our lives tonight. The two chicks are only accompanied by a little brat. What should we be afraid of since we have the advantage in numbers? Their blood boiled as they discussed the matter further. Zhang Fengzi and his 6 minions could not suppress their burning desire anymore and wished to barge into the private room and dominate both Chang Xian and Hua Yan. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, Chang Xian, and Hua Yan placed their orders. Hua Yan and Chang Xian sat side by side. They enjoyed a series from an iPad while exchanging anecdotes about their recent lives. Both of them completely ignored Qin Feng, who was sitting in front of them. Yan, it's fortunate that Xian has you as her bestie. Qin Feng refused to talk about the conflict between him and Hua Yan, and made his own show all the way from the villa until they arrived in the private room. His acting was so consuming that even Hua Yan questioned herself. Could it be I really don't know Qin Feng? But I think it's less fortunate for big sister Xian to bring you back to the villa. Hua Yan shot a contemptuous glare at Qin Feng. Yan, you must stay with me for a couple of days before going back to the university, Chang Xian said as she coquettishly wrapped her arm around Hua Yan's arm. She missed her a lot since they had not seen each other for a long time. Hua Yan was reluctant to stay under the same roof as Qin Feng. However, when she thought of the garden that she treasured, she couldn't help but agree to Chang Xian's suggestion while maliciously glaring at Qin Feng. Ha! Our home will be full of laughter afterward. I believe that with beautiful Hua Yan joining us, our life in the future will be full of fun. Hua Yan rolled her eyes after experiencing Qin Feng's acting. Not even an Oscar holder could hold a ma to him. She ignored him and continued her conversation with Chang Xian. Oh yeah, big sister Xian, have you been looking after my garden lately? The flowers and plants were Hua Yan's treasure. It was completely natural for Chang Xian to take care of them. Rest assured, Yan. I've done what have you told me to. I watered the flowers and plants with the snow mountain water you gave to me. They are living a life better than me. Hee. Then I should treat big sister Xian to this meal as an expression of my gratitude for big sister Xian in helping me take care of my flowers and plants. Hua Yan finally laughed. Her laugh was brightful and as elegant as a heavenly maiden. Qin Feng was not in the mood to admire Hua Yan's beautiful smile. His heart thumped. He had been visiting the garden recently as the flowers and plants in the garden were filled with dense spiritual essence. Every night before he went to bed, he uprooted one as his supper. He felt his inner chi had become purer and denser after he had consumed the flowers for 3 consecutive nights. He remained stagnant in Stage 3 inner chi ever since he was severely injured after the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. The flowers and plants in the garden had given him hope to break through to Stage 4. Ahem! Seems like you have led a good life, Yan. I never knew you had a knack for gardening. But nobody can take care of your garden during the day. I'm afraid some naughty kids in the neighborhood might destroy some of your plants, Qin Feng said carefully. Hua Yan rolled her eyes. What are you saying? Who will touch my garden? If I find out who did it, I'll kill them. A sudden chill erupted from Hua Yan's body, startling Chang Xian. Qin Feng, I warned you not to touch the flowers and plants in the garden. Those are Hua Yan's treasure, and she takes care of them like her own children. I still remember I accidentally stomped on a flower once, and Yan Yan ignored me for half a month. If you lay even a finger on those flowers and plants, I swear Yan Yan will kill you. The soup and dishes had arrived as they were talking. Earlier, Qin Feng was very hungry, but he lost his appetite now. He plastered a hard smile and chattered on to Hua Yan. How is there any possibility that I will destroy Hua Yan hard work? I love gardening as well. But what I've said is true. I saw a few naughty kids playing around the garden. They even uprooted a few of the flowers and plants. At that time, I didn't know that those flowers and plants were so important to Yan Yan, or else I would have captured those kids and asked them to pay for what they have done. Chapter 404 Look for me if your hands are I. Chapter 404 Look for me if your hands are I. Hua Yan and Chang Xian wolfed down the food after all of their orders arrived. However, Qin Feng's words had caught their attention, especially Hua Yan. She stared maliciously at Qin Feng. What did you say? What I said is true. I saw a few naughty kids playing around the garden and they uprooted a few flowers from the garden. You can't blame me for not stopping them, right, Yan Yan? Qin Feng asked with a twang of guilt. Qin Feng, please don't make fun of us. Those flowers and plants are truly Yan Yan's treasure. I'll cast you out from my house tonight if you dare to lie to us. Even Chang Xian was serious. Although the hot pot was boiling and released hot steam into the air, Qin Feng felt as if it was freezing, sending chills deep into his body and freezing him from the inside out. It's true. I'm the one who should be blamed. I don't know the garden is so important to Yan Yan. Yan Yan, just beat me or scold me. I'm willing to do whatever you want just to make it up to you, Qin Feng said sternly. Hua Yan was stunned. She stared blankly into the air like an empty puppet. Meanwhile, Chang Xian heaved a long sigh and rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Anyway, you can't be blamed. To be honest, I hold most of the responsibility in this incident. I should have told you to mind the garden the moment you entered my villa. Yan Yan, are you okay? Chang Xian blamed herself for not taking good care of Hua Yan's garden. Out guilt, she wrapped her arms around Hua Yan and pulled her into her embrace. Plop! Plop! Suddenly, a few crystal-clear tears glided down from Hua Yan's dewy eyes, ran down her cheeks, and fell to the floor. This lady is crying. I'm so sorry, Yan Yan. I regret not taking good care of your treasured flowers and plants. Don't hold your tears, let them fall. Big sister Xian is here with you. Chang Xian comforted Hua Yan. Qin Feng did not have the nerve to look at Hua Yan. It surprised him that Hua Yan was crying over her flowers. In Qin Feng's opinion, Hua Yan was always a tough, strong woman. She never shed a tear even though he had molested her. Ding! New mission from the hedonist sovereign system. Assist Hua Yan in becoming a grade 6 pharmaceutical master. Time period, 6 months. Qin Feng raised his brows. Upon completion, the system will reward host Qin Feng 30,000 hedonist points and an Ifrit pill. If the mission is failed, 60,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Little Pig, what is a pharmaceutical master? Qin Feng communicated with Little Pig via telekinesis. For your information, Master, there are many people with unique abilities residing in the clandestine realm beyond the world of the mortal. A person who can cultivate inner chi like Master is known as a martial artist. Meanwhile, a pharmaceutical master is best known for their ability in growing spiritual plants and refining the spiritual plants into various mystical pills and medicines, explained Little Pig. Shocked, Qin Feng finally realized how shallow he was. Seems like there are still a lot of things I don't know. Then, he added, besides martial artists and pharmaceutical masters, what other kinds of special occupation does this world have? Aside from martial artists and pharmaceutical masters, there are mutants. The William Master previously met at Coiled Snake Mountain is an enhanced strength mutant. An enhanced strength mutant is gifted with extraordinary strength by nature, and their attack is almost impossible to counter. Martial artists, pharmaceutical masters, mutants. It was clear to Qin Feng that aside from the three occupations, there must be more people with special abilities hidden in every corner of the earth. Originally, he thought that he, as a martial artist who cultivated both external strength and inner qi himself, could be considered a superior being. However, from what he was seeing now, he still had a long way to go. Bang! The door to the private room was suddenly burst open. The sound pulled Qin Feng back from his thoughts to reality. 6 men wiggled their way into the private room. Their bodies reeked of booze. As soon as they entered the room, they instantly focused their gazes on Chang Xian and Hua Yan and walked toward them with wicked grins. "Io! Why is this beauty crying? Look at this pitiful scene. You break this brother's heart. Tell this brother, Beauty. Who made you cry? I'll take care of him for you." These 6 men were the very same ones who had hid in the corner of the parlor when Qin Feng, Chang Xian, and Hua Yan first entered the restaurant. Their leader was the man with scar under his eyes. His name was Zhang Fengzi, and he had a menacing look. "Who are you people? Who gave you permission to enter our private room? Get lost." Furrowing her brows, Chang Xian glared icily at the small group. These 6 people were drunk. Riding on their drunk courage, they were not intimidated by Chang Xian's cold aura. Instead, they stared lustfully at Chang Xian and Hua Yan, measuring their bosomy breasts and long legs. "Relax, beauties. We're all good people. We just want to help the crying beauty in your arms relinquish her anguish. Our affair is none of your business. Get out." Chang Xian held Hua Yan tightly in her arms out of fear that they would harm her. "Of course it matters to me. Yo, your light purple pantyhose looks good on you. I love this color. Can Beauty tell me where you bought them? Quick, let me touch them. I want to feel the quality of this pantyhose." A fat-headed man extended his hands over Chang Xian's legs. Chang Xian was a hot-tempered lady. She felt insulted. Without a second thought, she grabbed an iron ladle and smacked that fatty's head. A bang sounded as the fatty's head cracked open. Blood began to stream down his face. "Ah!" Chang Xian was still startled enough to scream, even though as a doctor she was accustomed to blood. Meanwhile, Hua Yan was rather calm and unaffected by the gory sight. "Bye. How dare you hit me? I swear I'm going to torture you to death today. You see, brothers. It's these 2 women who initiated the attack. Shouldn't we teach them a lesson? Get them now. Knock them out and carry them away." Zhang Fengzi gave his order, invigorating his minions. The 5 minions immediately surrounded and cornered the 2 ladies as they smiled evilly. It seemed that they were going to have a good taste of Chang Xian and Hua Yan tonight. "Hey! I say, did you guys not see this handsome young master here? Do you know that you hurt me a lot by ignoring me for so long?" Qin Feng's slothful voice echoed in the private room at a very crucial moment. Stunned, Zhang Fengzi and his minions turned around and looked curiously at Qin Feng. Zhang Fengzi and his 6 minions regarded Qin Feng as harmless and had ignored him from the moment they barged into the room. They all thought Qin Feng was a poor, spineless brat, and their sheer aura should be enough to scare him away and frighten him enough for him to pee in his pants. "Yo, aren't you dumb? I thought you were a dummy." Zhang Fengzi was close to Qin Feng and ridiculed Qin Feng as he walked over to him. "What is it now? Do you have any opinion to share about us hitting on these 2 ladies?" Zhang Fengzi's face sank. He suddenly pulled out a dagger and swung it in front of Qin Feng. "Do you know what this is? This is a Swiss Army knife. It can cut through steel like water. It can easily gut you." Zhang Fengzi's threatening had no effect on Qin Feng. A faint smile crossed his lips as he let a fleeting gaze pass over him. He waved his hand and a long sword glittering in orange radiance suddenly shot out, scaring Zhang Fengzi so much that he fell on the floor. "Yeah, you are right. I do have an opinion about all of you. Do you all know who they are?" One of them is this young master's landlord while the other is this young master's class representative. You guys have the nerve to touch them. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a group of obnoxious, ignorant fools! Qin Feng held the true steel sword in his hand and stood as straight as a pine tree. Zhang Fengzi and his 5 minions were shocked. None of them could fathom how or where this man had withdrawn such a large long sword from. They all concluded that Qin Feng had hidden his weapon around his groin area. But Qin Feng's sword was too large and too long. They all thought inwardly, isn't he afraid of cutting his own brother while walking? What are you trying to do? Please put away your sword. You will be trouble if you accidentally cut somebody. Zhang Fengzi had crawled up from the floor and regrouped with his 5 minions. All of them were terrified facing Qin Feng's large long sword. The long sword was peculiar. It radiated with a faint glow of light, giving off the vibe of a treasured sword that appeared in the show Journey to the West. We are all bound by the law and you're right. I will be in trouble if I hurt somebody. However, none of you are human in my eyes. You're just a bunch of beasts. Qin Feng grinned like a Cheshire cat just before his face turned cold. He waved his hand and the true steel sword drew a perfect arc in the air. The sword she was fast as lightning. It sliced through Zhang Fengzi's hand, chopping off 2 of his fingers along the way. Be big brother. Why your fingers are gone? The sword she was so fast that Zhang Fengzi's fingers had fallen to the floor without their owner realizing it. Astonishment creeped up Zhang Fengzi's face. He turned his head to look down at his 2 bloody fingers on the floor. He stared in disbelief, unable to retract himself from his dream and back to the mortal realm of reality. Arg! A racking pain spread across Zhang Fengzi, sending him to the floor writhing in agony. The nerves of fingers were connected to the heart. Who could understand Zhang Fengzi's pain if they hadn't had their fingers chopped off before? Hiss! Everybody in the private room gasped. The remaining 5 minions were so frightened that they were speechless. They never expected Qin Feng to be this cruel. He chopped off a person's hand without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Chang Xian was taken aback by Qin Feng too. She felt Qin Feng at this moment had transformed into another being. It seemed to her that she had never understood Qin Feng before and fear started to overwhelm her. Wiping off the tears on her cheek, Hua Yan calmly observed the scene before her. A twinkle flickered in her eyes when Qin Feng revealed his sword. Shroom! Qin Feng waved his hand and raised an intense gale. Everybody only saw an orange beam flash before their eyes and vanish like a bolt of lightning. After a few seconds, the fatty who attempted to touch Chang Xian's thigh screamed. 3 fingers fell to his feet. They were still trembling. Everyone blanched in fear. None of them could fathom why this fresh and scholar-like young man would be as cruel as a demon and fierce as a monster when he went crazy. Is there anyone else who wishes to touch my landlord's thigh? I'm giving you all a chance now. Go ahead and try it. There was complete stillness in the private room. Qin Feng's sonorous voice dropped heavily on everyone's heart like muffled thunder. How could any of these people still have the nerve to touch Chang Xian's thigh? Now all of them only wanted to find a hole to hide in. Big brother! Please forgive us. We'll leave now. We'll get the fuck out of here now. Please forgive us, big brother. We promise we won't do it anymore. The remaining 4 minions fell to their knees and crawled out of the room one by one. Zhang Fengzi and the fatty swallowed their excruciating pain, picked up their fingers from the floor, and retreated from the room as well. They were afraid they might not be able to reattach their fingers. Hey! Don't forget to ring up the bill for us. Remember to look for me if your hands feel I again. I'll cure it for you for free. Qin Feng's voice echoed after Zhang Fengzi and his minions exited the room. Chapter 405 Am I in the wrong lecture hall? Chapter 405 Am I in the wrong lecture hall? Zhang Fengzi and his 5 minions had left more than 10 minutes ago. However, no one left remaining in the private room took the initiative to spark a conversation. Trembling in fear, Chang Xian still could not extract herself from the gruesome scene that had happened moments ago. Meanwhile, wolfing down the hot pot in front of him, Qin Feng ravenously devoured the dishes and paid no heed to the blood on the floor. He had seen worse, so this was nothing for him. By all means, he was still a pure and benevolent man. Qin Feng would repay double should he receive kindness from good people. At the same time, his heart froze. He never went easy on the wicked, even to the extent that he was willing to repay evil for evil. Xian, why is your body shaking? Is it cold in here? I can't feel it. Aren't you too hungry? Why don't you eat? Qin Feng returned to his frivolous demeanor, grinning from ear to ear while pondering the actions of the two ladies. Still, Chang Xian could not calm herself. The more she thought, the more she could not comprehend Qin Feng. What kind of activity has this man engaged in the past? Meanwhile, Hua Yan remained silent and stayed in her seat. Nobody knew the story that was playing in her mind. The smell of blood filtered into every particle in the air, and due to the reeking smell of blood, both ladies lost their appetite. Qin Feng happily finished the whole thing. Once Qin Feng finished the meal, only then did they realize that Zhang Fengzi and his 5 minions had paid the bill for them. What's more, they even left 200 yuan for him, which Qin Feng gladly accepted. This will be their lesson fees. Hee. Qin Feng drove rather slowly on their way back, as he was afraid that the two ladies would puke if he drove too fast after seeing such a bloody scene tonight. Neither of them chatted along the way. The atmosphere was dull. Yan, please come with me. Chang Xian pulled Hua Yan upstairs after they arrived at the villa. Qin Feng parked the car and hastily went to the garden once the two ladies were out his sight. His nose tweed as the dense spiritual essence released by the flowers and plants in the garden intoxicated him. He knew that these flowers and plants meant a lot to Hua Yan, and he was reluctant to pluck any of them. However, when he thought of how close he was to breaking through to stage 4 energy and that he could form the blood she pilled to save Lin Bei from unconscious state after he went back to Acropolis City, Qin Feng was in a sticky condition. This will be the last one. I won't have a chance if Yan comes and checks on her garden, as she must count the flowers that she has lost. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a grin and looked at the first floor of the villa. After he was certain that the two ladies were not looking at him, he hastily uprooted 2 peculiar flowers. After Qin Feng had the flowers in hand, he vanished into thin air and moved like a phantom in the dark back to his own room. The 3rd floor of the villa, Chang Xian's room. With a worried face, Chang Xian pulled Hua Yan to a seat beside her bed. Yan, I'm sorry for what has happened tonight. I didn't know that Qin Feng had such a cruel side. Even I'm shocked by him. Should we banish him from our house? Chang Xian only kept Qin Feng around for his ability to see through things. Chang Xian realized that Qin Feng had deep knowledge about Chinese medicine, so she did not cast him out, and kept him by her side so that she could learn more from him. However, what had happened tonight disturbed Chang Xian, and she felt that she had to put an end to this before anything bad happened. After all, Hua Yan was one of the residents in this villa as well. Even if Chang Xian was willing to allow Qin Feng to stay with them, she was certain that Hua Yan would not allow him to. Big sister Xian, why would we have to cast him out? Hua Yan's eyes displayed puzzlement, and shot a question of her own to Chang Xian, stunning Chang Xian. Yan, are you not afraid of Qin Feng? He is so ruthless. How can we two ladies defend ourselves against him if he attacks us? Replied Chang Xian. She was flabbergasted by Hua Yan's question. Big sister Xian, how long has Qin Feng been staying here? I think, almost a week. And has he done anything irremissible to you? Chang Xian searched her memory and realized that Hua Yan was right. Even though that brat always exhibited frivolous and lascivious looks, he always walked on a fine line and never did anything unbearable to her. Hua Yan added, Yes. Qin Feng is very scary when he's angry, but he knows how far to go and when to stop. Did you forget why he was so angry tonight? He attacked those guys to protect us. Speaking of which, it is kind of dangerous for only 2 women to stay in this spacious house. However, if Qin Feng is staying with us and say something bad happened, save for his long sword, he can protect us with his powerful close combat skill too. Considering that Qin Feng harbors dirty thoughts about us, I guess Big Sister Xin thinks too much. If he really had a dirty thought, he would have made his move a long time ago. So, this is the least of my concerns. Chang Xin was stunned by Hua Yan. She suggested casting Qin Feng out because of Hua Yan, as Hua Yan seemed to hate Qin Feng a lot. It was surprising that she actually didn't mind it. She even recommended keeping Qin Feng. Yan, are you sure? Chang Xin looked seriously at Hua Yan. Big Sister Xin, let him stay. Hua Yan nodded. Fine then. Let's erase what happened tonight from our minds. Both ladies had reached a consensus. Suddenly, Hua Yan screamed. Then, she charged downstairs barefooted. Yan, what's wrong? Big Sister Xin, I want to check my garden. She reached her garden soon after. Tears began to stream down Hua Yan's cheeks after she saw her ravaged garden. Using the light from her cell phone to light her path, Hua Yan walked on the cold soil barefooted. The flowers and plants were blooming and lively before she left the villa. It was only half a month and her hard-grown garden had reduced to such a terrible condition. She'd lost 7 varieties of spiritual plants. Amongst the spiritual plants, she'd lost the 100-flavor grass, which was the most important among the spiritual plants. The 100-flavor grass was a special medical herb with mystical effects. It could absorb the essence from heaven and earth, and that was the reason the garden had such a dense spiritual essence. After the 100-flavor grass had matured, one could use it to concoct the condensed Qi pill, which could massively increase the speed of cultivation. Yan, are you alright? How many flowers and plants have you lost? Chang Xin followed Hua Yan to the garden. Her heart was pricked with pain when she saw Hua Yan cry copiously, like a helpless little girl. Big Sister Xin, I lost 7 flowers and plants. I'm so sad. Hua Yan threw herself into Chang Xion's arms and dissolved into tears. Qin Feng felt the dense spiritual essence surging in his pubic region after he devoured the 2 spiritual plants that he stole from Hua Yan's garden. As he was combining the spiritual essence with his own inner qi, Hua Yan's cries wafted into his ears. Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng let out a mouthful of foul qi, crossed the villa, and arrived in the garden within a few seconds. Xin. What happens to Yan? Qin Feng saw Hua Yan had curled herself into a ball at the side of garden. She only had on a flimsy nightgown. She looked very pitiful. Let's go in the house. You might see a cold out here. Qin Feng dismissed Hua Yan's struggle and carried her in his arms into the house. The intoxicating scent teased Qin Feng's nostrils and her nightgown's neckline was torn open from her struggling, revealing her snow-white skin texture. Damn, she smells good and her body is so finely carved. Qin Feng almost succumbed to his burning desire. Release me now, Qin Feng. Hua Yan's struggle grew stronger. Yan, please stop moving. Your feet are full of mud. Hey! Stop moving, you almost stomped on my face. Qin Feng placed Hua Yan on the couch. Hua Yan struggled with all her might and anger while sending a few kicks into the air. Qin Feng was quick with his hands. He grabbed Hua Yan's feet and secured her in his arms. Then, he used tissue paper to wipe off the mud on her feet. Hua Yan's feet were white as a glacier, and her skin texture was as soft as a newborn baby. She had painted her toes with black nail polish, seemingly inviting people to touch them. Hua Yan flinched when Qin Feng grabbed her feet. A weird sensation spread like an electric current all the way from her feet and struck her heart hard, making her melt. Okay, we're done. Hurry up and wash your feet in your room. Have a good night's sleep after you finish washing your feet. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Those flowers were plucked by Qin Feng, so he had to treat Hua Yan better to lessen his guilt. On the other hand, Hua Yan examined Qin Feng as if he was an alien. She felt Qin Feng was somehow strange tonight. Qin Feng, why are you being so good to me? Could it be, it's you who destroyed my garden? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He offered her a nervous laugh. No, no, no. How could that be possible? I love gardening, so why would I destroy your garden? Not entirely believing Qin Feng, Hua Yan kept her eyes glued to Qin Feng. She attempted to search for a loophole in his words, but to no avail. She shook her head and went upstairs. Seeing Hua Yan had calmed herself down, Chang Xin finally felt relieved. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief after the two ladies left. He then went back to his room and continued the process of converting the spiritual essence into his own inner qi. Provincial Capital University's Medical College, Lecture Hall. When Qin Feng stepped into the lecture hall, he stopped. If he did not see Hua Yan in the mass of people, Qin Feng might have thought he had walked into the wrong class. There were not more than 20 students yesterday. However, that was not the case today. The 100+ seats were filled. Even the aisles were filled with 50 students. Well, what do we have here? Could it be my class has been cancelled? Or was my class replaced by another beautiful lecturer who will teach you guys humans anatomy? Smiling, Qin Feng surveyed the students from the podium. Cheerful laughter echoed in the lecture hall. Each and every one of the students was tickled pink by Qin Feng's humor. All of them heard that the Chinese medicine class had a new handsome, humorous, and narcissistic lecturer. All of them wanted to meet him in person, so they came to see whether the news was true or just a hoax. And now, all of them believed the rumor. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, we missed you very much. I couldn't sleep all night yesterday knowing that your class was my first class today. A cheerful and excited voice drifted down from the last row. It was Ma Chao. Ha ha! Excellent! Very well! See, under my meticulous tutelage, Mr. Ma Chao has turned a new leaf. He's now an expert kiss-up. I'm certain that he'll achieve mediocre success in the future. Everyone, you guys must make Mr. Ma Chao your model and learn from him. Qin Feng had once again caused the students to explode into a gale of laughter. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, I intentionally washed my face 3 times today. You must study my face later. Why did you have to wash your face 3 times? Professor will be happier if you wash your ass 3 times. Being so close in age to the students, the reach of Qin Feng's joke was quite large. The otherworldly handsome and tall Professor Qin Feng, you only studied my boobs yesterday. This time you must carefully study my face. It's not true, my dear student. To be honest, the art of studying breasts is much harder than studying your face. Perhaps the knowledge required to study boobs is much deeper and abstract than studying a person's face. Very soon, the students mixed freely with Professor Qin Feng. Everybody cracked joke after joke to lighten the situation, which in turn gave rise to a lively and bustling discussion in the lecture hall. After a good while, Qin Feng gestured with his hands and the students instantly fell silent. Every student has unlimited potential. Today, I won't be studying any faces nor any breasts. I want all of you to study faces and identify the illness. Did everyone finish the assignment I gave you at the end of the previous class? Yes, we did. We can read it out for Professor Qin Feng now. With Hua Yan as their leader, the 20 or so students who attended Qin Feng's previous class simultaneously recited loud and clear the tongue-twisting and obscure treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold, without stopping. Their voices filled the room and their faces were brimmed with vigor. Qin Feng was very satisfied with their changes. Chapter 406 Nobody will be exempted from punishment for being late, not even lady. Chapter 406 Nobody will be exempted from punishment for being late, not even lady. The 20 or so students finished the tongue-twisting and obscure treatise on febrile diseases caused by cold, without breaking a sweat, striking awe into the remaining 100 students. More than half of the students were not part of the medical college. They skipped their class just to attend Qin Feng's class and see with their own eyes the professor whose name was the topic of interest for every resident in the provincial capital university. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes nor heard it themselves, they never would have believed that there was really somebody in this university that could memorize the difficult, Ancient Prose Chinese Medicine Textbook. Clap! 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 Qin Feng clapped his hands while standing at the podium. Awesome! You people are amazing! The handsome Professor Qin Feng is so proud of you all! Why don't you all give yourselves a hand? Aren't you proud of your achievement? The lecture hall remained silent. Those students who accepted the Chinese method of teaching since they were little had a twisted notion in their subconscious. They thought they went to school for the sake of their parents, studied and memorized everything on the syllabus because their teacher asked them to. Like this time, the 20 or so students who memorized the full text of the Treatise on Febrile Diseases Caused by Cold was only because they wanted to finish the task assigned by Qin Feng and nothing more. None of them believed that the knowledge they memorized would be theirs. They would not feel proud of themselves for memorizing a textbook. However, Qin Feng's words were a conundrum. They all began to understand the meaning behind memorizing the text. After 15 seconds, sparse and scattered applause resounded through the hall. After a minute, the lecture hall was filled with thunderous applause. The 20 or so students who memorized the Treatise on Febrile Diseases Caused by Cold were high in spirits. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, I'm proud of myself for being able to memorize the Treatise on Febrile Diseases Caused by Cold. I stayed up all night memorizing the whole text. I've worked hard, I should be proud of myself. The most charming professor in the universe, Professor Qin Feng, I'm also proud of myself. From now on, I'll study not for other people, but for myself, and I'll prove myself worthy. Confident manifestos poured forth without stopping. The sight of it felt more like a concert than a Chinese medicine class. As if they had obtained new life, every one of the 20 or so students' eyes brimmed with confidence, while the remaining 100 or so students who missed the previous class regretted missing it. They all gnashed their teeth and made a promise to themselves. I must familiarize myself with the Treatise on Febrile Diseases Caused by Cold tonight. Everybody calm down. This is just your first step. You have to apply the knowledge you get from the Treatise on Febrile Diseases Caused by Cold into your daily activities. Otherwise, if you are only equipped with the theory but have no clue how to apply your knowledge, what will happen if you diagnose the wrong illness and cause the patient to die the next day? Don't you think it would be shameful? Qin Feng's humor successfully caused everybody to howl with laughter. After the laughing abated, Qin Feng scanned the crowd and rested his gaze upon Hua Yan. My beautiful class representative, can you do me the favor of being the first to tell someone's body condition by reading his or her face? Hua Yan rose to her feet with her poker on. She casually chose a girl and carefully read her face. After a short while, Hua Yan's cold and dulcet voice sounded. Yaya has more whites in her eyes and they are clouded. You have a sallow face and your lips are darkened. This is the symptom of kidney asthenia. In addition, you lead a disorganized lifestyle, and if you do not adjust your lifestyle, your health could be at risk. For a prolonged period of time, you might find yourself in great trouble. Many serious illnesses such as high blood pressure, heart attack, stroke, and many more will find their way to you. This was Hua Yan. She would not curry favor with others nor hide something from them. After reading Yaya's condition, she just reported it for what it was without fear of making mistake. Proclaimed as a beauty in the medical college, Yaya did not earn much prestige for herself. It was reported that she had had a fling with most of the rich young masters in the university, so it was totally reasonable for her to have a weakened kidney. Hua Yan revealed the fact, causing everybody to bust out laughing. Not bad! Seems like Miss Hua Yan has devoted time and energy to mastering this technique. Okay, let's proceed with the next student. Starting from the right-hand side of Hua Yan. Stand up, pick one of your friends, study his or her face, and tell us his or her condition. Hua Yan took her seat. A girl beside her stood up. Similar to Hua Yan, she casually picked a student and studied his face. Every student did it in a similar fashion. If a student said it was wrong, Qin Feng would speak up and correct him or her. The atmosphere was lively. Qin Feng had satisfied each student's desire. All of the students present in the lecture hall were eager to learn. One erudite discussion after another arose. However, in the very corner of last row of the lecture hall, 4 male students were hiding with reed expressions on their faces and shooting contemptuous glares at Qin Feng. In the center of the group sat a man draped in a white Tang costume. He had an impressive appearance, and one could tell from a simple glance that he was a descendant of an aristocratic family. This man was Fang Ming, who was punished by Qin Feng yesterday. Surrounding him were his 3 minions who had borne the same fate as him. What the fuck? We are in the 21st century now, and with all the high-end technology, why does this guy have to read people's face and identify their illnesses? Does he think he's a fortune teller? In my very honest opinion, we should call the police and arrest this fool, the fat-headed minion grumbled. Carrying on with the subject, the skinny minion added, Hey, you don't say! Even the lecturer is an idiot, as are his students. You see, they are all fooled by that lecturer into believing this kind of corny approach might bring forth miracle. Dumbass! A bunch of dumbass! Why are they so stupid? Cursing and dissing the entire class, all 4 of them criticized the class and indulged in their own empty world. Meanwhile, the rest of the class was busy interacting with Qin Feng and completely ignored the 4 men. Young Master Fang, let's give him a hard time. We can't let that fool always steal the stage, voiced the fat-headed minion, drawing the attention of the remaining 2 minions towards Fang Ming. Suddenly, a devilish grin appeared on Fang Ming's gloomy face. He murmured, Doesn't this dumbass lecturer love this geeky stuff and love to fool others? Then, let him read our faces and see how he will hold up. Young Master Fang, this dumbass lecturer seems to have a knack in the art of healing. He read Ma Chao's face yesterday, and he was right about Ma Chao's physical condition, the 3 minions said worriedly. Are you all stupid? Can't you use your pea-sized brains to think? You can just pretend to be sick. Fake an illness that not even you know. I want to see how he's going to identify the illness by reading your face. Fang Ming rolled his eyes and sent a kick at the fat-headed minion. Ha ha! Good! What a brilliant scheme, young Master Fang. Then I volunteer myself. I'm good at playing sick, as I've always faked being sick during high school. Fang Ming and his 3 minions were finalizing their scheme to defame Qin Feng. Nobody heard their despicable plan, as all of them were busy engaging Qin Feng. Report! A voice that was as pretty as a water fountain suddenly echoed. Qin Feng gestured to silence the students and looked at the door. A slim, tall, and pretty young lady stood at the doorway under the sun. The young lady had well-defined features, giving people an impression that she was of a mixed race. She had an odd sense of beauty. She did not own a voluptuous body shape, but everything fit in their places just fine. She peered curiously at Qin Feng with her star-like, glassy, bright eyes. Her long, slender eyelashes fluttered as she slightly tilted her head, making her all the more enchanting and ravishing. Are you my student? Qin Feng calmly looked at the lady. Are you my class lecturer? The young lady did not respond to Qin Feng's question, but shot another question at him instead. I'm Qin Feng, the new lecturer assigned by the medical college to teach this Chinese medicine class. From the same college. 3rd-year student Xiao Shi. Rumbles. Xiao Shi finished her introduction. The whole class suddenly exploded. Since Xiao Shi had been standing in the doorway, the few front rows had blocked the view of students in the middle row and the last rows, so they couldn't see what was happening in front. However, when they heard the name, Xiao Shi, all of them became so excited, it was as if they were on steroids. Xiao Shi. She was the first goddess of the medical college. Miss Xiao Shi, you're late. Do you have anything to say? Qin Feng paid no mind to Xiao Shi's label. As a lecturer himself, he had to do justice to his own occupation. No, I've nothing to say. Xiao Shi tilted her head down. Her appearance would have made any human have compassion on her. Very well then, stay in the doorway until the class is dismissed. If you're late to my class one more time, don't attend my class anymore. And you. All of you are bound to the same rule as well. Qin Feng's voice was cold, exuding his powerful aura. All the students fell silent and stared in terror at Qin Feng. Never mind that Qin Feng did not show any mercy, pity, and tenderness for a fairer sex. All of the students had the same thought on their mind. Professor Qin Feng doesn't know the head of provincial capital universities for young masters, Gao Tian Yao, better known as Young Master Gao, is pursuing Qiao Shi. You punished Qiao Shi and let her stand at the doorway without giving her any attention. Aren't you afraid of offending Gao Tian Yao? Why are you all looking at me like I'm a monster? Do I look that scary to you? This was only Qin Feng's second day. How could he possibly know about all these things? These students had a fun time with Qin Feng just now and treated him as their family. Now they were frightened to talk to Qin Feng. They were afraid Qin Feng might implicate them when Gao Tian Yao looked for him. Oh, so much pain. My stomach hurts so much. A weird sound broke the silence of the lecture hall. In the very last low of the lecture hall, a fat man suddenly fell to the floor. He twisted and rolled on the floor in agony, startling the students around him so much that they screamed. What happened? Qin Feng hastily went forward. Professor Qin Feng, we're not sure as well. Fatty keeps saying that his stomach hurts, and we have no idea what happened to him. Aren't you a superb Chinese physician with great skill? Please examine what's wrong with him. Otherwise, you'll have to bear all the responsibilities if Fatty unfortunately died in this lecture hall. Fang Ming smiled smugly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had recognized these four. He smelled a rat from their suspicious grin. Yo! How come this Fatty suddenly had a muscle spasm? Could it be he was kicked by donkey when he was small? This is a nerve-related illness. We can't cure it through Chinese medicine, Qin Feng said as he walked to Fatty's side. Qin Feng made Fatty nervous. As he tried to jump up from the floor, Fang Ming hastily pressed him back down. Then, with a hideous glare at Qin Feng, he roared, Professor Qin Feng, you impersonate a divine physician during class. You said you can identify a person's illness by reading his or her face, and you even said you are well versed in acupuncture. How can you run away when you encounter a problem? Could it be you actually don't know anything and you're not even a qualified Chinese physician? Are you merely fooling us? Damn! How can we allow this kind of person to be our Chinese medicine lecturer? He teaches us all kinds of bullshit knowledge that has no use at all. I suggest we all sign a petition and force the university to fire this liar. Fang Ming and his 3 minions had planned well. Fatty would be the one who pretended to be sick. Meanwhile, Fang Ming would lead the remaining 2 minions in creating a disturbance and incite the students to oppose Qin Feng. On the surface, their plan was going well. Chapter 407 I won't give you the chance to say no when I'm going to beat the hell out of you. Chapter 407 I won't give you the chance to say no when I'm going to beat the hell out of you. Do you really wish to have me cure this student? Qin Feng smiled like the Cheshire Cat while looking at Fang Ming. His smile was crooked, stunning Fang Ming. However, he cast aside his fear and braced himself. Since Professor Qin Feng is so great at healing, of course you have to examine Fatty, otherwise he might be in danger. Well then, I'll run a diagnosis on him. The students were thrilled that Qin Feng agreed to examine Fatty. Previously Qin Feng had merely read faces and identified the illness without actually curing it. Although it was an eye-opener for the students, they all wished to see him actually cure the illness. Now their wish came true. Qin Feng was going to examine and cure Fatty. Thump! A muffled sound echoed. Qin Feng single-handedly picked up 100 kilograms Fatty from the floor like a chick and flung him on the table. He did not go easy on Fatty. He threw him just like he would throw a cabbage. Fatty's back smashed into the iron table and it was painful. However, he could not scream as it might blow his cover. Yo! Seems like this student is seriously ill. I can't cure him with a fling. Qin Feng smirked. The students were astonished. Could Professor Qin Feng cure his patient by throwing him around? Professor Qin Feng, are you really a doctor? Don't simply throw Fatty around the class, otherwise, if his illness has worsened, You can't abandon your responsibilities. Fang Ming grumbled. He was worried. Healing and curing diseases is my specialty. I'll show you what I'm made of today. Qin Feng smiled at the students before putting his hands on Fatty's body. He felt his pulse, looked in his eyes, and examined his tongue. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression turned serious. This isn't good. Fatty is critically ill. He is in danger now and an immediate operation is needed. Oh, please. Can you stop fooling around? Performing an operation here? You don't even have a scalpel. Please stop bluffing. Fang Ming squinted at Qin Feng. He knew that Qin Feng did it to force Fatty wake up on his own. How could Fang Ming allow Qin Feng to go this far? He deliberately yelled loudly to comfort Fatty and encourage him to proceed with his acting. I indeed don't have a scalpel here. But I've something that's better than a scalpel. After Qin Feng finished speaking, an 1-meter-long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. What the fuck? Where did you get the sword from? What are you trying to do? Shock hit Fang Ming like a tidal wave. Where can he hide such a long sword? Fatty had kept his eyes closed the whole time, so he had no clue what was happening around him. He could not use his eyes, but he could use his ears, and they were sharp. He caught the minor changes in Fang Ming's voice, which sent a pang of worry down his heart. Previously, he forced his body to tremble, but he no longer needed to do now as his plump body trembled in fear. What to do? Of course it's for operation purposes. I've come across this kind of illness before. He has lost a nerve in his brain. I'm going to open his brain with the sword, split the nerve in half, and reconnect it to the one he lost. After the lost nerve is fixed, he will be cured. Qin Feng said this in all seriousness, as if he was really going to do it. Chills ran down everyone's spine, freezing them from deep within the bone. Fang Ming almost peed in his pants. How can a person remain alive if you crack open his head? Fatty suddenly screamed. He forced himself up from the table, opened his eyes, and surveyed the surroundings in a daze. When his gaze caught the long sword in Qin Feng's hand, he was so frightened that he almost aborted his given mission. Young Master Fang, Professor Qin Feng, what are you doing here? What happened to me? Why can't I remember anything? Fang Ming and his 2 other minions heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing that Fatty had woken up. They finally had a good taste of Qin Feng's ability. Only now then did they realize they had come across the very ancestor of shameless acting. You woke up at last. Seems like this professor's art of healing is too great. I haven't done anything and yet you've woken up. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to me for saving your life? Qin Feng plastered a fake smile on his face and pointed his sword at Fatty. Fatty was reluctant, but he had no other options. He then faked sincere gratitude, looked at Qin Feng and bowed. Thank you, Professor Qin Feng, for saving my life. Satisfied, Qin Feng withdrew his sword and returned to the podium. Likewise, all of the students returned to their original places. When Qin Feng arrived at the podium, all of the students were already back in their seats, neat and tidy. All of them clasped their hands behind their back and swallowed while staring at Qin Feng. Both Hua Yan's and Xiao Shishi's eyes twinkled after Qin Feng revealed his true steel sword. Both of their hearts raced. The atmosphere in the lecture hall after the incident was quite stiff. It was even more distinct around Fang Ming's group. They were afraid of Qin Feng's long sword, especially Fatty. His body would not stop quivering in fear once he remembered Qin Feng almost cut his head open with that long sword. The lecture continued with Xiao Shishi still standing in the doorway. She folded her arms across her chest and slightly tilted her head downward. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she breathed and her silky black hair cascaded across her face like waterfall. She remained silent the entire time and stood in the doorway without complaining. She was calm and gentle, as if she almost merged with the air. Remember this. Don't be late next time. Qin Feng warned her as he walked past her. A sweet scent pervaded the air and it teased his nostrils, causing him subconsciously to take a few breaths. Xiao Shushu remained in her position anyway. She quietly snuck into her own seat after Qin Feng left. What the fuck? Is he out of his mind? Did he come to lecture or play with his sword? What on earth is he thinking keeping such a long sword by his side? I could not fathom where or how he kept the sword. Fatty criticized Qin Feng after he left. The remaining 2 minions joined in on the tirade as well. Young Master Feng, we can't let him slip away so easily. We will lose face if we do. Fatty was brewing anger within his soul. Fang Ming's face was cold. He ordered, "That Brad is good at fighting and we won't be able to hold our ground long enough for us to confront him. Call for reinforcements from outside. I want him to stay sleeping in the hospital for the next few months." After hearing Fang Ming called for reinforcements from the underworld, Fatty and the 2 minions were so happy that they laughed heartily. The reinforcements Fang Ming was calling were nothing like the tyrant from the university. They fought with swords and real ammunition. All 4 of them were certain that Qin Feng must at least end up with his skin torn off by them, or in worst-case scenario, he might end up dead. The news Xiao Shushu was punished roamed across all of Provincial Capital University like a ravaging storm. Qin Feng had made a name for himself across the Provincial Capital University with the help of Xiao Shushu's fame, successfully crowning him as the most famous lecturer in the university. Qin Feng had no idea about these things. He had been hiding himself in the office after class was dismissed, converting and refining his inner qi. He did not have the time to pry into such nonsense news. After the school session had ended, Qin Feng waited for Chang Xian and Hua Yan at the entrance. "Hey, brat." Qin Feng ignored it. "Fucking little twag, I'm talking to you. Come over here now. I want to have a man-to-man talk with you." At a shop across the road stood around 7 to 8 hoodlums. They were all waving their hands at Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. He offered a smile, and as he was about to cross the road, another group of people charged at him from behind and surrounded him. "Young Master Gao, we're right. It's this fellow." A yellow-haired young lad cross-checked Qin Feng with the photo in his hand, confirming Qin Feng was the lecturer who went viral on the university forum. A tall, stockily built young man walked forward. He smiled faintly and stopped in front of Qin Feng. "You are Qin Feng? The one who punished Xiao Shushu this morning?" "Yes, I am." "Seems like you are one of the bullshit 4 young masters of Provincial Capital University, Gao Tianyao." Qin Feng exchanged glances with Gao Tianyao. He held his ground against Gao Tianyao's dominating and powerful essence, not wavering in the slightest. Gao Tianyao's lips curved slowly. He could sense the dominating aura from Qin Feng's body. He laughed. "Interesting. But let me fix it for you. I'm not one of the 4 young masters. I'm the very head of the 4 young masters of Provincial Capital University, Gao Tianyao. Hey, I asked you to come over. Why are you still zoning out over there?" As Gao Tianyao introduced himself in a grand manner, the group of hoodlums across the road yelled again. They were separated by a large road. They did not know what kind of conversation Gao Tianyao and Qin Feng were having. They all surmised that Gao Tianyao's group was Qin Feng's friend. "I'm very sorry. I've a date with my brothers tonight. But it seems to me that you're in a rush to say something to me. Then, allow me go over there and ask them to leave without me first." He ignored Gao Tianyao and walked directly up to the group of people. "Are you dumb, brat? How many times have I called you? I guess you wish to be punished." The few hoodlums cursed Qin Feng as soon as he arrived. "Brothers, it seems like you have been looking for me for something." Qin Feng looked at the group with a faint smile. The rumors had said, "An outstanding man will be always chased by others, regardless of whether they are a man or a woman." Qin Feng sighed inwardly. "Seems like I'm that kind of outstanding man." "Brat, you offended young Master Feng. If you still want to stay in this university, then you better listen to the words of young Master Feng, otherwise, I'll wait for you here, every day and every night and beat you." Qin Feng smiled. He finally knew who they were. So they were summoned by that Fang Ming. Qin Feng looked at the group before him and then turned to Gao Tianyao's group standing across the road. A treacherous idea sparked in his mind as he drew a devilish arc across his lips. He did not plan to do it himself. This was the main entrance of the university, and there were too many people. He was afraid that his handsome and stylish close combat skill might attract too many female elf fans, and if they took a video of him and uploaded it on a social media platform, his enemies might find out that he was still alive. At that time, he would be in great trouble. Just you? Want to neutralize me? You think too highly of yourselves. Qin Feng sneered. Then, he added, can you see that bunch of people over there? They are my sworn brothers. I've talked it through with them and they will rush over here to destroy you all once I give my order. The hoodlums before Qin Feng had long noticed Gao Tianyao's group. They were kind of taken aback when they were told by Qin Feng that Gao Tianyao was his brothers. Since they were almost equal in number, they were not sure whether could they outsmart Gao Tianyao's group. Gao Tianyao, I've finished my affair here. Don't stand there staring blankly like a fool. Get over here faster! Qin Feng suddenly yelled, causing the two groups of people to become even more tense. Both had around 7 to 8 men. They were staring at each other across the road. Fuck! How dare you rubbish hoot against young Master Gao? Let's get them! Gao Tianyao's group was made up of hotheads and young university students. They were charging at the group of hoodlums. Since their opponent had charging at them, the group of hoodlums could not back down. They all screamed and roared to brace themselves and threw themselves at their opponent. The spacious road was blocked by two groups of people. The students that were walking and talking on the road were startled by the sight and ran away in all directions. The fight happened too suddenly and too maliciously. All of the fighters wished to lay waste to their opponents. As the originator of this fight, Qin Feng sat on a chair outside of a shop, enjoying his ice cream while admiring the fight with keen interest and pleasure. Qin Feng, a skirmish is occurring over there and you still have time to sit here and watch them fight? Are you out of your mind? Are you following us? Yan Yan and I are leaving now. Chang and Hua Yan crossed the road together. She was frightened and hastily ran away with Hua Yan when she saw a fierce fight ensue on the road. On her way, she saw Qin Feng leisurely weighing the fight. She could not fathom why this man did not run for his life and instead had sat down to watch the fight. Yes. I'm leaving. Let's go. Qin Feng rose to his feet and followed the two ladies. He could not resist and turned his head. When his gaze fell on Gao Tianyang, his eyes held a mischievous twinkle. There are really many hidden gems in the vast population of the provincial capital. He is so young and he has achieved stage 4 inner chi. He most certainly did not sully his name as the head of 4 young masters of provincial capital university. Fuck! Why are you guys still fighting? That brat has slipped away! The battle finally stopped after Qin Feng left. Gao Tianyao remained unscathed, but all the others were badly battered. Big brother, the brat is not here anymore. Young Master Gao, Qin Feng has run away. Only now did the two groups of people realize they had been fooled by Qin Feng. This feeling was too awful and worse than eating dung. Chapter 408 Get into the habit of stealing spiritual plants. Chapter 408 Get into the habit of stealing spiritual plants. After they returned to the villa, Chang went into the kitchen to cook dinner, while Qin Feng and Hua Yan sat on the couch and watched TV. How many times do I have to tell you to move over a bit, Qin Feng? Are you dumb? Hua Yan yelled and stomped hard on his feet. She was watching TV on the couch, but Qin Feng kept pestering her. He, from time to time, nudged his butt over her and caressed her thigh at the same time, infuriating her so much that she wished to kill him. Yan, don't be so standoffish since we have known each other for so long, Qin Feng said nonchalantly, offering a sly grin to Hua Yan. Angered, Hua Yan pinched Qin Feng's waist hard. Why the fuck would I be polite to you? What does this have to do with being polite? Hua Yan suddenly donned a serious expression. Eyeing Qin Feng from his head to the tips of his toes as if she was measuring a villain, she said, As I remember, you aren't from the provincial capital, right? What on earth made you come here? What possessed you to keep bothering Big Sister Xian? What is your intention? What's my intention? I'm afraid it isn't me who harbors an intention, it's your dear big sister Yan Yan. You didn't know, but Yan Yan used to invite me to her room for long talks at night before you returned. Her body was veiled only in a thin nightgown. I could even see her body through it in the light. Qin Feng. Hua Yan's eyes were ablaze. Do you think I won't tell big sister Yan Yan everything you have said? Ahem. Don't. I'm afraid Xian will get shy. Qin Feng replied humorlessly. Hua Yan rolled her eyes. She was utterly defeated by Qin Feng's cheekiness. After she calmed down, she once again looked seriously at Qin Feng. You behaved generously and lavishly when you were at the Feng Yun Fun City in Jincheng City. You even tipped me $500,000. Why are you now acting like a poor boy? Speak now. What is your intention? The reason Hua Yan kept Qin Feng in her house was that she had grown interested in him. She was not an ordinary person, so she could sense the aura around Qin Feng's body. She knew he was a martial artist. A youngster who had not only been born with a silver spoon but was also equipped with powerful martial arts had set his eyes on her big sister Chang Xian. It was natural for Hua Yan to get things straight before she could allow him to keep interacting with her big sister Chang Xian. At that time, you were a hostess at Feng Yun Fun City. How about you name a price? Qin Feng's gaze swept across Hua Yan's boobs as he smiled wickedly. I'll attend to you in bed tonight. Hua Yan suddenly erupted with a cold aura. Qin Feng! Do you have a death wish? Likewise, Qin Feng's expression sank as a storm was brewing in his soul. He yawned. You pretended to be a hostess, and I impersonated a rich young master. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women are merely players. They have their entrances and exits, and one man in his time plays many parts. As such, a piece of advice from me to you. Don't ever try to figure out who I am or harbor any interest in me. Trust me, lady, mind your own business, or else, I won't mind settling our old scores right here and now. Hua Yan was stunned. Qin Feng's aura had turned so intense and powerful that it dwarfed her own. Only then did she realize that she had never understood Qin Feng. He gave you the false feeling of being close to you and that you might be able to fix the relationship between him and you. However, in the next second, he might shed all pretenses of cordiality and become your most fatal enemy. Humph! Who would seek you? I won't even talk to you as long as you don't harm big sister Xian. Hua Yan was angry. She felt Qin Feng was still the same as when she first met him, clueless at how to treasure a fairer sex. Don't you worry. I won't hurt you too. Qin Feng withdrew his aura. I heard you two quarreling while I was cooking. I don't understand how come you two always end up fighting every time you meet with each other. Come, dinner is ready. Let's eat. Chang Xian carried dinner to the dining room. Hua Yan rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and went to help Chang Xian to prepare for dinner. Qin Feng weighed TV while the two women prepared the dinner. Suddenly, Hua Yan rolled her dewy eyes as a mischievous idea flashed across her mind. She snuck a peek at Qin Feng and realized that the TV had Qin Feng's all attention. Hastily, she pulled a bag of medicine powder from her pocket and poured it into Qin Feng's glass. What are you doing, Yan Yan? Asked Chang Xian as she carried a bowl of soup over. Hua Yan immediately pulled her hands away. Hee. Nothing. Big sister Xian, quickly, take your seat. Hua Yan made a face at Chang Xian. Then, she stood with arms akimbo, frowned, and yelled at Qin Feng, who was still sitting on the couch. The person who weighed TV without offering any help in preparing dinner, do you not wish to eat? I'm so sorry. I thought I should give you two a hand. God knows you two are so hard-working. You've finished preparing the dinner without me realizing it. I'm so ashamed of myself. Qin Feng plastered a grin on his face, walked into the dining room and took his assigned seat. Hua Yan and Chang Xian stared at Qin Feng. Neither of them saw any sign of shame present on Qin Feng's face. Xian, I'll go to your room tonight. Have some more fish, it'll help to enhance your vision. Qin Feng threw a fish head into Chang Xian's bowl. Chang Xian understood the meaning of Qin Feng's words and was excited. Does that mean that Qin Feng is going to teach me how to see through things tonight? Okay. I'll wait for you in my room after we eat. You can drop by whenever. Chang Xian extended a charming smile to Qin Feng while fantasizing about how great she would be when she mastered the ability to see through things and was able to save more people. Chang Xian kept Hua Yan in the dark about Qin Feng could see through things, as this ability was too peculiar, and she was certain Hua Yan would not believe her. Unable to comprehend the current situation, Hua Yan stared at Qin Feng and Chang Xian in awe. She even forgot to chew the meat in her mouth. Yan, stop zoning out and eat your dinner. You can't always diet. You must eat more meat. Chang Xian knocked on Hua Yan's head with her chopsticks, successfully pulling her back from her thoughts and into reality. Big sister Xian, my ears did not fail me, right? You asked Qin Feng to come to your room tonight? What are you guys going to do? Hua Yan looked at Chang Xian as disbelief coursed through every last nerve in her body. She suddenly remembered the thing Qin Feng told her. Could it be true? Before I return, did big sister Chang Xian really invite him to her room every single night to have all-night chats? A man and a woman, what kind of conversation could they have? Stop asking and finish your dinner. Chang Xian knew Hua Yan had misunderstood, but she was reluctant to explain it to her, so she ended the discussion by force. Chang Xian's action had thrown her off. Why did big sister Chang Xian fall for a man like him? Hua Yan would not want that kind of man even if he was given to her by free. The atmosphere of the dinner was down. Hua Yan was in a bad mood, so she kept digging rice from her bowl without eating any side dishes. After realizing Qin Feng had almost finished his meal, Hua Yan then slowly picked up her own glass. Ahem. I've returned to the villa, and you two have not toasted to celebrate my return. Why don't we replace alcohol with the soft drinks and cheer? Stunned, both Chang Xian and Qin Feng looked at Hua Yan in awe. Their gazes were so intense that it embarrassed Hua Yan. Come! Let's toast for Yan's return. Chang Xian took the initiative, and raised her glass to relieve Hua Yan of her awkwardness. Qin Feng was thirsty, so he lifted his glass. When his lips almost touched the glass, he screamed. Holy shit! Where did that large mouse come from? It is as large as a cat. This is madness. Where? Where? Where is the mouse? I'm scared. I'm so scared. Chang Xian and Hua Yan immediately jumped onto their chairs when Qin Feng said he saw a large mouse. The two of them surveyed the surroundings nervously with their pretty eyes as bright pink flushed their delicate faces like two little kids. I'm so sorry. I was mistaken. I mistook Yan's breasts for a large mouse. It was a false alarm. Qin Feng offered a sly grin to the two women and showed no sign of regret for fooling them. Hua Yan exploded as she stared menacingly at Qin Feng. You beast! Where were your eyes looking? Pervert! Stop leering at Yan, otherwise I'll kick you out of the house. Chang Xian stared angrily at Qin Feng as well. It was a false alarm. The two women had to drink the juice from their glasses to calm themselves. Seeing Hua Yan finish her glass of drink, a faint sly grin crossed Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng, why don't you drink your juice? Didn't we agree to bottoms up? Hua Yan peered nervously at Qin Feng. Sure, I'll finish my drink. Without a second thought, Qin Feng picked up his glass and bottomed up his drink. Are you satisfied now? Humph! Hua Yan sneered. Then, she cheerfully bounded up the stairs. What she gave to Qin Feng was a potent laxative. When she thought Qin Feng would get the runs and spend his night in the toilet, Hua Yan was as happy as lark in her heart. Qin Feng remained in the parlor while Hua Yan and Chang Xian went upstairs. His heart raced, and Qin Feng felt the urge to get a few more flowers from Hua Yan's garden. His body had completely absorbed the 2 spiritual flowers he stole the night before, and he felt the inner chi in his dantian getting denser and expanding. This was the sign of breaking through. Qin Feng believed that if he could get his hands on some more spiritual essence, he would be able to break through to stage 4 inner chi. At that time, he would not need to hide anymore and could exact his revenge. He looked over at the staircase again. After confirming that the 2 women were not coming down at any time soon, Qin Feng tiptoed quietly until he arrived in the garden outside the villa. The moon was hazy, and the garden was gloomy, so Qin Feng could not clearly see the flowers and plants. Judging by the amount of spiritual essence, Qin Feng uprooted 2 flowers with the densest spiritual essence. Then he ran back to his own room like a gale of wind. The 2 flowers were of same species. They had the same appearance, and they looked like clovers. However, each of the leaves was as large as half of an adult's palm. The leaves became translucent under the light, and Qin Feng noticed the spiritual essence flowing through their stems. It was the essence of heaven and earth. I wish I could break through to stage 4 inner chi after consuming these 2 spiritual flowers. Otherwise, I might be in huge trouble. I shudder to think of the consequences if Yan ever finds out that it was me all along who stole her flowers. Qin Feng opened his mouth and devoured the 2 spiritual flowers. Hua Yan would have been angered to death if she saw him. The 2 spiritual plants were 100-flavor grass. They contained an unimaginable amount of spiritual essence collected from heaven and earth, and could massively increase the speed of cultivation of a cultivator if it was refined into the condensed chi pill. The way Qin Feng consumed it would, however, greatly reduce the efficacy. Hiss! Qin Feng gasped after the 2 spiritual plants went into his stomach. He felt a sudden surge of dense spiritual essence roaming his body. Immediately he sat with his leg crossed to convert and refine the spiritual essence into his own inner chi in his dantian. Time floated by like a breeze and nobody knew how long had it been. Suddenly, Chang Xian's cries for help echoed in the upstairs. Woken up by her scream, Qin Feng hastily went upstairs to check on them. Qin Feng! Qin Feng! Hurry up! Xian, what happened? Qin Feng arrived on the 3rd floor in a large stride. Chang Xian was in Hua Yan's room. The door was wide opened, so Qin Feng just walked into the room. Hua Yan lay on her bed cluing her stomach with her hand and rolling around on her bed in agony. Her face was pale, and her expression was vile as beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Chapter 409 Develop the Chinese Medicine. Chapter 409 Develop the Chinese Medicine. Qin Feng, something's wrong with Yan. Quick! Carry her downstairs. I'll get her to the hospital right away. Chang Xian was bathed in sweat due to her nervousness. What kind of illness does she have? Qin Feng sat beside the bed and placed 2 of his fingers on Hua Yan's wrist. Hua Yan struggled, but to her dismay, the pain had sapped all of her energy. She could not do anything but allow Qin Feng to touch her wrist. After he felt her pulse, Qin Feng smiled. There is nothing wrong with Hua Yan. She's just having diarrhea. Chang Xian and I have eaten the same meal, why did only Hua Yan get diarrhea? Qin Feng suddenly understood. So, the powder she poured into my glass was a laxative. Don't worry. Qin Feng smiled smugly. She's fine. It's just somebody has done too many of virtuous things. Even God could not stand it, and gave her a light punishment. If Hua Yan had the energy, she would have fought Qin Feng. She finally realized that Qin Feng must have swayed his glass of juice with her own. Qin Feng, can you please stop fooling around at this urgent moment? Chang Xian angrily stared Qin Feng. She pushed Qin Feng away and went forward to take Hua Yan to the hospital herself. Qin Feng stopped her attempt and calmed her. Don't act so edgy, Xian. This is nothing. I can cure her myself. We don't have to rush her to the hospital. Previously, Qin Feng saved the life of Dean Liu, who had a heart attack with his miraculous needle manipulation technique at the affiliated hospital. As such, Chang Xin was quite confident in Qin Feng's art of healing. Since Qin Feng stated that he could cure Hua Yan, Chang Xin felt she did not have to worry anymore. Please stand outside first, Xin. Hua Yan will be cured shortly. Chang Xin felt worried and looked at Qin Feng. I warn you not to do anything bad to Xin. Do I look like a villain to you? Qin Feng seethed in anger. Chang Xin measured Qin Feng from his head to his toe for a couple of times. Anxiety still lingered in her heart as she spoke to Hua Yan. Yan, I'll be waiting outside the room. Yell as loud as you can if this brat does something to you. I'll come to your rescue. Chang Xin left the room. She even closed the door for them. The smile on Qin Feng's face broadened, greatly angering Hua Yan. Legend has said that it takes constant vigilance to stave off evil, and the evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. Get out of this room! You disgust me! Hua Yan pushed down on the excruciating pain in her stomach and stared fiercely at Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng kept bickering with Hua Yan, he pulled out his silver needles. The silver needles were of different size and lengths. Qin Feng laid them neatly on the bed. What are you doing, Qin Feng? Hua Yan was scared and curled her body into a ball on the bed. Diarrhea drained Chang Xin of her strength. She had a feeling that she had stepped into a wolf lair, powerless and defenseless against Qin Feng's torture. What am I going to do? Would you believe me if I told you that I'm going to give you a tattoo? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Then, he pulled Hua Yan into his arms. Hua Yan began to struggle for all her worth in Qin Feng's arms. However, her struggle did little against Qin Feng's great strength. He calmly placed his palm on Hua Yan's shoulder while using his another hand to tore open her nightgown, and revealed her flat without any fat underbelly. If you dare to touch me, I swear I'll have my revenge even if it'll cost me my life. Hua Yan's eyes were filled with water, and panic rose inside Chang Xin. Tsk. You women really do have wild minds. You people always fantasize that I'm going to deflower you. Let me tell you something, you think too much, little girl. Qin Feng spanked Hua Yan's bottom and continued coldly. Behave yourself. You'll be responsible for your own death if my silver needles pierce the wrong acupoints. As he spoke, he stuck 3 silver needles around Hua Yan's belly. Hua Yan's body trembled as waves of scalding energy surged in her belly. It was a very peculiar feeling, and much to her shock, her stomachache began to fade. Seeing that Qin Feng really was treating her illness, Hua Yan finally calmed down. However, Hua Yan was beaten by her embarrassment when her waist was exposed to Qin Feng. She refused to exchange glances with him. Suddenly, Qin Feng closed his eyes and moved his hands nimbly in the air. The silver needles moved as if they were graced with life. They swirled around Qin Feng's fingers and fell one after another precisely in Hua Yan's body. Rum! After the last silver needle landed, the remaining 13 silver needles on Hua Yan's body vibrated. Seeing this sight, Hua Yan couldn't help but exclaim, Needle manipulation technique! You know needle manipulation technique! I cannot believe that you are not only a martial artist, but you're a shaman as well! A malicious intent flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. He stared viciously at Hua Yan. You knew for a while that I'm a martial artist? And what is a shaman? Hua Yan had just regained some of her energy, but she still couldn't withstand Qin Feng's barbarous and powerful aura. It suffocated her. I knew about it since the incident at Chongqing Hot Pot Restaurant. You used energy to fight, so I deduced that you were probably a martial artist. A shaman is a very special type of person. A shaman can cultivate inner qi, and at the same time has high proficiency in the art of healing. To put it more bluntly, a person who can use the needle manipulation technique could consider himself as a shaman. Qin Feng understood. He smiled with a wickedly sly grin and continued his question. Then, beautiful Hua Yan, do you know what a pharmacist master is? Hua Yan stunned. Myriad of expressions washed over her face before her expression settled into calmness. I don't know. Hua Yan's answer thrilled Qin Feng, and his smile broadened. He knew Hua Yan was a pharmacist master, otherwise the system would not have asked him to help Hua Yan to become a rank 6 pharmacist master. Since this young woman refused to say, then he would not force her. A shaman was tasked to heal the injuries and possessed the skill to save lives from the jaw of death. Meanwhile, a pharmacist master could grow spiritual plants and refine magical pills. There was a huge gap of difference between these two professions. You're all good now. Go to the toilet later, and sit half an hour on the toilet bowl. After that, you will be back to full health. Oh, before I forget. Don't disclose my identity as a martial artist to anyone or try to investigate my background. Only then can we stay under the same roof in harmony. Qin Feng withdrew all the silver needles from Hua Yan's belly. Before he left the room, he turned around and said, "And don't try to prank me next time. In the end, you're the one who will suffer the most." Qin Feng left her room afterward. Hua Yan threw a pillow after Qin Feng out of anger, and she almost hit Chang Xian as she entered the room. Chang Xian waited for a while in Hua Yan's room, and after confirming she was fine, she then returned to her own room to rest for the night. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, Qin Feng had to cancel Hua Yan's training session. The night had fallen, but Chang Xian still couldn't go to sleep as she was engulfed by the flame of her anger. Since she could not sleep, she then went to check on her garden outside of the villa. Hua Yan was shocked as soon as she reached her garden. She realized that she had lost yet another 2 of her most precious 100 flavor grasses. Now she had only 300 flavor grass left in her garden. Hua Yan trembled in anger. She made a decision not to go to class tomorrow and kept watch over her garden. She wanted to see the naughty kid who dared to uproot her precious spiritual flowers and plants. Suddenly, as she turned around, something near the garden caught her attention. It was a string of fuzzy large-sized footprints. A grown man's footprints. A twinkle glistened in Hua Yan's eyes as she began to understand everything. "You bloody bastard! Don't let me see you, otherwise I swear I'll kill you!" Provincial Capital University, Medical College Lecture Hall. Donning a wholly white shirt and a pair of black trousers, Qin Feng picked a spot where the sun fell and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The lecture hall was once again fully occupied. There were even students standing in the aisles. All of them focused their gaze at Qin Feng with an excited expression. "Wow, the number of students is increasing day by day. Seems like I'll have to talk with the chancellor regarding raising my pay after the class ends." It was Qin Feng's style to crack a joke before every class started. He was a joker by natural and he could easily amuse everybody, including male and female. During the previous class, every student had the chance to learn and practice the ability to identify illness from reading faces. This was the look, in the 4 ways of Chinese medicine: look, listen, question, and feel the pulse. Today, I'm going to teach you all another miracle skill in Chinese medicine. After mastering this skill, picking up girls and asking for a raise will no longer be a dream. You will be able to marry a rich, young, pretty woman and walk upon the road of success to the pinnacle of your life. Another howl of loud laughter echoed through the hall. After everybody had calmed down, Qin Feng then continued seriously. "The skill I'm going to teach you today is the skill of acupuncture. Don't ever look down on these needles. With just a few needles, you can either save or take a person's life. So you all should not laugh and should treat this class seriously. Remember, you're walking on the line of saving or taking a person's life." Qin Feng was well versed in controlling people's emotions. He could make people laugh and make people become serious in the next second. Many students extended their doubts. "Professor Qin Feng, rumors have said that Chinese medicine is fading slowly, and most people do not believe in Chinese medicine. They prefer Western medicine since Western approach is faster and better at curing diseases and illnesses." Handsome Professor Qin Feng, I heard the rumors as well. When I selected Chinese medicine as my field of study, my family almost killed me. They even said that I've rebelled against them. Nowadays, the practice of Western medicine prevails while the practice of Chinese medicine slowly fades away in the torrent of time. I doubt can we really find a job if we graduate as a Chinese medicine physician. Before becoming the lecturer, the medical college's students would always skip the Chinese medicine class. They skipped one class after another without paying much mind to the previous lecturer. It was only because of Qin Feng's humorous and interesting teaching style that so many students returned and attended the Chinese medicine class. However, attending the Chinese medicine class was one story. The issue of whether Chinese medicine could help them find them a job in this era overladen with the worshippers of Western medicine was another story. Could they really earn their living by practicing Chinese medicine? It was a very serious and tough question. Ding! New mission from the hedonist sovereign system: develop China's Chinese medicine. Make the name of Chinese medicine famous across the world. Time limit unlimited. Reward unknown. The notification system suddenly resounded in Qin Feng's brain, causing him to zone out for a brief moment. It was the first time he had accepted a mission with unknown reward. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. He stared at the group of people with his deep-set eyes. The ancient medicine of China has a long-standing and well-established history. It's broad, profound, and the essence of it is deep and sophisticated. How can Western medicine be mentioned in the same breath as our Chinese medicine? Those who say Chinese medicine has fallen into disuse, and that Chinese medicine physician can do nothing but spread lies, are merely ignorant fools. They neither know what Chinese medicine is nor what Chinese medicine can achieve. The very quintessence of the art of Chinese medicine is inconceivable. A true and experienced Chinese medicine physician can diagnose the illness and the cause of the illness by just reading and smelling. He can save a person from the line between life and death with just herbs or acupuncture. The Chinese medicine I teach is the profound art of healing. The ones who love Chinese medicine from the bottom of their hearts, and the ones who believe in me, can stay. Meanwhile, those who think Chinese medicine is beyond recall and that I'm just bluffing and spreading feudalistic ideas, you may leave now. Teaching requires destiny, and I only teach as the one willing to learn. As Qin Feng finished his speech, silence reigned over the lecture hall. A myriad of expressions washed across the faces of the 200 students. Qin Feng's words were clear, simple, and easy to understand. He had made his stand clear: take it or leave it. A single speech across the table from a wise man was worth 10 years of study. Chapter 410 Forging the Ultimate Class. Chapter 410 Forging the Ultimate Class. Rumble. After a minute, thunderous applause filled the hall. A few female students were so touched that they cried. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, I, Ma Chao, put my faith in you. I want to learn true Chinese medicine from you. I want to expand and glorify the ancient medicine of China. Professor Feng, I want to learn Chinese medicine and acupuncture too. If someone tries to slander Chinese medicine, I'll kill him with my silver needles. The ancient medicine of China is #1 on earth. Rallying cries poured forth. The students who were not confident and were filled with hesitancy against ancient Chinese medicine were now all fired up. It was as if they were on steroids. Hee hee! Professor Qin Feng indeed has some skills in inspiring people. A strange voice drifted from the doorway. You see, how lively they've become. People might think somebody has actually opened a casino on campus if they could not see this scene happening in front of me. Gao Tianyao, donned in a maroon-color suit, swaggered into the room, trailed by 4 tall and hulking minions. 5 of them came from the Physical Education College, and they gave off a towering pressure to the students just by standing in the doorway. Yo! Aren't you the head of our provincial capital university's 4 young masters, Gao Tianyao? What happened to the face of your 4 buddies? Their faces are all bruised, yet they still have the courage to show themselves in public? This professor will grant you all full marks to compliment your courage. Qin Feng almost made Gao Tianyao break his composure. He growled in rage. The 200 students in the lecture hall smiled behind their hands. They could only smile behind their hands because they were afraid of Gao Tianyao. Who is Lu Jie? Come out now! Gao Tianyao passed Qin Feng as if Qin Feng wasn't there. He stood in front of the podium and blocked Qin Feng's field of sight. He had not come to make trouble with Qin Feng. Instead, he would attempt to psych him out and ridicule him so much that he could not find a way out of his own embarrassment. In the third row from the back, a stocky, humble, fat man rose to his feet. He was Lu Jie. He lowered his head, not daring to exchange glances with Gao Tianyao. Lu Jie rose to his feet. Gao Tianyao plastered a sly grin on his face and strutted toward Lu Jie. The student beside Lu Jie hastily moved out of Gao Tianyao's way. Gao Tianyao arrived at Lu Jie's side in a few large strides. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Jie's face in front of the 200 students. Slap! The resounding slap continued to reverberate through the hall for a long time. Do you know why I slapped you, Lu Jie? Gao Tianyao asked emotionlessly as if nothing happened. Lu Jie remained with his head down as 5-finger marks slowly appeared on his face. He clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes went bloodshot. He almost exploded, but he refused to let loose his anger. Ha ha! Because I wanted to slap you. Slap! Gao Tianyao slapped him again when he finished speaking. He laughed loudly. His absolute despotism pricked the students' heart. They hated him. At the same time, they feared his powerful background. Due to this, they could do nothing but swallow their hatred and not stand up for Lu Jie. Oh my Lu Jie! Did you think I really didn't know how you've longed for Qiao Shi? I did not look for you previously merely because I didn't want to dirty my hands. I looked for you now because a pestering fly pissed me off. He even had the nerve to hit on Qiao Shi. As he spoke, Gao Tianyao's countenance suddenly darkened, and he shot a fiendish glare at Qin Feng. You see, Professor Qin Feng. This is the end of him longing for or hitting on Qiao Shi. They exchanged glances, and a murderous intent filled the air. The air seemed to be pervaded by a metal-jarring sound. A storm was brewing between the confronting duo. The students were so afraid that they held their breaths. Gao Tianyao was too ruthless. He dared to enter a class, bring his men, and come for a student while, at the same time, threatening Professor Qin Feng. As if he was a maverick, acting in his own way regardless of the law and of natural morality. Clap! 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 Qin Feng suddenly applauded. With a calm expression, he smiled. Good, very good. It's extremely rare to see a student that has mastered the skill of fronting to this extent at such a young age. Mr. Gao Tianyao, you are to be praised. Every student has to master this skill. Without it, you won't be able to survive well in this world. Qin Feng stopped. He turned and cast a cold smile at Gao Tianyao. But you have to be strong enough to act pretentious, otherwise you'd become a dumbass. Qin Feng's humor once again dispelled the tense atmosphere. All of the students had to forcibly gulp their laughter. They chided Qin Feng mentally. This Professor Qin Feng indeed is such an annoying fellow. Why did he have to crack a joke at this moment? We can't hold it any more. However, Qin Feng did not laugh. He stared severely at Lu Jie. Mr. Lu Jie, is it true that you long for Miss Qiao Shi? Qin Feng's sudden question confused everyone. Lu Jie was stunned as well. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. After he kept silent for some time, he opened his mouth and said, Yes, it's true, Professor Qin Feng. Do you think it's a wrong deed to long for Qiao Shi? Qin Feng threw the second question at him. Lu Jie's originally lost and hazy eyes suddenly began to twinkle. He said resolutely, No. I'm not wrong. Good. Excellent. I like Mr. Lu Jie's answer. Qin Feng walked to the door as he clapped his hands. He closed the door and flicked a small lock shut. Then, he took his time walking toward Gao Tianyao. Everybody in the university has the freedom to choose their desired partner. Loving somebody is not wrong, neither is longing for somebody. Mr. Lu Jie longed for Qiao Shi. Should he be punished? Qin Feng stopped about half a meter away from Gao Tianyao. They were both about the same height. They exchanged glances at the same eye level, while releasing powerful auras into the air. Answer my question. Should Lu Jie be punished for longing for Qiao Shi? Qin Feng peered straight into Gao Tianyao's eyes. His voice was cold. He's guilty as long as I exist. Gao Tianyao released his full aura like a cactus showing off its spikes. He was not intimidated by Qin Feng's terrifying essence. Smiled, Qin Feng said. Interesting. In my very honest opinion, I don't think Lu Jie should be punished. Humph. Whatever. Gao Tianyao tilted his head high and looked provocatively at Qin Feng. Your opinion does not matter to me. I've slapped him. What can you do about it? There is nothing I can do. I'll just pay you back blow for blow. Shroom. Qin Feng finished his sentence, and the hand that had been clasped behind his back suddenly moved. The air stream around him distorted, releasing a small explosion. Astonishment struck Gao Tianyao hard. He knew Qin Feng was a martial artist, so he kept his guard up at all times. However, he realized how powerful Qin Feng was after Qin Feng made his move. Qin Feng was as fast as lightning. Even Gao Tianyao, a stage 4 energy expert, did not have the chance to parry his attack. Slap! The sound of slapping echoed through the lecture hall. The students' eyes almost popped out of their sockets in astonishment. It happened too quickly. They merely blinked, and in the next second when they opened their eyes, 5 finger marks had appeared on the right side of Gao Tianyao's handsome profile. It was very offending to the eyes. The 200 students felt like they were dreaming. Gao Tianyao had crowned himself head of provincial capitals for young masters ever since he enrolled as a student in Provincial Capital University. It was always him who tortured the students and beat the lecturers. This was the very first time everybody saw Gao Tianyao beaten by somebody. So, Gao Tianyao is not invincible after all. Hiss! Qin Feng did not go light on him. His slap disheveled Gao Tianyao's hair. Gao Tianyao gasped, and his eyes blazed as a storm brewed in his soul. The fuck, you slapped me? Do you believe? No, I do not believe in you. Qin Feng cut him off. In the next second, Qin Feng raised his hand. A wild gale rose, and Gao Tianyao's left profile faced the same fate as his right profile and swelled. Slap! Rumors said that the sound of slapping a person's face was very enticing and pleasing to the ear. The students were finally able to experience that pleasure. All of them were so excited that they wanted to undress and run naked across the university. Professor Qin Feng is too handsome. They praised Qin Feng as a handsome lecturer because they could fawn over his features. But now they really felt Qin Feng was indeed a handsome lecturer from the bottom of their hearts. Young Master Gao! Gao Tianyao's 4 minions regained their senses after Qin Feng slapped Gao Tianyao twice. They charged toward Qin Feng and surrounded him. How dare you slap our young Master Gao, brat? Are you looking for death? What a naive, loudish fellow! Young Master Gao, give us an order. Do you want to claim his arms or his legs? The 4 minions were arrogant. They spoke like they really would chop off Qin Feng's limbs. Qin Feng ignored them and offered a sly grin at Gao Tianyao instead. Gao Tianyao was stunned after receiving 2 slaps from Qin Feng. He could not understand how a stage 4 energy prodigy like himself could not even defend himself against a single one of Qin Feng's attacks. Just how strong is he? Fuck off! Lu Jie will fight you if you dare to lay your finger on Professor Qin Feng. Lu Jie dashed from his seat to Qin Feng's side and stared ferociously at Gao Tianyao's group. What the fuck? Our medical college is not one to be trifled with. I, Ma Chao, am not afraid of you either. Another young man sitting near the window on the last row rose to his feet and rushed to Qin Feng's side. Gao Tianyao, I might as well tell you now since you're here. A beautiful voice wafted from the first row. I don't have any feelings for you. Please stop pestering me. Donning a white jersey, Qiao Shi walked to Qin Feng's side. It had been merely a few minutes and already 4 people had joined Qin Feng's rally, stunning Gao Tianyao and his 4 minions. Handsome Professor Qin Feng, you're right. Everybody in the university has the freedom to choose their desired partner. It's not wrong for Lu Jie to long for Qiao Shi. This is the lecture hall for the medical college. Who gave you people, students from the physical education college, permission to show yourself here, huh? I'll kill those who bully my Professor Feng Feng. Everybody, stand up. Those who still wish to be Professor Qin Feng's student and still regards themselves as a student of the medical college, stand up now. Let's drive away these tyrants. One student after another rose to their feet. Everybody was heated up as if they were on steroids. They arrived at Qin Feng's side and glared at Gao Tianyao and his 4 minions. In merely 2 minutes, Qin Feng's rally went from 4 against 1 to 40 against 4. It was a spectacular sight that would take away your breath. It was almost impossible for one to bear when so many people stared at you. Fear coursed through Gao Tianyao's 4 minions and made their legs weak. Ding! New mission from the hedonist sovereign system. Forge the medical college into the ultimate class in provincial capital university. Time period, 6 months. If host Qin Feng clears the mission, the system will reward host Qin Feng 20,000 hedonist points and the limited hero, Ouyang Feng, from the Elysium of Heroes. If the mission fails, 40,000 hedonist points will be deducted, and the system will reclaim one of the heroes from host Qin Feng. Chapter 411 The Spirit of Teamwork. Chapter 411 The Spirit of Teamwork. Get lost, Gao Tianyao. Remember this, Gao Tianyao. This is our medical college's territory. You come here, and we'll beat you. Professor Qin Feng, say it. What should we do to these guys? There was strength in numbers, and it was true. A massive crowd of students banding together was an impressive sight. The students were all wired up, and they glared at the helpless Gao Tianyao and his 4 minions. They had cast away their fear of young Master Gao, the head of Provincial Capital University for young masters. What should we do, young Master Gao? Young Master Gao, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. I suggest we take our leave. Gao Tianyao gnashed his teeth in rage and stared at Qin Feng and the group of students. Meanwhile, his 4 minions were planning to back out. They all tried to persuade their leader for a retreat. Gao Tianyao knew he could do nothing to turn the tide now. He waved his hand at his minions. Let's go! And went away angrily. Let them go! Qin Feng gestured with his hand and calmed the restless students. After Gao Tianyao and his 4 minions left, Qin Feng walked to Lu Jie's side. He said, Mr. Lu Jie, I lent you a hand this time, but I will not next time. And you all, I won't give you a hand if any of you are in trouble. You all will have to either submit to evil forces and walk with your tail between your legs the rest of your life, or stand up, unite, and fight back. Qin Feng's speech remained in the students' minds for a long time. They could not shake it off. The medical college had been a heap of loose sand before Qin Feng became their lecturer. Their state of disunity was so dire that most of them could not even recognize their own classmates, although they'd been in the same class for 3 years. For years they had not cared about their classmates, and wouldn't offer a help if their friend was in trouble. In some circumstances, they laughed and took pleasure in their friend's suffering. However, the current incident was a game changer. They finally realized the quintessence of teamwork and the great power brought to them by having worked together. Their unity had warded off the most fearsome person at Provincial Capital University. They were certain that as long as they were united, nothing could harm them. Gao Tianyao was a short interlude. Qin Feng cracked a few jokes and brought everything back to its original course. He continued to propagate the knowledge of Chinese medicine while the students fully concentrated on his teaching. Nobody talked about Gao Tianyao. It seemed to them that the incident that happened not long ago was nothing worth mentioning and cast it to the winds. The art of acupuncture is the most amazing skill in China's traditional medicine. One can cure hundreds of diseases with the use of silver needles. Girls might fawn over you, and eventually, become your wife if you use the silver needles well. You can even revive the dead and regrow flesh from bone by mastering the skill of acupuncture. Ha! 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 Ever since Qin Feng obtained the decree of 5-element acupuncture, his brain had been filled with a lot of profound knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine. Using the approach of merging the abstruse and ancient knowledge of acupuncture with the current trends of language, he successfully caught the full attention of the students, and all of them laughed at his humor. This kind of teaching method was eye-opening and interesting. None of the students would want to go home if all the teachers in China taught the same way as Qin Feng. So, this is all about the theory and the study of acupuncture. Now let's move to the next step of learning the acupuncture skill. The very first step of mastering the acupuncture skill is to know about the acupoints and the flow of qi in the human body. Now, I need a volunteer to assist me in the next session. The students exploded as if they were on the tin roof after Qin Feng told them he wanted a volunteer to assist him. All of them raised their hands high. Ahem! Ahem! Please put down your hand, boys. I only need girls. Half of the students yelled disdainfully at Qin Feng's favoritism for female students. However, they put down their hands eventually. Qin Feng surveyed in the group of female students, and finally, stopped his gaze at Hua Yan and Xiao Shi. Miss Xiao Shi, would you do me the favor of being my teaching assistant? Qin Feng picked Xiao Shi since he stayed with Hua Yan and had the time to tease her. I should give little Xiao Shi feeling these divine hands of mine. Qin Feng was always a fair and equitable man. Rising to her feet, Xiao Shi walked briskly to the podium. She always exhibited a calm as water expression. She almost merged with the air just by standing quietly and gave people the impression of being a beauty that was supposed to not to exist on earth but in the celestial realm. Please come over here, Miss Xiao Shi. Qin Feng offered a small smile and gestured at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi stopped in front of Qin Feng. Dear students, I'll now show you all the acupoints of the human body using Miss Xiao Shi's body. I wish to have your full attention. Rumble. Qin Feng dropped a bomb and caused the students to explode. Lecturing the class with the goddess Xiao Shi's body? Professor Qin Feng, should we take off Miss Xiao Shi's shirt? That's right, that's right. Since we're talking about the major acupoints of the human body, Professor Qin Feng must show them to us through the clearest way possible. Otherwise, if we memorize the wrong acupoints, we might accidentally kill our patients in the future. Qin Feng stared at the restless students. He thought mentally, they really are my student. How can they voice my deepest desire? Qin Feng loved these students very much. However, as a lecturer, Qin Feng felt he had to do justice to his title. He cleared his throat and talked in a stern voice. Silent. What kind of filthy, dirty thoughts are going on in your brains? How could you suggest this kind of thing? Qin Feng was angry. The students instantly fell silent. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Qin Feng turned and looked at Xiao Shi with a smile. Sure, I've thought about it. To be honest, their suggestion is not bad. Why don't we? Professor Qin Feng, I'm going back to my seat. Xiao Shi calmly cut him off. Stunned, Qin Feng quickly grabbed Xiao Shi's arm. I'm just joking with you. Don't worry, you don't have to take off your shirt. Xiao Shi's eyes gleamed brightly. Then, she looked at Qin Feng and said indifferently, Then, Professor, please let go of my arm. Qin Feng released her arm. He realized Xiao Shi was like a pool of stagnant water, forever calm without a ripple. Qin Feng decided not to force Xiao Shi anymore. He put on a solemn expression and started the next session of his lecture. Xiao Shi stood silently on the podium. Qin Feng pointed a few acupoints on her body with a pointer, and there were times he felt a charge of heat rushing directly toward his groin when he pointed a few acupoints near her breasts and inner thigh. However, unlike Qin Feng, Xiao Shi was rather unaffected and maintained a poker face, giving people an impression that she was a mannequin rather than real human. Qin Feng had been explaining the human anatomy, acupoints at human's body and the flow of qi over the course of 2 lecture class. The students were studious in jotting down notes, and they felt they had learned more knowledge in the 2 classes than in the books they had been reading for the past semesters. After the class dismissed, Qin Feng exited the lecture hall. Please wait, Professor Qin Feng. Suddenly a student called him from the back. It was Lu Jie, who was slapped twice by Gao Tianyao. What's the matter, Mr. Lu Jie? This professor helped you out of my morality and integrity. Please don't lower yourself by shoving a red envelope or bank card at me. Lu Jie only wanted to express his gratitude by saying thank you to Qin Feng. He was kind of embarrassed after listening to Qin Feng's meaningful words. Screwing his head, he said honestly, I won't give you a red envelope or a bank card, Professor Qin Feng. The feeling of lack of money weighed on Qin Feng's mind. He was upset. He, as a hedonist young master who spent money like water, was reduced to a poor, poverty-ridden loser. It was tough for him to explain his tribulation to people, and none of them could fathom his depression. Seeing that Lu Jie did not get his meaning, Qin Feng's expression sank. This is what you should learn of me as my student. I, Qin Feng, am a human free from corruption and bribery. I am principled and law-abiding. I won't accept any kind of bribe. Oh yeah, you may as well treat me to a meal whenever. Lu Jie's mouth jerked vigorously. He regretted coming to say thank you to Qin Feng. Professor Qin Feng, I came from a mediocre family. I don't have much money. What if I treat Professor Qin Feng to a meal tonight at a restaurant off campus? Qin Feng suddenly hugged Lu Jie and laughed. Thank you for your treat. Then I'll wait for you at the entrance gate after your class finished. Lu Jie rolled his eyes, nodded, and said, Okay. See you later. Qin Feng returned to his office after he bade his goodbye to Lu Jie. He had stolen 2 spiritual plants from Hua Yan's garden the night before, and he still had not finished converting the spiritual essence into his own inner qi. As such, Qin Feng remained in his office to convert and refine the spiritual essence into his own. Time flew by like a breeze of wind, and classes seemed to be over in the blink of an eye. He had finished converting and refining the spiritual essence into his own inner qi, and the inner qi in his dantian was getting denser. As Qin Feng walked out of his office, he shook his head and sighed. I'm one step away from breaking through. Seems like I have to visit the garden once more tonight. Professor Qin Feng, I'm here. As Qin Feng reached the entrance gate, he saw Lu Jie was waiting for him. You really kept your word, Mr. Lu Jie. Qin Feng walked forward and grabbed Lu Jie's shoulders. Professor Qin Feng has been a great help, and I should treat Professor to a meal, Lu Jie replied. Then, he and Qin Feng walked down the street. Both of them arrived at a restaurant outside the campus. Professor Qin Feng, even though this isn't a well-named restaurant, it's quite lavishly decorated, and the chef makes good food. A lot of provincial capital universities' students love to have their meals here. So, what do you think, Professor Qin Feng? Do you want to give it a try? Lu Jie asked for Qin Feng's permission. You have the final say. I'm not a hypocrite. Lu Jie decided that they would eat at this restaurant after Qin Feng agreed. They went into a private room. Lu Jie ordered a table of lavish dishes and a dozen of beers. He estimated the cost of the evening, and his heart began to bleed. This meal had reaped him of his 1 month of living expenses. To you, Professor Qin Feng. Thank you for saving my face this morning. Lu Jie opened 2 bottles of beers and filled Qin Feng's cup. He filled his own cup as well. Qin Feng raised his cup and drained it in 1 cup. Then, with a sly grin, he asked, Lu Jie, you're a martial artist, right? Lu Jie choked on a mouthful of beer. He coughed. Professor Qin Feng, what do you mean? A whirlwind of mixed emotions twisted his soul as a veil of caution fell across his face. I guess you to be a stage 4 inner qi expert, and your strength should ma almost equally with that of Gao Tianyao. I don't understand. Why didn't you let loose your anger and fight with Gao Tianyao? Asked Qin Feng while offering a wicked grin to Lu Jie. He shouldn't be a difficult opponent for you. Lu Jie was slapped twice this morning, and he was extremely angry. At that time, Qin Feng was very close to him, so he could sense the surge of great inner qi that erupted in Lu Jie's body. Qin Feng deduced that Lu Jie was at least a stage 4 inner qi expert. Qin Feng was stunned after he found yet another strong inner qi expert. He exclaimed inwardly, there are really lots of hidden gems in the provincial capital. I've only taught at the university for 2 days and discovered 2 stage 4 inner chi experts. Professor Qin Feng, can you sense my strength? So you're a martial artist as well, exclaimed Lu Jie. Chapter 412 Glove with Phosphor Powder. Chapter 412 Glove with Phosphor Powder. Qin Feng slapped Gao Tianyao twice, and the man could not defend himself. Lu Jie then suspected that Qin Feng was a martial artist, and not an ordinary one but one with otherworldly strength. I'm the one who asked the question first, so answer to my question. Qin Feng picked up his cup and gestured to Lu Jie as he drained it in one gulp. Lu Jie hesitated. After he weighed the pros and cons, he finally opened his mouth and said, You are right, Professor Qin Feng. My level of strength is almost on the same level with that of Gao Tianyao. However, I have more battle experience than him, and I have the confidence to defeat him. Then why don't you do so? Qin Feng raised his brows. Because the Gao family behind Gao Tianyao is the head of the 5 small family clans in the provincial capital. The Lu family I am from is at the very bottom of the hierarchy. I'm afraid that I might bring tragedy to my family should I fight with Gao Tianyao, Lu Jie said dispiritedly. Wow! So you're the descendant from one of the 5 small family clans? Qin Feng's mouth quirked. He had never imagined that the down-to-earth and humble Lu Jie was a rich young master as well. Oh, please don't flatter me, Professor Qin Feng. My family is poor. The only good thing about my family is that most of the descendants of my family are very good with martial skills. However, we don't have many resources, Lu Jie said as his face reddened. Professor Qin Feng, you have to be a very powerful martial artist given that you effortlessly slapped Gao Tianyao twice. You must have accepted some level 4 missions or above from the Martial Artist Alliance. Lu Jie suddenly changed another topic and looked excitedly at Qin Feng. How hard were the missions? He had just broken through stage 4 inner chi, and he wished to accept some level 4 missions from the Martial Artist Alliance as training. However, he worried that the mission would be too difficult for him, and he would not be able to complete them, so he hoped to get some advice from Qin Feng. Qin Feng was stunned by Lu Jie's barrage of questions. What is a Martial Artist Alliance? And what is a level 4 mission? Click! As they were talking, the room to the private room was shoved open from outside. A tall, pretty young woman carried their food inside. Her expression was as calm as water, and her voice was melodious. Sorry for the bother. Your food is here. Qiao Shi. Qin Feng exclaimed. The pretty young woman was Qiao Shi. She works as a waitress here? Qiao Shi retained her usual calm composure even after she saw Qin Feng and Lu Jie. One by one, she placed their foods on the table lightly. Then she slightly bowed and said, Please enjoy the meal. Qiao Shi came and went like a gale of wind. Her perfume lingered in the private room after she left, and caused Lu Jie's chubby face to blush bright red. He became as shy as a little girl. Qiao Shi carried one dishes after another into Qin Feng's private room. Most of their food arrived, so only one fish soup was left. Sorry for the interruption. Here is your fish soup. The soup bowl was huge, and it was hard for Qiao Shi to carry. She staggered under the weight of the heavy bowl. Her face was pale and beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. Frowning, she struggled her way towards the table. By the time she placed the bowl of fish soup on the table, her legs failed her, and she fell directly toward Qin Feng. Wow! Qiao Shi screamed. She was afraid that the searing hot soup might drench Qin Feng. Qin Feng was fast. He moved before Qiao Shi warned him. He caught the bowl of fish soup with his one hand and successfully pushed the huge bowl back into its position. He did not even split a single drop of soup. At the same time, he wrapped his other hand around Qiao Shi's small waist, and with a small push, he completely locked her into his embrace. Her soft breasts pressed hard on Qin Feng's pec, contorting them into 2 unknown shapes. Release me! The always in tranquility state Qiao Shi finally showed her clumsy side. However, her clumsiness was short-lived as she soon returned to her usual calm and composed demeanor. Qin Feng released her. However, her intoxicating body fragrance teased his nostrils. He gave in to his desire and took a sniff near her neck. She smelled really good, and apparently, her perfume could revitalize a person's spirit. Qin Feng felt refreshed. Xiao Shi seemingly ignored Qin Feng's reaction and calmly retreated to a side. Sirs, I'm very sorry for what has happened, and I hope that you will not take any offense from the accident. If there is nothing else I can assist you with, then I'll excuse myself. I wish you a wonderful meal, sirs. Xiao Shi prepared to leave, and Qin Feng pulled her wrist. Please wait. Don't leave. Stay and eat with us. I'm a waitress, and I'm prohibited to eat during my working hours. Xiao Shi turned down Qin Feng's offer calmly. I think you know best why you fell. You have not eaten anything since this afternoon. You're weak now, and if you continue to work with your current state, I bet you'll somehow drop a dish again. It will do more harm to your work than eating during your working hours. Qin Feng ignored Xiao Shi's resistance. He pulled her to a chair and gave his own bowl to her. Then, he shoved a lot of meats and vegetables into the bowl until it became a small mountain. Eat now. Finish it before you go to work. Tilting her head, Xiao Shi looked at Qin Feng with her star-like, glassy eyes. Her long and slender eyelashes fluttered as a veil of mixed emotions flashed across her eyes. However, she remained silent. She slightly bowed her head, chewed carefully, and swallowed slowly the food before her. Even the way she ate was eye candy. Xiao Shi continued to savor her meal as Qin Feng and Lu Jie stared at her. When Xiao Shi almost finished her meal, Qin Feng gave her another bowl of fish soup and urged her to finish the soup. Bang! 5 hulks slammed the door open with a terrible grin. Their eyes were filled with lustful desire when they saw Xiao Shi. Ha ha! I was wondering where the little beauty had gone, so you're hiding in here. Yo! What's going on here? Why is the waitress allowed to eat during her working hours? Who is going to serve this brother? The leader of the group was a red-haired young lad. He staggered across the room, and his body was soaked in booze. It was obvious that he had a few drinks. With a really sly grin on his face, he drooled at Xiao Shi's well-toned body physique and teetered toward her. Hey, cutie! I'm drunk. Come and support me, otherwise if I fall down, you'll be the one to be blamed. Sir, you're drunk? Please return to your room, and don't simply walk around. You might disturb other customers. Xiao Shi replied calmly. The red-haired young lad's smile broadened. He crossed the room and arrived in front of Xiao Shi. Then, he placed his nose near Xiao Shi's delicate face and took a few deep breaths. He looked like a hound sniffing its prey. Tsk. I've heard the story that women have the fragrance of virginity. I don't believe it at all, but now I believe the story after I have smelled this cutie's perfume. Red Hair stared at Xiao Shi's ample bosom without the slightest scruples. He drooled and continued to stick his nose around Xiao Shi's body, making his 4 minions even more restless. The 4 minions could not hold their desire anymore. They all charged to Xiao Shi's side. With a lecherous gaze, they asked, Big brother, what is the fragrance of virginity? I want to have a sniff too. Ha ha! Cutie, you really smelled good, especially your breasts. I could even see the scent of milk from it. Ha ha! For I think it's that you want to eat the cutie's breasts. These 5 people were not respectable men, to begin with, and they were now even worse after they had a few cups of beers. Their words were intolerable to the ear, and Lu Feng was greatly angered by them. If it wasn't for Qin Feng blocked him, he might have rushed the group of beasts and beat them down. Please move aside, sirs. I still have to work. Xiao Shi retained a calm demeanor. She was not affected in the slightest. She was as calm as a pool of water, as if nothing in this world could raise a ripple in her heart. She remained the same as her usual self even though she was teased. Cutie, why do you still have to work here? You don't earn much from this job. Follow us. These brothers will arrange a better job for you tonight. Yeah, it's a cushy job. You just need to follow us back to our home and serve us well. After that, we can give you whatever amount of money you want. Red-haired man and his group did not let Xiao Shishir go. They surrounded her in a circle. Among the four, two of his minions could not hold themselves anymore and extended their filthy hands to grab on Xiao Shishir's breasts. Hey! Stop screwing around. Can't you guys tell that this girl is under this young master's protection? A laugh echoed through the room. The five people stopped and turned their attention to Qin Feng. Yo! Who is this? You don't have the quality to act pretentious in front of me. Get lost now while you can, otherwise I'll make you crawl out from this room. The red-haired man cast a fiendish cold glare at Qin Feng. His four minions surrounded Qin Feng as well. So it appears that we can't settle this the peaceful way. Qin Feng indifferently shrugged his shoulders. He was not affected by their threats. Then, he smiled, offering a devilish grin. Seems legit to me. I don't plan to go easy on you guys either. A dense, cold aura erupted from Qin Feng's body as soon as he finished his speech, pressuring the group so much that they had a hard time breathing. The five of them glared ferociously at Qin Feng, but none of them dared to make the first move. After a good while, a skinny man from the group shattered the standoff. He yelled and charged at Qin Feng. Fuck you! I'm going to kill you now! As he rushed at Qin Feng, he pulled out an iron glove from his pocket and put his iron glove like a peacock, showing off its beautiful tail. Then, he swung his glove in front of Qin Feng and flaunted. Did you see this, kid? We're professional hoodlums. We fight using iron gloves. Did I scare you off? Ha ha ha! The skinny man laughed brazenly. Meanwhile, with a faint smile, Qin Feng waved his hand and an iron glove appeared from thin air onto his fist. The glove was silver-white in color and shrouded in an orange radiance. It was far more stylish than the skinny man's glove. Wow! What the hell is that thing? You own an iron glove as well? What's more, it glows. Did you scatter some phosphor powder on it? The skinny man's eyes glistened with a coveting twinkle as soon as he saw Qin Feng's winter iron glove. He fell in love with Qin Feng's glove at the first sight. At the same time, Lu Jie and Xiao Shishir sensed the aura coating around Qin Feng's winter iron glove. Their faces were veiled with a myriad of emotions because they never expected that Qin Feng owned much spiritual equipment. If their memories did not fail them, Qin Feng showed his treasured sword to teach Fang Ming and his group a lesson. Big Brother Tian. You see it? This fellow puts some phosphor powder on his iron glove. Why don't we copy him and put on some phosphor powder on our gloves as well? It will be so cool when we go to a fight next time with each of our gloves glistening with different colors. The skinny man had forgotten about his given mission and yelled happily to his big brother with the red hair. Chapter 413 Martial Artist Alliance. Chapter 413 Martial Artist Alliance. Fuming with anger, the red-haired man smacked the skinny man in the head. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you still think you're a kindergartner? Go get him, now! Red-haired man's yell sobered his minions up, and they hastily surrounded Qin Feng and pounced on him altogether. 5 of them had iron gloves on their hands, and they were fierce. They aimed at Qin Feng's weak spots such as his head and the back of his waist. A veil of murderous intent flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. He hopped on one foot and darted forward. The effect of combining the winter iron glove and intermediate-grade Thunder Tiger Fist was incredible. He released a strength 6 times greater than an ordinary person and smashed a total of 300 kilograms into the skinny man's stomach and sent him flying into the air. Bang! The skinny man crashed into the wall and cracked it a little. The skinny man vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and passed out. The punch stunned the remaining 4 people. They were so frightened by Qin Feng that they even forget to breathe. Shroom! Qin Feng vanished and reappeared in front of another minion. Without a second thought, he punched the minion's right hand and fractured his arm with a crack. Excruciating pain raced through every last nerve of his body, causing him to scream at the top of his lungs. Destroying only one of your arms is a light punishment for touching my beautiful student. Shroom! A breeze blew like a specter in the dark. Qin Feng maneuvered himself among the people. He suddenly appeared in front of the third minion, and without much hesitancy, he smashed that person's thigh. Plop! The minion kneeled on the ground, and his right leg was distorted. It was broken. Your actions are even more appalling. How dare you rub your groin on my student? You disgust me! Bang! Qin Feng punched the last minion and completely crushed his front teeth. The impact was so great that he swallowed his broken teeth. And you! How dare you lick your lips in front of my beautiful student? Do you think you're a toad? Red-haired man's 4 minions were all smoked by Qin Feng within the time of taking a breath. They yelled in pain like ghosts, and howled like wolves while wriggling on the floor. Qin Feng had appeared before the red-haired man and offered him a charming smile. The smile scared him so much that his legs trembled, and he was bathed in cold sweat. Plop! The red-haired man kneeled in front of Qin Feng. Big brother! Please forgive me. I'm ignorant for not knowing your great name. I swear I won't do it again. The man was freaked out by Qin Feng. Qin Feng was too powerful. He was as strong as an ox and as cruel as a demon. He is not a human. Every time he moved, somebody got injured. They either had their limbs broken or had their teeth crushed. He was even more horrible than them as hoodlums. What did you do to my beautiful student just now? Qin Feng paid no mind to his plea and extended a cheerful smile at him. The red-haired man began to slap his own face. As he was slapping his face, he pleaded, Big brother, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Please let what I've done just now pass like a wind. I swear I won't do it again in the future. I'm asking you, what did you do to my beautiful student just now? Qin Feng roared as a powerful and domineering aura erupted from his body, shocking the red-haired man and giving him a headache. I took a sniff of her perfume with my nose. The red-haired man hastily made a vow. I promise, we all just leer at her, and we'd never touch her. Of course, Qin Feng knew they had not touched Xiao Shishir before, otherwise he would not have punished them so lightly. He might have drawn his true steel sword and chopped off their limbs. Nose? TSK, look at your high-bridged nose. It should cost you a few million to fix it. Torrential of gale rose as the sound of his punch filled the room once Qin Feng finished speaking. The orange radiance flashed, and before he could look at it, the red-haired man suddenly felt an excruciating pain spreading from his nose. His nose crumbled and warm liquid began to stream down, dyeing his face in red. It was scary. After his work was done, Qin Feng returned to his seat and continued to eat. Meanwhile, Lu Jie and Xiao Shishir were stunned at his side. They still could not regain their senses. Professor Qin Feng is too violent. Oh yeah, Lu Jie. I remember that you were very angry just now, and you wanted to beat them. What are you waiting for? Go get them! Qin Feng glanced at Lu Jie while eating. Lu Jie looked at the crippled 5 people. He swallowed hard and said, No, I don't want to. AI! You're so kind. How can you bear to see them bullying Miss Xiao Shishir and not give them some punishment? Qin Feng shook his head and heaved a long sigh. What the fuck? They are on the edge of dying. Who would be responsible for their death if I accidentally kill them? What the hell is going on here? Do you know how hard I've worked to maintain a small restaurant like this? How can you people fight and make a scene here? Who'll be responsible for my loss? A loud voice of great penetrating power echoed through the room. A middle-aged woman with no distinctive waist barged into the room. When she saw the ravaged private room, her face was instantly flooded with fury. Who the fuck did this? Come out now! Eh? Why are you here, Shishir? How can you idle around when you're on duty? The proprietress yelled loudly when she noticed Xiao Shishir. You're the boss here? Qin Feng stepped forward and guarded Xiao Shishir behind him. Was it you? I don't care. You've to pay for everything you have destroyed. The proprietress' attitude changed after she noticed that Qin Feng had an imposing manner and didn't appear to be a person she could meddle with. Of course. We have to pay for the things we destroyed. Name the price. How much do we need to compensate you? Qin Feng said like a rich young master. Seeing Qin Feng as a sucker, the proprietress' eyes rolled as a mean thought flashed through her mind. She then said unconfidently, Everything in this private room is expensive. The wall is crystal marble. Those plates you shattered are fine ceramic crafts from Jingdezhen. And this wooden floor is imported from Australia. That large chandelier is of German craft. Qin Feng gestured his hands and cut her off. Just name it. How much do we need to pay? The proprietress hesitated for a while. Then, she demanded an exorbitant compensation. Pay me 5,000 yuan. I've given you my lowest price seeing that you're Shurshu's friend. Lu Jie's eyes widened in shock, and he almost fainted. They merely shattered a few cups and plate, and soiled the wooden floor. How dare she demand a 5,000 yuan compensation? Is this a slaughterhouse? It was Lu Jie who was going to treat Qin Feng to a meal, so it was natural for him to pay the compensation. He did not have that much of money. As he was stepping forward to discuss with the proprietress about the compensation, Qin Feng was a step faster than him and halted him. 5,000 yuan? Are you kidding me? Qin Feng laughed. Seeing Qin Feng trying to slice down the price, the proprietress gnashed her teeth tightly and yelled. Yes, it is. I won't let you all leave unless you pay in full. Ahem. Ahem. I guess you misunderstood me. I'm going to say 5,000 yuan is too little. It's so little that it embarrassed me. Qin Feng's words sent a pang of pain to Lu Jie's heart. He started to think. Could it be that Professor Qin Feng is out of mind? Likewise, Xiao Shurshu peered at Qin Feng with a questioning expression. However, she soon grasped the situation, and she smiled. What are you saying? The proprietress stared at Qin Feng in disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. She thought her ears had failed her. I said you should ask for more. Then, how about 6,000 yuan? The proprietress asked with a smile on her face. Qin Feng squinted. He thought this proprietress was a black-hearted woman at first. She disappointed him. More? 8,000 yuan? Can't you fucking ask for more? Qin Feng was angered. Fine. I won't be easy on you then. 20,000 yuan. Pay it in full or else no one is allowed to leave this room. The proprietress was baffled by Qin Feng's intention. However, no one would reject if someone wanted to give her more money. She blocked the exit of the private room with her gargantuan body, as if nobody would be able to leave the room if they were not going to pay the money. Okay. 20,000 yuan it is. Remember to count this meal in. Qin Feng smiled into a wickedly sly grin. The cost of a meal was only a grain of sand compared to the huge amount of compensation. The proprietress agreed to it with alacrity. Brat, how are you going to pay? Cash or direct transfer? Asked the proprietress as she exposed her miser-like expression. With a puzzled face, Qin Feng looked at the proprietress and said, Why do you ask me? You should ask them. They are the ones who are going to compensate you, not me. I don't have money. Pfft. Lu Jie could not hold it in any more and laughed. He finally got a good grasp of Qin Feng's intention. So Professor Qin Feng is frauding those 5 people. Meanwhile, the corner of Xiao Shurshu's mouth arched into an even broader smile. Her face was veiled with could have myriad expressions as she stared at Qin Feng. The proprietress felt that she was fooled by Qin Feng. She blew her top and glared fiercely at Qin Feng as if she was going to have a life-to-death battle with him. At the same time, the red-haired man and his 4 minions were shocked by Qin Feng's utterance that they almost vomited blood. Not only did he beat them, he was now going to fraud them. He is too shameless. Why are you 5 still zoning out there? Hurry up and pay her. Do you guys still need this young master's assistance to search for the money from your pockets? Said Qin Feng as he waved his winter iron glove. Frightened, the 5 people hastily waved their hand as a sign to turn down Qin Feng's offer. They had a good taste of Qin Feng's punch. They did not want to taste it again ever. Haha, please wait for a moment, big brother. We'll pay for it. We'll pay for it no matter how much it is. The 5 people began to pull out money. The proprietress was stunned. It was out of her expectation that a flimsy young man like Qin Feng could subdue a group of hoodlums. The proprietress regretted it. I should have asked for more. The red-haired man and his 4 minions stayed behind to pay the compensation. Xiao Shi returned to work. Qin Feng and Lu Feng bade her goodbye and exited the restaurant. Walking under the streetlight outside of the campus, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the thing Lu Feng mentioned to him before. He turned to Lu Jie and asked, Lu Jie, what is the Martial Artist Alliance you talked about earlier? Professor Qin Feng, you really don't know about the Martial Artist Alliance? Lu Jie stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. No, I do not. Please explain it to me. What is the Martial Artist Alliance? Lu Jie was shocked after Qin Feng expressed that he did not know anything about the Martial Artist Alliance. After he calmed down and explained to Qin Feng, the Martial Artist Alliance is a large, mysterious organization that brings together all of the martial artists in China. As a member of the Martial Artist Alliance, you can either release a mission or accept a mission from other members. Different kinds of missions give different kinds of rewards. Any kind of rewards? Qin Feng had grown interested in the Martial Artist Alliance. Chapter 414 Joining the Martial Artist Alliance. Chapter 414 Joining the Martial Artist Alliance. Yeah, they pay us handsomely. We can get rewards such as potions to use for cultivation, herbs, pills, spiritual equipment, skill books, and much more, chirped Lu Jie. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed brightly. He was on the edge of breaking through to stage 4 inner qi, and he needed a large number of spiritual plants and mystical herbs to do so. He thought it wasn't a great idea to keep stealing spiritual plants from Hua Yan's garden. If Hua Yan ever found out that it had been him, he would experience a horrible ending. After weighing the situation, Qin Feng felt that the Martial Artist Alliance might be a good place. Is it permissible for anyone to accept and assign missions in the Martial Artist Alliance? Qin Feng asked his second question. No, it's not. The Martial Artist Alliance is a large clandestine organization. Normally, the presence of this organization is only known by martial artists. The people outside of martial world know nothing about this organization. To enter the Martial Artist Alliance, you must first have to get a membership. That is to say that you have to register yourself as a member. Each member has their own identity. You can either use your real name or an alias. Then you can start to accept or assign missions. Lu Jie explained thoroughly the mechanism of Martial Artist Alliance to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was dazzled by Lu Jie's story. The Martial Artist Alliance worked the same way as Mensa International. Mensa International was a central organization for gifted and talented humans with a high IQ, whereas the Martial Artist Alliance was the central organization for martial artists. The former was open to highly intelligent humans, gifted children and talented people from around the world, whereas the latter aggregated every martial artist in China. Professor Qin Feng, you've never been to the Martial Artist Alliance before? Lu Jie did not believe Qin Feng. Does the Martial Artist Alliance only exist in the provincial capital? Qin Feng countered Lu Jie with his own question. No. The one in the provincial capital is the headquarters. The Martial Artist Alliance has many branches covering every city of China. Each city must have one. It's just that ordinary people would not know about it. Qin Feng was shocked. That means there must be a branch in Acropolis City. Qin Feng chided his ignorance. I should have known about it. Anyway, Qin Feng could not be blamed. Even though Qin Huang had been a martial artist and Uncle Fu was an external strength master, Qin Feng was born without the gift. He was normal, and he was destined to be unable to cultivate martial arts in his lifetime. As such, Qin Huang detached himself from the Qin family in the provincial capital and brought along Qin Feng all the way down to Acropolis City where he began his business empire. Qin Huang knew that Qin Feng could never be a martial artist, so Qin Huang thought he might as well plunge himself into business. After Qin Feng had grown up, he figured that he would pass down his business empire to Qin Feng so that he could live an ordinary life until death claimed his life. As such, Qin Huang and Uncle Fu never mentioned or brought Qin Feng to the Martial Artist Alliance branch in Acropolis City because either of them had anticipated that Qin Feng would one day become a martial artist. Lu Jie, where is the Martial Artist Alliance in the provincial capital? Could you take me there? Qin Feng could not push down the buzz in his heart anymore. He was thrilled. Yeah, sure. Let's go there by car. Lu Jie and Qin Feng returned the same way they arrived. When they arrived at the car park off campus, Lu Jie pressed his car key and the front lights of a vintage Buick sedan lit up. Wow, you even own a car, and you still said to me that you're poor. Qin Feng kicked Lu Jie's butt out of anger. Screwing his head, Lu Jie said awkwardly, Professor Qin Feng, this is my dad's car. I just took it out for a spin. My dad would kill me if he found out that I drive his car. What a poor excuse, you bloody little liar! Professor Qin Feng, trust me, please. I did not lie. The two talked and joked while getting into the car. While they traveled down the street, Qin Feng peered into the labyrinthine city behind the car window. He noticed that the provincial capital seemingly came to life at nightfall. The streets presented a scene of feasting and revelry with endless streams of passers-by bustling in between restaurants and bars along either side of the road. A distant and vague memory surged and settled into his mind as he was swept into the mad whirl of the city. He pondered, how long has it been since I withdrew myself from this kind of life filled with jazz and booze? The Buick tore down the street and stopped outside a quadrangle. After they got out of the car, they walked for around 10 minutes into the deepest part of the quadrangle. Qin Feng made a map in his mind as he walked so that he would not get lost in this maze-like compound. After walking for a while, Qin Feng somehow found a few memories of this place in his mind. He realized that this place was only a block away from Yulin Street where he previously set up a stall to sell talismans. In the daytime, the place was filled with many stalls, and there were a few shops selling antiques on the street. It was totally out of his expectations that the main headquarters of the Martial Artist Alliance was hidden in such a lively compound. Lu Jie led Qin Feng to an ordinary quadrangle. There were 4 security guards outside, and they barred them from entering further. Who are you? Beyond this point is a private area, and unauthorized people are prohibited to enter. Big brother, both of us are martial artists, and we plan to accept some missions and restock our supplies. It was obvious that it wasn't the first time Lu Jie had been there as he pulled out a red booklet and passed it to the security guards. One of the security guards took a glance and nodded. You can go in now. After that, he turned to Qin Feng and asked, How about you? Where are your credentials? Big brother, this is my friend. He just became a martial artist not long ago. He's here to register as a member. Lu Jie helped Qin Feng explain his situation. The security guard measured Qin Feng from top to bottom and nodded at last. Both of you follow me. We've to run an examination on this mister to check his strength. You two can proceed to the lobby after he passes the examination. The security guard led Qin Feng and Lu Jie into the compound. Qin Feng was taken aback by the interior of the compound. From outside, the compound was an ordinary quadrangle. However, the interior of the compound was completely open. The roads sprawled all over the compound, and there was no end to them. The street lights on both sides of the street were extremely bright, causing the surroundings to be as bright as daytime. The compound was equipped with many facilities such as shops, hotels, pharmacies, banks, and so on, as if it were a small town. Qin Feng looked around in curiosity. Wow, it's so cool here. Then, the security guard led him to a room. The room was vast and spacious without anything aside from a large monitor in the corner. The large monitor intrigued him as Qin Feng had never seen this kind of thing before in his life. Test your strength over there. You can become one of us once you passed our test. If you, unfortunately, fail the test, both of you have to leave the compound, said the security guard emotionlessly. Qin Feng did not care about the security guard's attitude and walked towards the monitor. The security guard taught him how to use it, and it was easy. He just needed to hit the thing under the monitor screen and it would show Qin Feng's strength on the monitor screen. Martial arts was composed of external strength cultivation and inner qi cultivation. Regardless, anyone who broke through Stage 1 inner qi or Stage 1 external strength would be considered as a martial artist. At this stage, they could exert a force of 100 kilograms, which is twice the strength of an ordinary person. Taking a deep breath, his muscles bulged, and a gale of wind suddenly rose from nowhere. He moved as fast as lightning, slamming his fist on the target with great force. Bang! A loud muffled sound echoed through the room, scaring both Lu Jie and the security guard. The security guard hurried towards the screen, and his eyes almost popped out when he saw the number 298 on the monitor. This man exerted 300 kilograms of force. That's almost on par with a Stage 5 external expert or a Stage 6 inner qi expert. There are only a few martial artists of this caliber in the Martial Artist Alliance. Do I pass the test or not? Asked Qin Feng after realizing the security guard had not said anything after such a long time. Qin Feng was a Stage 4 external expert, and he had consumed strength-enhancing potion twice before he arrived. With his intermediate-level Thunder Tiger Fist technique, Qin Feng was certain that he could release a force of 350 kilograms with ease. The force of 298 kilograms on the monitor screen was the result of him suppressing his power. Yes. The security guard finally returned to his senses. His attitude toward Qin Feng had changed. You passed. Lu Jie said that he had just become a martial artist not long ago, so the security guard had not expected him to be so strong. You're so powerful, Professor Qin Feng! Lu Jie ran to Qin Feng's side and exclaimed. The security guard went to register Qin Feng as a member. Mister, please give yourself a name. It can be an alias or your true name. Qin Feng thought about it deeply. He realized that his enemies could be in the Martial Artist Alliance, so if he used his real name, he might blow his disguise. At last, he chose an alias for himself. Let it be Green Wolf, said Qin Feng. Will you confirm it? The security guard keyed Qin Feng's identity into the computer and said, This will be your only identity after joining the Martial Artist Alliance. You can't change it after it's successfully registered. Yes. Let it be Green Wolf, Qin Feng said determinedly. A wolf could survive even under the harshest condition. They were wise, sly, and had tons of endurance. They concealed themselves in the dark, lurked and waited for the perfect moment to kill their enemies in one strike. Qin Feng felt a wolf described his current situation and his characteristics very well. After a short while, the security guard handed a red booklet to Qin Feng. Dear Mr. Green Wolf, this is your membership document. Please keep it on your person at all times. Qin Feng took his document and took a few glances at it. The security guard then pulled out a weird patterned cell phone and gave it to Qin Feng. This is a special communication device created by the Martial Artist Alliance. It'll notify you of every mission issued by the main headquarters in the provincial capital and all branches across China. Your login ID and password will be your alias and a self-generated password. The password can be changed after your first login, so don't worry about it. You can log on to our website and look through your profile to check whether the information is correct or wrong. The security guard gave Qin Feng everything he needed. He also gave him a book titled The Beginner's Guide to the Martial Artist Alliance. Inside the guide was everything about the Martial Artist Alliance that could assist the new members in familiarizing themselves with the facilities of Martial Artist Alliance. The security guard returned to his original position after he helped Qin Feng complete the membership registration. After that, Lu Jie brought Qin Feng to the lobby of the Martial Artist Alliance. It was already 10 p.m. at night, so the lobby was devoid of people. The lobby of Martial Artist Alliance was built to look exactly like the Stock Exchange Center. It was huge and spacious, and it could hold up to 1,000 people. There was minimal furnishing in the lobby. Only equipped a few rows of chairs and a large LED screen hanging on the wall that was the mission board. Qin Feng and Lu Jie took a seat and looked at the mission board. The mission board showed all the missions that were being issued by Martial Artist Alliance. Ding! Hedonist Sovereign System released an SSS-grade mission, Martial Artist Alliance. Main mission: figure out who the leader of the Martial Artist Alliance is and the purpose of the Martial Artist Alliance. Time limit unlimited. If host Qin Feng clears the mission, the system will reward 1 million hedonist points and a few unknown rewards. If the mission fails, 2 million hedonist points will be deducted. Ding! First side mission of Martial Artist Alliance. Accept and clear a level 5 mission issued by the Martial Artist Alliance. Time period: 3 months. If host Qin Feng clears the mission, the system will reward host Qin Feng 10,000 hedonist points and randomly initiate a mystery interface in the system. If the mission fails, 20,000 hedonist points will be deducted. Please wait for the announcements of other side missions. Chapter 415 Accepting Level 4 Mission. Chapter 415 Accepting Level 4 Mission. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for clearing the chain mission Martial World Disturbance. The system will reward host Qin Feng 10,000 hedonist points. Host Qin Feng now has a total of 17,100 hedonist points. A series of notifications beeped in Qin Feng's mind, bewildering him, especially the chain mission Martial Artist Alliance. The reward of the mission was 1 million hedonist points, which was even higher than the Beast Clan disturbance that only gave 500,000 hedonist points as a reward. This was the first time Qin Feng had ever received an SSS-grade mission. He felt that this mission would be tougher than climbing to heaven. Little Pig, how has the main mission of the chain mission Martial World Disturbance been cleared? I have not done anything yet. Qin Feng felt puzzled. He communicated with Little Pig using telepathy. The chain mission Martial World Disturbance consisted of the main mission and 3 side missions. Qin Feng had cleared 3 side missions a long time ago, but not the main mission. The description of the main mission was for Qin Feng to protect the spiritual equipment and skill books he obtained from the system and fend off all the martial artists who came to SNA them from him. During that time on Devil Beast Mountain, Qin Feng engaged all the incoming martial artists with his flaming dragon horse and spear of rat halos. He successfully fended them off with the help of the flaming golden falcon and the glacial snow mastiff. By right, the main mission of Martial World Disturbance should have been cleared, but somehow, the system did not notify him about the clearance of mission. And now, the mission was cleared. For your information, Master, the grading parameter in the system for the mission Martial World Disturbance is somehow incorrect, even though Master had successfully driven off all the incoming martial artists in Devil Beast Mountain. The news of Master still being alive is spreading across China. As such, people from the martial world are still looking for Master's whereabouts. If you show yourself, they will come to kill you. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked after listening to Little Pig's explanation. Then, according to the grading parameter of the system, unless I'm dead, I'll never be able to clear the main mission of Martial World Disturbance. Qin Feng's mouth quirked up even more when he thought about this. This system really did not fail its name as the most trolling master in the world. Hence, to solve the bug, the system issued the mission Martial Artists Alliance. As long as Master accepts the mission, then the mission Martial World Disturbance will be considered clear by default. Qin Feng felt better. Looking at his 17,100 hedonist points in the system, Qin Feng thought he should purchase new armor since his original flying dragon armor had been destroyed by Uncle Yan during their fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Qin Feng withdrew from his thoughts and gazed at the scrolling mission board. One of the side missions for the chain mission Martial Artist Alliance was accepting a level 5 mission. There were many missions on the large mission board. Martial Artist Alliance's mission level 1. Mission description: collect 10 snow lotuses from Duanshan Cliff. Mission reward: 10 mission points. Martial Artist Alliance's mission level 2. Mission description: collect 10 bottles of snow water from Orc Valley. Mission reward: 20 mission points. Martial Artist Alliance's mission level 3. Mission description: protect the diplomat of Z for 3 days. Mission reward: 50 mission points and 1 bottle of body refining potion. Martial Artist Alliance's mission level 5. Mission description: hunt down a 3-eyed elephant boar on Devil Beast Mountain and collect and bring back its fawn, skin, and tendon. Mission reward: 200 mission points and a soul cleansing pill. Qin Feng was dazzled by the sheer number of missions on the mission board. There were quite a few level 5 missions. However, Qin Feng could not take them as he was still in the stage of concealing his presence from his enemies. Thus, he could not travel too far from the provincial capital. Qin Feng felt the mission on Devil Beast Mountain suited him the best. Qin Feng had engaged a 3-eyed elephant boar before, and he was certain that with his current strength he could defeat it again if he went it all out. Anyway, he still had his flaming golden falcon and glacial snow mastiff at his disposal on Devil Beast Mountain. With the help of the 2 battle pets, Qin Feng felt he could kill the 3-eyed elephant boar with ease. Professor Qin Feng, do you think I should accept a level 4 mission as training since I've just broken through to stage 4 inner chi? Lu Jia asked Qin Feng. He was searching for a mission as well. Which one do you want to do? Asked Qin Feng. That one. The mission to hunt a unicorn rhinoceros in the dark forest. Lu Jia answered excitedly. Qin Feng skimmed through the screen and found the mission. Martial Artist Alliance's mission level 4. Mission description: hunt down a unicorn rhinoceros in the dark forest and collect the horn, hide, and tendons. Mission reward: 150 mission points, 100,000 yuan, and a healing pill. Where is the dark forest? Asked Qin Feng after he finished reading the mission's description. The dark forest is situated on the outskirts of the provincial capital. I'm interested in the mission because my dad will not allow me to go far from the provincial capital, answered Lu Jia awkwardly while screwing his head. Oh yeah, Professor Qin Feng, do you have any missions you want to do? Lu Jia was curious about what mission Qin Feng would choose. After all, Qin Feng had displayed great strength during the test, and Lu Jia surmised that Qin Feng had to be at least a stage 5 inner chi master. Right until this moment, Lu Jia still could not settle his storming mind. He was so fired up that he wanted to yell when he thought a stage 5 inner chi expert was sitting beside him. I want to do a level 5 mission. It's about hunting a 3-eyed elephant boar. Even though he had only just been acquainted with Lu Jia's humbleness and politeness were quite appealing to him, and he felt that he did not have to keep it a secret from Lu Jia. A level 5 mission? How hard is that gonna be? Lu Jia exclaimed. I've heard of the 3-eyed elephant boar. Its hide is extremely tough, and it's impenetrable by normal ammunition. It's as large as an elephant, and when it's in rage, it smashes and tramples the things around it into nothingness like a tank. Not even 3 unicorn rhinoceroses mob to it. Lu Jia was scared of the strength of a 3-eyed elephant boar. Suddenly, Lu Jia stopped. Something crossed his mind, and he turned to Qin Feng. Oh yeah! I almost forget about this. Professor Qin Feng, you can't accept that level 5 mission yet. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked. His face darkened. It was tough for him to choose a mission that he liked among the sea of missions, and now, Lu Jia told him he could not perform the mission. Why can't I? Qin Feng asked. Professor Qin Feng, every member of the Martial Artist Alliance is ranked into different levels. You're a new member, so you're level 1 and you can only accept level 1 missions. You can accept a level 5 mission after you raise your level to level 5. Lu Jia explained to Qin Feng. What the hell? So how do I raise my level? Qin Feng never imagined that accepting a mission required so much. You'll get mission points after clearing a mission. You will become a level 2 member after you've accumulated 30 mission points. Then, you'll need another 20 mission points. That's 50 mission points to reach level 3. Then how much do I need to collect to become a level 5 member? Qin Feng asked without waiting for Lu Jia to finish his explanation. Lu Jia fell silent and did the math. Then, he exclaimed, Fuck, you'll need 500 mission points. Lu Jia had become a level 4 member a few days ago, and he had 210 mission points. He did not think about the requirements to become a level 5 member at all, and now, after he did the math, he was stunned. Qin Feng looked over at the mission board again. An ordinary level 1 mission gave 10 mission points, and if he wanted to become a level 5 member, that means he'd have to complete 50 level 1 missions. Is there no other way to do a mission higher than my current level? Qin Feng asked. There's a way, but you'll have to see if there is anyone willing to bring you along. Lu Jie ran Qin Feng through the mechanism thoroughly. Some of the missions in Martial Artist Alliance are solo missions, while some are team missions. The level restriction rule is voided if you choose a team mission. However, normally, a team mission is very tough and other members will vote to decide whether they want to accept you into their team. They might reject your request if they see that your level is too low. Qin Feng summarized Lu Jie's long explanation into one word. Isn't that normal for a team in an MMORPG game? Qin Feng felt the Martial Artist Alliance worked the same fashion as an MMORPG game. You only needed a high-level member as a friend and have him to bring you along whenever he went on a mission. As such, you could increase your level quickly. It was much better than doing missions on your own. After getting a good grasp of the Martial Artist Alliance's rules, Qin Feng suddenly looked at Lu Jie and asked, Lu Jie, wasn't the level 4 mission you wanted to do as a team mission? Yes, it is. The mission requires 2 members. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and accept it! Qin Feng yelled excitedly. Lu Jie did not understand Qin Feng's intention. He hesitated and said, But Professor Qin Feng, I've just broken through to stage 4 inner Qi, and this is the first time I have done a team mission. I'm worried I'll be done for if my teammate keeps pulling my leg. Qin Feng smacked Lu Jie in the head. He glowered. You, this moron! Do I look like someone who will pull your leg? Qin Feng pointed his finger at himself. Lu Jie stared blankly at Qin Feng for a while before exclaimed, Professor Qin Feng, does that mean that you'll team up with me to do the mission? Of course. Hurry up. We'll depart to the dark forest to hunt a unicorn rhinoceros now. I still have to go home and sleep. Qin Feng said casually as if he was going to slaughter a chicken and not a unicorn rhinoceros from the dark forest. Lu Jie was stunned. He only regained his senses after a good while. He was so excited that his bubbly body trembled. He hastily pulled out his communication device and accepted the level 4 mission. Ding! Soon enough, Lu Jie's communication device beeped, showing that he had successfully accepted the mission. It also asked him to wait for his team partner. Likewise, Qin Feng took out his communication device. He familiarized himself with the communication device under Lu Jie's guidance, and accepted the same level 4 mission as well. After Qin Feng joined, Lu Jie's communication device beeped again asking him to approve Green Wolf for his team. Lu Jie, mission points is all I want. You can have the rest of the rewards, Qin Feng said to Lu Jie. Lu Jie was a straightforward guy. He agreed and said, Okay. I'll just take it as an experience and follow Professor Qin Feng to see how as difficult and dangerous a level 4 mission is. Chapter 416 Fighting the Unicorn Rhinoceros 1. Chapter 416 Fighting the Unicorn Rhinoceros 1. Pursing her lips, Hua Yan squatted beside her garden outside of Chang Xian's villa. She hurried from the villa after she finished her dinner, and hid her presence under the shadow of the villa. She planned on ambushing the one who stole her spiritual flowers when he appeared. However, it was already in the wee hours of the morning, and the flower thief still had not appeared. Yan, you scared me! Chang Xian suddenly appeared from the villa. She wore a loose white nightgown with a fiery red windbreaker draped over her shoulders. She stood in the moonlight so that it gave her an enchanting and charming aura. She noticed Hua Yan in the garden once she was outside. She had only been able to see a vague figure because the moonlight was her only illumination. She almost thought that Hua Yan was a large mouse. Big sister Xian. I'm not a ghost. What are you afraid of? Hua Yan came forward and clung to Chang Xian's arm. Chang Xian smacked Hua Yan's forehead, feigning anger, and said, You naughty little girl. Won't you feel cold standing outside in those flimsy clothes? You really treated your garden like your own child. What if you see a cold? Hua Yan made a face as a countermeasure to Chang Xian's warning, causing Chang Xian to burst into laughter. Big sister Xian, what are you doing out here at this hour? Why haven't you gone to bed? Hua Yan's rolled her glassy eyes and said mischievously, Could it be you're waiting for that brat? Chang Xian's face instantly flushed. Luckily, it was dark outside, so Hua Yan could not see her face. Otherwise, she would have searched for a hole to hide in. What kind of story is playing in your dirty mind, young lady? Why would I wait for that brat to return home? I'm actually wondering if I should lock the door or not, because it's so late, and it's time for us to rest. Qin Feng disappeared right after classes had ended and still had not returned home. Even though Chang Xian did not say anything, a weird feeling kept stirring her mind. She could not go to sleep unless Qin Feng had returned home. So the reason Chang Xian came outside was to see whether or not Qin Feng had returned home. She never expected Hua Yan to be outside as well, and that she'd figure out her intention. Really? Hua Yan grinned at Chang Xian. Suddenly she sighed. AI! Big sister Xian, you see, you're such a fine young lady, beautiful with an hourglass body figure, and rich. I'm pretty sure that there was no man in this world that could resist your charms. I can't understand how big sister Xian fell in love with that brat Qin Feng. He is a pervert, and what's more, his background is a mystery. We have no idea what he used to be in his previous life. Big sister Xian, you must think twice about him. What are you talking about? I already said that I came out to lock the gate and go to sleep. Chang Xian was so embarrassed that a bright pink quickly crawled up her face to her ears. In order to prevent Hua Yan from talking nonsense, Chang Xian gnashed her teeth and pulled Hua Yan back into the villa. She turned around and locked the door from inside in front of Hua Yan. Humph! That brat deserves this for not coming back home before this late hour. We'll let him sleep on the street tonight. If he still adheres to his misguided course, I'll kick him out of my house. Looking at Chang Xian's angry, cold face, a flicker of mischief veiled Hua Yan's eyes. Nobody knew her plan. Arg! Big brother, please wait for me. Qin Feng had taken a liking to Lu Jie, so he kept him as his little brother. Lu Jie changed his appellation from Professor Qin Feng to Big Brother. Both of them arrived at the outskirts of the provincial capital. After they parked the Buick sedan outside of the dark forest, they entered the dark forest and started looking for the unicorn rhinoceros. Qin Feng remained calm without batting an eye even as he ran at top speed for a long time. However, this was not the case for Lu Jie. He was fat, so he was entirely exhausted from running for 20 minutes straight. You should keep fit now, you fatty! Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Jie. Big brother, I'm that kind of person who will grow fat even if I drink water. You can't understand this kind of suffering. Lu Jie's face was covered with big drops of perspiration. He stopped out of his fatigue and said, Big brother, can we stop and rest for a while? Otherwise, I might die of exhaustion before we find the unicorn rhinoceros. Looking at Lu Jie, who refused to move for another inch, Qin Feng helplessly shook his head and murmured inwardly. Hiss! A wild horse's cries howled across the forest, shattering the tranquil and gloomy dark night. It made Lu Jie flinch. His eyes were filled with fear. He pointed his finger at the fiery red gallant horse and stuttered in fright. Big brother beast, there is a beast here. Hurry up and run! Hopping lightly on his feet, Qin Feng arrived at Lu Jie's side. He was disappointed at Lu Jie's cowardice and kicked him in the butt, sending him flying onto the back of the gallant horse. Beast? You fucking head! This is your big brother's mount. Its name is Flaming Dragon Horse. Qin Feng jumped on the back of the horse as well and cantered into the forest with Lu Jie. The Flaming Dragon Horse raced through the forest at its top speed, causing the wind to howl as the only perceptible sound around them. Lu Jie finally returned to his senses. His eyes were illuminated with excitement. Out of his curiosity, He kept rubbing his jiggly butt on the back of the horse, caressing the fur, and pat the flaming dragon horse's head. He felt that he was in a dream. "You're too fucking cool, big brother. You can even get your hand on a rare Fergana gallant horse. Don't tell me that you're actually related to one of the aristocratic families in the provincial capital?" Lu Jie danced about joyfully. Qin Feng smacked Lu Jie in the head and glowered. "Can you please not rub your big, fat ass on my horse? You disgust me." The flaming dragon horse did not have much space, to begin with, and could only carry one person at most. Now there was even less space with the big and fat Lu Jie sitting behind him. His back leaned against Lu Jie's back, so every time Lu Jie moved, his bottom touched Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng would have been very happy if Lu Jie was a drop-dead gorgeous woman. However, in reality he wasn't, and Qin Feng felt every minute like 1,000 years for him. Lu Jie did not move any more after Qin Feng yelled at him, but he kept yapping on and on without stopping. It was obvious that he was stunned by Qin Feng's strength and treasures that he'd gone crazy. The flaming dragon horse was fast and had a lot of endurance. It ran as fast as lightning for more than 10 minutes without decelerating, even weighed down by Qin Feng and Lu Jie. At the same time, Qin Feng kept observing the topography of the dark forest. He found some resemblance to the forest on Devil Beast Mountain. Both were filled with a chilly, gloomy, and suffocating aura. However, there was a slight difference in between the two forests. The forest on Devil Beast Mountain had a lot of trees, and all of them were huge and tall, whereas the trees of the dark forest were lesser, and the ground was covered with many rare flowers and plants. After accepting the Dark Forest mission, the mission board had sent some information about the mission they were taking to their communication devices. Contained in the information were the analysis of the area and the attacking patterns of unicorn rhinoceros. The unicorn rhinoceros normally lingered around the outer and middle ring of dark forest, surviving by hunting and consuming beasts weaker than them. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the middle ring of dark forest. Hiss! Qin Feng pulled the bridle, and the flaming dragon horse raised its two front hooves in the air as it stopped and released a deafening neigh. Lu Jie did not realize that Qin Feng was no longer sitting behind him. When he regained his senses and raised his head upward, he saw his big brother standing on a huge tree with a crimson spear that had appeared from thin air in his hand. He waved the spear in his hand, drawing a myriad of fiery red afterimages in the air. Shroom! 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 Dozens of fireballs of great intensity shot out and smashed into the surrounding trees, setting them ablaze. The flames spread fast, and within the span of a few seconds, the whole forest was engulfed in fire, illuminating the sky as bright as day. Lu Jie was still on top of the flaming dragon horse. His mouth gaped into a large O shape. He could no longer distinguish whether his big brother was a martial artist or a demon cultivator. His mind went blank as it was filled with plenty of questions. Where did Big Brother get that long spear from? And where does he keep it? Big Brother, what are you doing? Lu Feng looked at Qin Feng, who hovered in midair with worship in his eyes. It's been such a long time since I last let loose my power. It's time for me to warm up. Qin Feng laughed. Big Brother, all the beasts of the dark forest hate light. You might cause the beasts to go on a rampage if you release so many fireballs. Lu Jie suddenly recalled that light might agitate the beasts in dark forest, and he worried. Haha! That is my plan. We should kill the unicorn rhinoceros and clear the mission as fast as we can. I want to go home and sleep. Lu Jie was stunned by Qin Feng. Big Brother Qin Feng is too domineering. Every time Lu Jie came into the forest to carry out a mission, he would scurry around the forest carefully like a burglar. Every time he was tasked to kill a beast, he would only make his move after he found the target, and certain that there was no other danger around him. It was out of his expectation that his big brother Qin Feng would take the initiative to attract the beast. Ow! The deafening roar of beasts echoed from the deepest parts of the forest. The flaming dragon horse was aroused by the roar and pottered around. Lu Jie's expression became cold as well. He studied the forest with his dark, almost black eyes. Ow! 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 The menacing roars of beasts grew nearer. Judging from the intensity of sounds and the trembling ground, Lu Jia surmised that there were at least 3 or 4 beasts charging toward them. Oh my gosh! Big brother, hurry up and run. 4 unicorn rhinoceroses are too much for us. Lu Jia screamed as he saw 4 large unicorn rhinoceroses charging at them. This was the first time Qin Feng saw a unicorn rhinoceros. They were larger than ordinary rhinoceros, and their hide was much stronger and tougher. They had very little hair on their bodies, and the hair was hard enough to stand on their backs like tiny needles. Their ears were round, and their heads were large and long. Their necks were short, and there was a long, hard sharp tusk above their noses. These unicorn rhinoceros were no ordinary rhinoceros. Their limbs were large and muscular as opposed to ordinary rhinoceros which had short limbs. They were faster, and their very presence made people tremble with fear. The 4 unicorn rhinoceroses charged toward Qin Feng while he was studying them. It was only mere seconds before the tusk on the top of the unicorn rhinoceros was within reach of Qin Feng's pecs. Big brother! Run! Lu Jia was ambushed by 2 unicorn rhinoceroses as well. However, he still spared his consciousness to warn Qin Feng. Shroom! Qin Feng hopped up onto a large tree. Rumbles! The rampaging unicorn rhinoceros rammed itself into the big tree, and raised up a storm of leaves. The leaves fell from the tree to the ground, making quite a scenic view. Xiao Jia, lure away those 2 unicorn rhinoceroses with the flaming dragon horse. Be careful! Qin Feng commanded. Taking his cue, Lu Jia maneuvered the flaming dragon horse away. The 2 unicorn rhinoceroses chased after Lu Jia, and Qin Feng soon lost sight of them. There were only 2 unicorn rhinoceroses left. Qin Feng felt that it would be easier for him to engage them. Shroom! Shroom! Qin Feng moved like a specter in the dark, zigzagging between trees while shooting fireballs from his spear of rat halos. The dozens of fireballs of great intensity flew toward the unicorn rhinoceroses and exploded against their bodies, successfully making them flinch. Chapter 417 Fighting the Unicorn Rhinoceros 2. Chapter 417 Fighting the Unicorn Rhinoceros 2. Ow! 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 The 2 unicorn rhinoceroses were confused. They went berserk in the dark forest and rammed down a few trees during their rampage. Qin Feng used 200 hedonist points to purchase 20 fire bullets, and he released all of them, leaving a trail of flames whenever he went. Little fellows, enough playing. It's time to get serious! As he waved his hands, the spear of rat halos suddenly disappeared. Then, a long, treasured sword glowing with an orange-colored light appeared in his hand, and he put his winter iron glove on his right hand. Qin Feng hopped lightly on his feet, turning himself to a gale of wind. He charged at the unicorn rhinoceroses and swung his sword at it. Bang! 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 The orange-colored sword chi morphed into a large net and wrapped around one of the unicorn rhinoceros. The net of sword chi landed on its target. However, the unicorn rhinoceros were not sliced into pieces. It was completely unaffected and continued to run wildly across the ground, stunning Qin Feng. The hide of unicorn rhinoceros was extremely sturdy, and the description of it being as hard as an iron bastion was accurate. When Qin Feng's sword landed on it, an ear-piercing metal-jarring sound rang through the air. You guys look better than I imagined. Qin Feng squinted. He hastily jumped back to evade the ambush of unicorn rhinoceroses and retreat to a large tree nearby. Sitting on top of the tree, Qin Feng withdrew his true steel sword and looked at the berserk unicorn rhinoceroses. Qin Feng had lost his flying dragon armor, so he was utterly defenseless now. The 2 unicorn rhinoceroses were huge and weighed almost 2,000 kilograms each. Qin Feng surmised that he would be trampled into a meaty pulp if he got hit by them. Qin Feng still had another defense skill apart from his flying dragon armor, the sovereign grade skill Vajra Esotery, but to his dismay, he had triggered the Vajra Esotery during his fight against Yinyang elders at the Su family mansion in Sky City. According to Little Pig, activation of Vajra Esoteric consumed a large amount of Qin Feng's inner qi, and he needed at least 3 months before the Vajra Esoteric could be triggered again. 3 months had passed, so the Vajra Esoteric could be triggered again if Qin Feng was in a moment of life or death. During his last fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace, his inner qi had not been restored to the point that he could use the Vajra Esoteric, so the Vajra Esoteric could not be activated even though Qin Feng was almost killed. Qin Feng hopped around the trees back and forth like a primate. The 2 unicorn rhinoceroses kept trailing him closely until fatigue began to overtake them, causing them to slow down. Qin Feng studied the surrounding forest and realized that he could not see Lu Jie. He then began to call for his helper in his heart. Shimen Chui Shui! Engage in battle! Rumble! A white light descended from the sky. Shimen Chui Shui heard Qin Feng's call and appeared. He was clad in a snow-white robe. His expression was still filled with the same coldness. With his hands folded behind his back, he pointed his seemingly insignificant wuxiu sword at the sky. Shimen Chui Shui of Thousand Plums Mansion, hello, Master. Shimen Chui Shui greeted Qin Feng honorably. Brother Chui Shui, please help me to kill those 2 large rhinoceroses. Qin Feng treated Shimen Chui Shui cordially as he was his lifesaver. Accepting his order, Shimen Chui Shui suddenly vanished before Qin Feng's eyes and reappeared in between of the 2 unicorn rhinoceroses. Seeing that someone had fallen into their trajectory of attack, the 2 unicorn rhinoceroses quickly surrounded Shimen Chui Shui. Ow! Ow! The 2 unicorn rhinoceroses tossed their heads back with a ferocious howl. A flash of waving red shadow illuminated their sight, and their expressions were filled with a lust for vengeance, as if they wanted to shred Shimen Chui Shui into 1,000 pieces. After clawing the ground to build up their momentum, both of the unicorn rhinoceroses charged at Shimen Chui Shui at full speed. Filthy beasts, wah my sword! Shimen Chui Shui did not waver at all. What's more, he refused to move an inch and stuck his feet firmly on the ground. He then raised his right hand into the air extremely slowly. At least in Qin Feng's perspective, Shimen Chui Shui's movement was extremely slow, as if he was performing Tai Chi. However, much to his surprise, a crisp sound like cutting a watermelon filled the air. The 2 unicorn rhinoceroses charging toward Shimen Chui Shui were cut in half, and their heads were detached from their bodies. Inertia kept their front parts dashing forward while their hind parts had already fallen to the ground and created 2 large craters. Bang! Dust swirled in the air, and blood flowed like a river. A sickening metallic scent slowly filled the air. Shimen Chui Shui waved his hands and folded them behind his back again. The wuxiao sword in his hand was bereft of any blood. Master, do you need any more assistance from Chui Shui? Shimen Chui Shui vanished and reappeared before Qin Feng. His speed was so fast that nobody could track his movement, not even Qin Feng. He was frightening. Little pig, what is Shimen Chui Shui's current strength? Master, Shimen Chui Shui is now at stage 9 and halfway into the realm of comprehension. Qin Feng was amazed. So this is the strength of fully mastering stage 9 inner qi. A stage 9 inner qi master could kill 2 unicorn rhinoceroses effortlessly like chopping vegetables. Qin Feng felt he was nothing standing in front of Shimen Chui Shui. He believed that if Shimen Chui Shui was his enemy, he would be able to kill Qin Feng with one strike. Wouldn't the magnetic field around Shimen Chui Shui be disrupted by the magnetic field of the earth? How on earth could maintain his stage 9 inner qi power after I have summoned him for such a long time? Qin Feng recalled the fight at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. He summoned Shimen Chui Shui, and Shimen Chui Shui's strength dropped from stage 9 until stage 6 within a few minutes. Master, there are many ancient trees and spiritual plants in Dark Forest, so its spiritual essence is much denser than in the city. As such, the magnetic field in the Dark Forest is kind of different from outside the world. Frankly speaking, the magnetic field in the Dark Forest is similar to that of the world where Shimen Chui Shui resides. Shimen Chui Shui's strength is still dropping, it's just that the effect is not that significant. Qin Feng finally understood after Little Pig explained it to him. Duh. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's hooves echoed from a distance not far from him. Qin Feng knew that Lu Jia was approaching them. Immediately, he returned Shimen Chui Shui back into the system. It was easy for Qin Feng to explain his spiritual equipment and flaming dragon horse to Lu Jia. However, Qin Feng felt that he could not explain the presence of Shimen Chui Shui easily. Hiss! The flaming dragon horse stopped in front of Qin Feng. Lu Jia hastily alighted from the horse and went to check on Qin Feng. Big brother, are you okay? Those 2 unicorn rhinoceroses were extremely hard to lose. Luckily, the Fergana horse is fast enough, so I was able to get rid of them. Lu Jia studied Qin Feng's condition with his hands and heaved a long sigh of relief after confirming Qin Feng was not injured. Then, he turned around and saw 4 huge objects. He was stunned. Fuck! What the hell are those? They freak me out. Big brother, where is our 2 unicorn rhinoceroses? You avoided them as well? Qin Feng was nauseated by Lu Jia's action. The hell, he groped my body. He kicked Lu Jia's bubbly bottom. Are you blind? Those are the unicorn rhinoceroses. Qin Feng's words startled Lu Jia again. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. After he noticed Qin Feng was serious, and that he wasn't telling any lies, he slowly walked to the 2 unicorn rhinoceroses that had been cut in half. Holy shit! They really are those 2 unicorn rhinoceroses. Big brother, you're too powerful. What kind of weapon did you use to slice them in half? These unicorn rhinoceroses are well known for their extremely sturdy hide that not even normal ammunition can penetrate. Lu Jia was flabbergasted. He had been worried about Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng had given him the flaming dragon horse, Lu Jia figured that he probably could not fend off or outrun 2 unicorn rhinoceroses by himself for long, so he frantically got rid of the 2 unicorn rhinoceroses and rushed back to Qin Feng's side. He never expected that his big brother would have killed both unicorn rhinoceroses in such a short time. It was such a remarkable feat that not even a stage 5 inner chi master could have accomplished it. Stop blabbering. Hurry up and collect the tusk, hide, and tendon from the unicorn rhinoceroses. We still have to go back to finish our mission, Qin Feng ordered. Taking his order, Lu Jia went to do his bidding. Confronting unicorn rhinoceros was hard for Lu Jia, but dissecting a rhinoceros was child's play for Lu Jia. He completely dissected the 2 unicorn rhinoceroses within half an hour. After finishing his job, without paying mind to the sickening stench of blood, Lu Jia carried the 2 unicorn rhinoceroses' hides and walked toward to Qin Feng. He gave a pure smile to Qin Feng and asked, Big brother, our mission only required us to hunt down 1 unicorn rhinoceros and collect the tusk, hide, and tendon. What are we going to do with the extras? You can leave it here if you are too tired to carry it. Qin Feng felt he had no use for the items. Little Pig's disdainful voice resounded in his mind as soon as he finished speaking. Master, the materials are very useful, you know? What is their uses? Qin Feng asked. After Master has activated the forging interface in the system, Master can forge his own kind of equipment. Be it spiritual equipment or instrument, as well as sacred equipment, Master can forge all kind of equipment for his, but these are the materials that are required. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth quirked. He kicked Lu Jia's butt for throwing away the unicorn rhinoceros hide. Pick it up. Who said you could dump it? You're such an ignorant and ill-informed fool for not knowing how precious the hide is. Lu Jia almost cried. Wasn't it you who told me I could dump it? Qin Feng changed his emotion faster than flipping a book. Due to his simple-mindedness, Lu Jia bent down and picked up the hide that he'd thrown away. Lu Jia was bathed in sweat carrying 2 rhinoceros hides. Qin Feng could not stand it any more and asked Little Pig. Little Pig, can we store the items inside the system? Master, the tusks, hides, and tendons of the unicorn rhinoceroses contain a negligible amount of spiritual essence, so they can be stored in the system. Wow! Big brother, am I getting stronger? I felt my body become lighter, and I don't feel tired anymore carrying 2 layers of rhinoceros's hide. Lu Jia suddenly exclaimed. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, tired of explaining everything to this nosy kid. It took almost 2 hours to get out of the dark forest because Lu Jia was so slow. Qin Feng surmised that Lu Jia must have gotten thinner by 2 to 3 kilograms after the long journey from the forest to his car. Huh! Where did the other rhinoceros hide go? Do you see it, big brother? Lu Jia finally realized that he lost the rhinoceros hide as they arrived at the Buick sedan. Qin Feng had the urge to kick him in the butt again. Instead, he smacked his head, rolled his eyes, and said, I dumped it. You dump it? Big brother, didn't you say that you wanted to keep both? Why did you dump it? When did you dump it? Lu Jia threw a barrage of questions to Qin Feng with a pout. When did I say I needed 2 rhinoceroses' hide? You must have misunderstood me. When did I dump it? I dumped it when we're walking out from the dark forest. Lu Jia cried no tears when he heard Qin Feng had thrown away one of the rhinoceroses' hide. What a sadistic guy. You should have dumped it before we walked out of the forest. I'm tired as hell from carrying 2 hides. The rhinoceros hide was huge, so it wouldn't fit in the trunk. As a result, they had to drive the car back to the provincial capital with the trunk opened. When they arrived at the Martial Artist Alliance headquarters, Qin Feng and Lu Jia carried the unicorn rhinoceros hide to the entrance. They encountered the same 4 security guards as before, who marveled at how efficient Green Wolf was to return with a unicorn rhinoceros hide given that he had only just joined the alliance that night. Chapter 418 Sacred Azure Battle Armor. Chapter 418 Sacred Azure Battle Armor. Qin Feng left the unicorn rhinoceros hide at the entrance, and went home first in Lu Jia's Buick, while leaving the remaining works for Lu Jia. The faraway sky was turning bright by the time he left Martial Artist Alliance. Slowly, the provincial capital that sunk into slumber for the night recovered. The avenue flooded with vehicles and pedestrians as everyone in the city began to rush towards their individual destinations. Qin Feng did not return to Chang Xian's villa. Instead, he went to provincial capital University. After enduring through a death-or-life battle with the unicorn rhinoceros, Qin Feng felt it was essential for him to purchase battle armor, or else he would feel insecure during a fight. When he arrived at the provincial capital University, Qin Feng initiated the hedonist sovereign system as soon as he entered his office. He had 16,900 hedonist points now, so he could purchase a battle armor better than the Flying Dragon armor. The Flying Dragon armor was a prize from a lottery. Then, Qin Feng claimed the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and the Spirit Snake Whip after he killed number 5 and number 8 from the Bronze Group of Golden Assassin Group. Following this, Qin Feng fused the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and the Flying Dragon armor to form the Orange Grade Flying Dragon armor. That had immensely increased the Flying Dragon armor's defense. However, despite the enhancement, the Flying Dragon armor could not withstand Uncle Yan, who was a Stage 8 Energy Master. Uncle Yan had utterly destroyed the Flying Dragon armor with just a few hits. The fight had opened Qin Feng's eyes to the reality, and he realized that his strength was like a stone that was thrown into a vast ocean. It could do nothing but raise an insignificant ripple. This time Qin Feng vowed that he would purchase a blue-grade battle armor to vastly increase his own defense so that he would never be in a dire situation which might cause his death when he next met a strong person. After making up his mind, Qin Feng chose the blue-grade battle armor option in the system. After the system finished filtering out the blue-grade battle armor for him, Qin Feng was dumbfounded looking at the price for a piece of blue-grade battle armor. There was only a grade difference between blue-grade and orange-grade armor, but the price was worlds apart. Last time he checked, the normal price of white-grade spiritual equipment was around 500 hedonist points, and capped at 3,000 hedonist points, while orange-grade spiritual equipment ranging from 3,000 hedonist points to 30,000 hedonist points. It was totally out of his expectation that a single piece of blue-grade spiritual equipment would cost him from 30,000 hedonist points to 300,000 hedonist points. Meanwhile, the base price for purple-grade spiritual equipment was 30,000 hedonist points, and topped at 1 million hedonist points. Gold-grade spiritual equipment, however, was different from other grades of spiritual equipment. Getting a gold-grade piece of equipment was completely by sheer luck. It could not be purchased from the system. Instead, it had to be earned through clearing an SSS-grade mission or by fusing different spiritual equipments together. Qin Feng was naive. He thought that with 16,900 hedonist points at his disposal, he could choose battle armor to his liking, but the reality was cruel. He could not even afford the most basic blue-grade battle armor. Master, as a rank 5 hedonist mortal, you're entitled to borrow hedonist points from the system. The limit is 20,000 hedonist points. Little Pig's voice suddenly resounded in Qin Feng's brain. The usually lazy and arrogant Little Pig now spoke lively and energetically while giving Qin Feng a coquettish look. The system even provides a loan service? Wow, how user-friendly! Qin Feng exclaimed. He began to see hope. If he could borrow 20,000 hedonist points, then he would have 36,900 hedonist points, and he could purchase the most basic of blue-grade battle armor. Of course you can. The system is specially built to help its user to tackle every possible problem. Master, hurry up. Borrow some hedonist points and purchase new battle armor. Little Pig said restlessly. Little Pig, why do I smell a rat in your actions today? Qin Feng asked as he raised his brows. Throwing a tantrum, Little Pig rolled forth and back on the ground and peered at Qin Feng with his purest eyes. How can Master doubt my loyalty? I just want Master to buy better battle armor to protect Master's life. Otherwise, if Master dies in an unfortunate collision, I will be left without anyone to rely on in the world. How am I, a little pig, to survive in this cruel world filled with sadistic people? Little Pig's utterance gave Qin Feng goosebumps. Little Pig, help me to borrow 20,000 hedonist points from the system. Qin Feng decided to borrow it at last. I'd be dumb not to borrow free money. Ding, thank you host Qin Feng for taking up a loan with the hedonist sovereign system. The total distribution is 20,000 hedonist points. The current interest rate is 1,000th. Time period, 1 month. If host Qin Feng fails to repay the principal and interest in the given time, the system will randomly choose either one piece of spiritual equipment that is currently in host Qin Feng's possession in lieu of debt repayment. Half of the original price of each piece of spiritual equipment will be considered debt repayment until host Qin Feng clears the debt. Qin Feng had just borrowed 20,000 hedonist points, and after he listened to the series of notifications, Qin Feng's expression darkened. What the fuck is this, little pig? Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was interest on the loan? Qin Feng roared at Little Pig. He finally saw the light of why the pig desperately fawned over him. So he's digging a hole for me to jump in. Shedding off his disguise, Little Pig returned to his usually lazy demeanor. He lay emotionlessly in the system as if it all had nothing to do with him. Master, is there anything in the real world that does not have interest? Does the bank not have to fix a repayment schedule and charge interest when you borrow from them? Little Pig spoke slothfully. There was a flick of disdain in his voice, and Qin Feng could not argue with him. Qin Feng was not delighted but stressed as he was burdened by his debt when he looked at the 36,900 hedonist points. Little Pig, can you elaborate more on the interest rate as well as what it meant by repaying my loan with the spiritual equipment that I own at half of their original price if I do not repay the loan in time? Qin Feng was left no other choice. He had borrowed the points, so he had to be clear on the terms and conditions. Master, the interest rate is accrued daily. 20,000 hedonist points multiplied by 1,000th gives you a daily interest cost of 20 hedonist points. Then, 20 hedonist points multiplied by 30 days is 600 hedonist points. With the principal of 20,000 hedonist points, Master has to pay the system 20,600 hedonist points by next month. In the case where Master failed in performing your duty as a loaner, the system will randomly choose one of the pieces of spiritual equipment that Master currently owns and cut its original selling price in half as the penalty for unsuccessful loan repayment. Little Pig said, plastering a gleeful sly smile on his face. Qin Deng's expression darkened. Loaning money from a bank would starve a person for life. Qin Feng worked very hard to calm down his raging mind. He cast away all other thoughts and focused on the blue-grade battle armor since he could not overturn the fact that he'd loaned from the system. There was a wide variety of blue-grade battle armor. All of them had different designs and abilities. Some blue-grade battle armor cost 300,000 hedonist points. All of them were fancy, flashy, and bathed in majestic essence like legendary equipment in games. Qin Feng could only covet the high blue-grade battle armor. He withdrew his gaze and scrolled to the low blue-grade battle armor. Sacred Azure Battle Armor. Spiritual Equipment Category, Low Blue-Grade Battle Armor. The armor weighs 250 kilograms and can act as a medium for training and refining host's body. The Sacred Azure Battle Armor was forged using a 100-years-old iceberg. It is as tough as adamantine and extremely resilient. It can also cleanse the owner's soul. The Sacred Azure Battle Armor is a unique battle armor that can change to Ma the surrounding and act as camouflage. Sacred Azure Battle Armor Secret Skill, Hyper-Intuition. The owner of the armor will be graced with intuition 10 times better than the ordinary person. The Hyper-Intuition lasts for 30 minutes. Selling price, 30,000 hedonist points. After weighing the abilities of the armor, Qin Feng finally settled on the Sacred Azure Battle Armor because it outweighed the rest battle armors of the same price range. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for using 30,000 hedonist points to purchase the Sacred Azure Battle Armor. The system notification beeped. It glowed with an azure radiance and an icy cold armor appeared in Qin Feng's hands. An enticing, dark blue radiance ran through the battle armor. It felt cold to touch as if it was forged using a glacier and resembled a flying suit worn by imperial guards of the Ming dynasty. The battle armor was ordinary in design yet elegant. However, on the back of the battle armor were 6 ice barbs spreading across both sides of the battle armor. Ha! This young master loves this battle armor very much. Equip it for me now! Qin Feng commanded the Sacred Azure Battle Armor attached to his body. Hey, it fits me well. Qin Feng felt as if he was encased in ice once he donned the battle armor. A gale of cold wind surged into his body and was very refreshing. Qin Feng tried his intermediate-grade Thunder Tiger Fist in the new 250 kilograms battle armor. Damn it, it feels so nice. Master, the true strength of this Sacred Azure Battle Armor lies in its ability to ma its surroundings and grant invisibility, Little Pig said. Qin Feng stopped and asked, What did you say? To put it bluntly, the Sacred Azure Battle Armor can take on a different form according to Master's wish. As such, it can become one with the surroundings and grant Master invisibility. Qin Feng finally understood. It was a kind of visual illusion. The Sacred Azure Battle Armor worked the same way as China's Special Forces combat armor. The Special Forces wore combat armor and wore makeup to fully merge themselves with the surroundings. The art of invisibility was also used in the art of ninjutsu in Japan. By altering the color and aura of bodies, ninjas could merge themselves with the surroundings such that they were completely concealed. After finding out the true ability of Sacred Azure Battle Armor, Qin Feng hastily mind-mapped the outline of the table in front of him. In the next second, the battle armor changed itself to become the same as the table so that it imitated even the lining, concaves, and convex of the table. The camouflage was so perfect that nobody would notice his presence if they did not take a close look at it. Qin Feng then hopped to the windowsill. Once again, he imagined himself to be the same as the window, and in the next second, the Sacred Azure Battle Armor morphed into the same translucent substances that formed the window, successfully blending him into the window. Ha! With this Sacred Azure Battle Armor, I can go into whatever rooms I want, be it Chang Xian's room or Hua Yan's room. Neither of them can stop me from entering their room now! Qin Feng yelled. Ding! Ding! Suddenly, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. The ringtone was unfamiliar to him, so he had to think very hard before he realized that the notification was from the communication device given to him by the Martial Artist Alliance. Qin Feng then quickly removed his Sacred Azure Battle Armor, sat down on the chair, and opened the communication device. The notification showed to him that the Dark Forest Level 4 mission had been cleared. Qin Feng knew that meant that Lu Jia had passed the mission. Then, he logged on with his member ID. Welcome to the Martial Artist Alliance Information Center. Member alias, Green Wolf. Mission points, 150. Accumulated mission points, 150. Member level 3, Qin Feng's lips curved. He was exhilarated that he had catapulted from level 1 to level 3 and successfully accumulated 150 mission points. Soon, I'll be able to accept a level 5 mission. He could clear the first side mission of the chain mission Martial Artist Alliance after he cleared a level 5 mission from the Martial Artist Alliance. After that, he could get 10,000 hedonist points and activate a random secret interface in the system. Qin Feng was looking forward to it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.